Oh, what's going on, AC?
What's going on, my boy?
Oh, I watched the fights last night. Unimpressed. I should put my fucking ski mask on the way Floyd just robbed the bank last night.
Yeah, with that Gotti joint, I got halfway through it and I was like, I can't do this shit right now. I need for this shit to go down a little bit later when I'm a little bit slowed down. This should have put me to sleep.
That shit, that the Kamel Morton fight was only like, but that shit was only a minute.
But
Kamel Morton,
uh-huh.
he only like his opponent only lasted a minute.
Yeah.
But they gave him. I didn't like what they did. Like, bro, why you gonna give him a guy that ain't fought since fucking 2018?
Cause that's the hey,
That's not
it's
testing
mo-
his skills at all.
yeah, it's all that cashing in on public perception. Yeah, Kamel, he just knocked this nigga out. And that's all they don't really let you know. The casuals don't give a fuck when the last time that nigga fought.
Yeah, he knocked somebody clean out. I was like, damn, homie ain't fought since like nigga ain't fought in 6 years.
Uh-huh. And you put
But
him in with the guy that y'all saying is the prospect, is the future.
he almost killed that dude, bro. I was watching that shit. I'm like, he almost killed this dude. Why he in there? But let's get to the meat and potatoes of this. We're gonna
Yeah,
talk
man.
about. We're gonna get his. We're gonna get this guy the publicity he wants, right? And I was on with my guy earlier, Shy News, and I was saying, "Hey, Boots, don't fall, don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe, bro. With this YouTube, don't let this YouTube shit get to your ego about what they say about you on YouTube. You still got to prove it, buddy.
Oh, he been like that. He been like YouTube dictate his ego. I mean,
You think so?
if you look at the shit they saying between him and his daddy, ain't nobody in the boxing from 168 to 140 is on Jerron's level, let alone even deserve a fight, with Jerron. Like, listen, if Jerron is breathing the same air you breathing, you should get $1 million. That's the way they trying to put that nigga. Like, are you guys serious? Are, are you like when did us boxing fans miss the ascension of Jerron Boots Ennis? To whereas Avanesian, Avocado, you know, whoever,
Whatever they was calling him.
all of a sudden is now a world class fighter. But he wasn't shit fighting the real world class fighter, but he's a world class fighter fighting Jerron Boots Ennis.
Because he fought the world class fighter makes him a world class fighter. That's what they're gonna run with.
Yeah.
But this man, this is not the first time this man had said something that he don't. First of all, what kind of team you got over there?
Yeah.
Remember when I was talking to Shy and Shy was over here, and I was like, the team is strong. Like he was saying, he part of the team. He not the father. He not the manager. Nothing. He's a media marketing agent, and he worked. But he knows. Like he hits me, but like, yo, Jai fighting on such and such date. Where y'all fighting at? Are we fighting up in Blase Blah? He knows weeks, sometimes months before. Oh, we got another fight coming up. I don't know the date, but we fighting on such and such card. We just waiting for
Uh,
that. There's no way, Boots, you and your dad are that far off.
it's the Cody Crowley. It's the
But
Blair Cobb.
your dad is, he's your dad. He's your trainer, teacher. He's the co-manager. How the fuck the lawyer ain't get back to him? He got
Uh-huh.
back to you first.
Well, we heard this. Listen, you go all the way back to the first time Blair Cobb was calling the nigga out. They tried to say it like Blair Cobb who, but Blair Cobb at that time had a little bit more momentum than you did. You feel what I'm saying? Although there was a buzz about you, but
Yeah,
Blair Cobb was a little bit more solidified in what he was doing, right? Then you made your excuses, and then you reached out to your peoples to discredit Blair Cobb, and the general public ran with that, right?
yeah, that's a fact.
Then there was the uh, Terrence Crawford situation where y'all just figured on, listen, all we got to do is muddy it up and make the whole situation seem a lot more uglier than the straightforward situation you was presented with, and you could have took upon yourself to make it happen, because WBO will make sure that the mandatory gets their fight, or they're going to strip their champion. They're not gonna. They weren't gonna let it rock like IBF. Although I don't know why people say, well, IBF only do that stupid shit when it comes down to a motherfucker being undisputed. They
Yeah,
ain't really trying to strip a nigga that you know is unified like that, or whatever. They want to make sure you know they gonna fuck up the bag when it comes down to certain things being undisputed. At least that's the track record they've been on. And then he's, well, they did it to yeah, I get it, I get the whole Canelo situation, but again, we're talking about guys who don't fight mandatories, you know, like every 3 years or every 4 years or some shit like that. So although the bylaws say something different, so let's get off that. On top of that, you feel what I'm saying? On top of the Bud situation, then you had the um, uh, uh, Connor Ben situation. That famous quote is, "Don't nobody know who Connor Ben is in South Philly, nigga. Don't nobody know who your son is in South Philly. Fuck
word.
is you saying at that time, homie? You feel what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you know, Boots has a track record of making these weird statements talking about everybody ducking him, but the receipts say, nigga, you and your daddy been doing things. That's why once uh, uh, Brian Norman quoted his dad, okay, game, set, plan. I'm going to send you the bullshit off for knowing you're going to turn it down. You feel what I'm saying? Or at the very least, counter. I don't have to reply, but long as I know I sent the offer out to you, guess what? I got public perception saying, yeah, we sent you our first offer and you denied it. This A counter is not a denial. It's a counter.
It's the like. Here's the crazy shit. It's not even a full like. First of all, what janky fucking lawyer you got that can't check his email and saw the counter offer? But this is what you did. You sent something out, came back, or you sent something out. You didn't even check your email or get a response like you wanted to in time. So you tell Boots that they denied it twice. Like, who are you to be? Who are you to be doing this? Like, first of all, that's what you got. One, two. Your dad didn't know what the fuck Brian Norman Sr. was talking about.
Yeah, that part.
Maybe you should, get with your team and talk to them before, because you got two managers. You got your dad as your trainer, and he's your dad, but you went on YSM and just spoke out your ass. And now the lawyer coming back and saying, "Oh, we didn't see that you sent this back." Hold on. Not
That
only are you doing business with the Normans, right, and they're trying to do everything right because he want his son to be seen and showcased. You're doing business with Top Rank. They ain't gonna just fuck up.
Yeah,
And
that's not
you
that's
ain't
not
even got
like
to the
that.
Top
Yeah.
Rank shit yet. So listen, Boots, you didn't know your dad spoke one way on $1 million worth of game to Bud. You spoke another way. You sounded crazy. Blair came on this channel. You was up here. Blair said they tried to rush me some shit. I'll bring it up if you want. Blair said they tried to rush me some shit. And I was like, wait, hold on. Now his trainer was with it, but he was like, I'm not doing another Lexus Roacher. They're not doing that to me.
Yeah.
So you got a history, and like you and your team or whoever has got a history of doing this, rushing something over to somebody, and if they don't just accept what you say, oh, they ducked me.
Yeah. I was the nigga that asked Blair to clear that situation up from your side, because all we hear is these goofy ass Boots fans that'll interrupt you and then get loud with you and then just try to filibuster the whole conversation talking about what Boots didn't do and then want to move it over to
Oh, the
Boots
real
versus
phone.
Crawford.
So that bro, that boogeyman shit is, listen,
Nobody
that
believe that.
is leaving. That shit is leaving. And don't let YouTube, don't become another casualty feeling like you these YouTube niggas really got you, in a listen, nigga. I hate to say it. Don't become Wilder, Earl Spence. The latest one is Devin Haney. Buying into this hype.
Just go out there, do your craft, man. Just
Go out there and do your craft, bro.
fight your fight, do your craft. You feel what I'm saying? Because a lot of motherfuckers in this industry are due because y'all under these protected, companies and promotional companies that definitely, go to the U.S. Capitol and file a witness protection plan shit for you. Because every time it comes down to a fight that people want to see you in, there's an excuse. Oh, we sent them a contract and they turned us down, and yada yada yada. Just just across the board, all of these guys that are trying to protect their O, your time is coming. If you lose the O and you young, who the fuck gives a fuck? Who
Yeah,
cares?
that's what we was talking about on
I'm a boxing fan. I don't.
Nah, Cam. Pull up and make me do that. Nah. No,
Yo,
no, no,
yeah,
no,
Cam,
no.
bring your
Yeah,
ass on up here,
yeah,
man.
Cam probably just got up, different time zone. He probably just got up. It's like 12, 1 o'clock.
But at the end of the day, all I'm saying is, you know, if you young and you lose your O, don't nobody give a fuck, because what we really give a fuck is what you do after that. Are you washed up? Are you gonna go into the washed up, scared to throw a punch category, or you gonna come out and go on a terror?
And look, a lot of these niggas got to listen. A lot of these niggas have got to damn get out of their own way. Brian Norman, I feel him. Listen, Brian Norman is saying, listen, bro, me and you are literally the only official champion.
Yeah.
Everybody else is still has a Bud Crawford asterisk against it. Not knocking that or nothing, but you still have the Bud Crawford I mean, he's in recess with Barrios belt, and Barrios said, "What? I'm having a baby. Is that absolutely true, or are you just waiting for you? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
For the right offer, the right fight." And ain't nobody said nothing about standing on it.
Now I just saw something about Stanionis. I didn't get to check it out, but even Stanionis is coming out trying to tell him, listen, Stanionis' team, just by the couple of minutes, a couple of seconds I did watch, they're following the Brian Norman thing. Like, yeah, Boots Camp reached out to us, but when we try to reach back, nobody answers,
Nobody's
and then they
answering.
say we ducked. But we've been like, they basically saying they've been trying to contact Boots for a minute, but don't nobody want to return their calls, return their emails, or nothing.
And what I'm hearing is like the type of offer that's been sent out, bro. He's getting all of the work. You feel what I'm saying? He's getting all of it. Like he want everything.
Yeah, Cam, you trolling right now. You trolling right now,
It's,
hard body with all
hey,
that.
hey, body. I'll be real with you. I know why he's holding on to that WBC shit. He's putting pressure on Fundora. The pressure is on Fundora to fight him. That's what he's doing. The pressure's on Fundora to fight him. Like Barrios is the champ. Stanionis is the champ, but officially, like defending the belt, it's only Brian Norman and Boots. So, from what I heard, that Boots was on. Like Brian Norman's like, listen, y'all want all of the you want this, that, and the third. All right, cool. We need a little bit more money. You want me to give up leverage and leeway and to be complete B-side? I need a little bit more money for all of this because, bro, it's when you stack them up together, it's a 50-50 fight. Do I think it's a 50-50 fight when I look at the eye test? No. But when you stack them up on paper, it's a 50-50 fight.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the same way I feel. And at the end of the day, Brian Norman realizes, you feel what I'm saying? That if he's going to jump into the upper echelon and start to get the big paydays, he needs Boots. Boots also realizes that, but Boots feels that I don't want to risk me losing.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now. If we're fans, if they make fights for the fans, which they don't, right? That fight gets made. They get it done, right? There's two big promotional companies between each other. They can get that fight done. But here's what I think. My internship shit that I had on, I was talking to my guy with, right? I was like, well, if you're a promoter and you are in your matchroom DAZN, Eddie Hearn, you're in the booth in his business and you just invested a lot of money into this man. What we're going to do is we're going to get you maybe 1 to 3 fights showcasing that belt, making you into a star before we give you somebody else. If we give you another champion, it definitely won't be Brian Norman Jr. He's the wild card. It'll be more than likely Barrios or Stanionis. And Stanionis will probably be, how you say, the walkthrough for Brian Norman Jr. If you get by Stanionis, if we think we think you are who we think you are.
Yeah.
But that's what they're gonna do with Boots. Now, turn around, put it on and put it on Brian Norman Jr. on Top Rank. I don't really think they think Brian Norman Jr. is sexy enough for that belt at 147.
Who for Top Rank?
I think Top Rank is gonna test him. If he don't fight a champion next, Top Rank's gonna test him and make sure that he can represent that belt for them.
But see, I don't, to a certain degree, I don't have an issue with Top Rank doing that because a lot of people don't know who the fuck Brian Norman Jr. is. If someone put a picture of Brian Norman Jr. and just you feel what I'm saying? You might confuse the garbage man as Brian Norman Jr. instead of Brian Norman Jr. You feel what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I don't have an issue with that. I don't think any other real Brian Norman fan has an issue with that. They like, yeah, all right, if y'all gonna do that, then do that. Make it fast. So he ain't sitting out for too long. So
when you look at it, you know they would rather put a Spaniard there and then be like, well, at least we can put a country.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's part of the business of boxing is like you always bring back that NFL, that NBA scenario. It's like looking at your market where Brian Norman Jr. knows that, and I'm not saying it as any slight or anything else. Like he knows he's the B side. He knows he needs Boots. You feel what I'm saying? Because a name
Definitely.
like Boots on his resume is going to propel him to the $3-4 million fights.
I don't think he's a six-figure nigga yet.
You don't think he's the $1 million guy yet?
Listen to me.
Yeah, you could make that argument. I could.
I was so far off, right? I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna say it. I was so far off on what Jerry Anderson got for that fight.
Uh-huh.
Against McCoy. Remember, I was saying it was around, it was a few million. I
Yeah.
was close to saying five. Not even that. He didn't even get $1 million for that fight, bro. He got a
Wow.
little bit over half a mil. He jumped in the ring with that big motherfucker for 650,000. These
Okay.
niggas is not $1 million fighters yet.
And that's why I think Brian Norman really wants this fight, because I think
I
he
don't think he's
knows.
a six-figure nigga yet. That's what I'm saying. I don't think he's I don't fuck a seven. I don't think he's six figures yet.
But a Boots.
This next fight defending the belt may put him at that.
Okay, but what I'm saying is his next fight might put him like that.
Yeah.
But the Boots fight will definitely put him in that category, to where he can look at a 1.8, 2.5, somewhere in between there for the fight.
I think they wouldn't even offer. Like, I'll be real with you. That man, they not. That's not a turkey. That's not a Turk fight. So ain't gonna be no, like how you may get the set base to set you right. I only think they was offering Brian Norman Jr. $1 million.
Okay. So the 8 would come if there was, well, he ain't a pay-per-view yet either. So he still got a minute to go.
And how do you make Boots a superstar if you keep putting them on if you keep putting them on pay-per-view? Like, Boots gonna have to fight a few times on that subscription.
Yeah.
Unless you're gonna put him on the undercard. Like, people are mad at Shakur, right? And they're like, well, listen, Shakur just did exactly what he's supposed to do. He jumped on an undercard that's on pay-per-view. His first time not fighting for free.
Yeah. You got to do it that way. That's like,
He's not headlining it.
I have an issue with. I'm just saying shit like that, with him realizing, all right, I got to start somewhere to at least be seen on a pay-per-view card and start to build myself. But I need to go out there. If I'm going to be on this pay-per-view card, I got to go out there and perform. I got to go out there.
He signed a 2-fight deal that includes the payday.
And that's, yeah.
So if you're a Tank fan like I am,
so
it is what it is. So what does Tank? What do we do now?
So circle back to what you just said, because to me that said a lot. You feel what I'm saying? Do you remember when you did the live talking about who does Tank fight next? You feel what I'm saying? Yes, Shakur has a fight, but who does Tank fight next? And then we got into that discussion to whereas, him possibly being stripped, and then BMAC came on and he gave his opinion and his insight on what was happening. But you circle back to it. What was I kind of saying? That, listen, it's easy for, if Zepeda's took step aside money or whatever kind of joint, then that doesn't mean he doesn't see Zepeda later on. Yeah, well, what you mean? It's this and that. Okay, now hindsight is 2020. He signed a 2-fight deal, and one of the fights includes Zepeda. So Zepeda was not ducking you, Shakur. So for all the Shakur fans that are weird like that, okay, Zepeda's there. Do I still have a slight issue with it? Because it's like, okay, so all right, I see what you're trying to do, build up your pay-per-view cred, and then try to launch a unification fight for yourself on pay-per-view where you're the headliner. That makes sense. If that's the game plan, I could follow that.
That works. I mean, you gotta have a plan, bro. Like, just because the plan ain't what somebody else think works, sometimes this shit may work.
Yeah.
Like, but you know, um, back to the question at hand. There's 147 right there in a nutshell.
Uh-huh.
Either you guys are going to make a name for yourself in this division because the you know because I mean Boots. I mean either you're gonna make a name for yourself, bro, or you're just gonna be a coattail rider. And I'm gonna be real with you. Uh, Friday nights, Saturday nights, if you can stay up late enough because it's a totally different coast, go to Black and Brown. Go to Black and Brown, bro. I'm gonna tell you something. The way that some of us talk about Boots, Boots is the black version of this guy.
You saying of David Benavidez?
Yes, yes.
Now you got to explain that one to me because I'm way off in making
All
that
right.
connection.
Okay. Boots has the eye test. He has the skill that he has everything we think he needs and can do, but he hasn't been in that apparently. And they downplay David Benavidez so crazy, right? He has a way better resume than Boots. But because of the way that we say that Canelo's ducking David Benavidez, there's some hardcore Mexicans that's like, who the fuck is David Benavidez? Real talk. Like, what has he done to deserve a fight against Canelo? The same way we say, what has Boots done or deserve to get a fight against Bud? Right?
Uh-huh.
Now, I go over there all the time, bro, and I'm telling you, diehard Mexicans pull up and be like, we're okay. Black and brown to be like, all right, Canelo duck Dave Benavidez. But what is he gonna do now? Like, you get it? Like, okay, he duck. Okay, Canelo ducked him. What is Dave Benavidez gonna do now? What does he do? How does he make a name for himself? Does he turn into Boo Boo Andre, Jamel, and Jamal Charlo? Does he turn into them? Like certain type of like Gary Antoine Russell guys that were we knew like, but they just you sat around waiting for the big payday or the big fight, and it just never happened. Instead of becoming the big fight.
Uh-huh.
So what Boots is becoming is even if he beats all these guys, right? Yeah, but I don't know. Like y'all just heard that Benavidez just came out and said they got a broken rib, I think his hands fucked up and some other shit.
Okay.
And he is in line for that fight, right? But here's the thing: that fight's in October. Benavidez fought the same time Tank fought. What do? Do you just sit around and wait? Do you sit around and wait? Because there's no telling what can happen in that fight between Beterbiev and Bivol. Let's say Bivol wins. Do they run it back? What if Beterbiev wins and retires? Because you can't just keep fighting that. Like he's been breaking down every training camp. What do you do then?
Uh-huh.
Like, what's your plan B? Because you're too great of a fighter to just be sitting around waiting dictating your career off of a certain fight or waiting for two different fights. That's what when it comes out, like, you know what I'm saying. And I like don't get it twisted. Now I'm a David Benavidez fan, but the way they playing the game, I'll be real with you. In my mind, David Benavidez is on the wrong team.
Okay.
He's on the wrong team.
All right. So
That's why he can't get the fights that we could see him a lot and him showcasing shit. That's like if
okay.
David Benavidez was with a certain promoter, he would have been moved up to 175.
So let me. For me, this is where I was saying I had a little bit of issue because I hear what some of those hardcore Mexican fans would say, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna say this: Benavidez and Boots are nowhere near each other. Benavidez, I'm looking at his jump off. He fought this dude Rollo Williams, right, for the junior light heavyweight vacant for a North American belt. It was you feel what I'm saying? As he was coming down in weight. You feel what I'm saying?
Bro,
So
his resume is way more impressive.
like he's done like a lot of very very impressive things. You
Yes.
feel what I'm saying? He actually fought for his belt, you know, for the belts that he lost, and he fought his way back for the right to be the man though. So when I look at
then I'm gonna tell you what they holding against him is that I've been on these panels, I've sat back and just watched and been on the panel for hours watching, right? I've sat back and just listened to him go back and forth, and I've been in the chat and watching different sets of Mexicans just go back and forth. Listen to me, bro. Listen to me. He get penalized for losing that belt twice without losing that belt. They penalized the hell out of him.
Yeah, I penalize. I'm a huge fan of his, and I penalize twice.
You not like them, like the ones I'm talking. They penalize the hell out of them, right?
But it's not. Yeah, it's one thing to do that, but it's like, okay, you fight your way back. You put yourself in position. You feel what I'm saying? You're showing everybody that you're smart about your craft. Same way Tank and Shakur both fucked up their belts. So at the end of the day, if you could give them fighters, a mulligan on doing what they do, so why can't you give Benavidez? It's something more deeper than that. Then
okay, this is just the like how everybody's saying this shit, right? The way that they penalize Dave Benavidez, right? Because you got I don't. It is deeper than that, and I think y'all need to pay attention to how deep that shit is. And what I'm saying is that the man did everything he was supposed to do to get a damn title shot against, Alvarez, right? He did everything, right? He did everything. Okay. The man is in line for just like Bodywork said, right? The man's in line for that fight right there, right? Between one of them guys, right?
Yeah.
Why in the fuck did the WBC say, hey, if you can make 168, you'll become Canelo's mandatory for the WBC? After he did this.
Wow. That's crazy.
Think about it, man. Think about it, man. Like I'm gonna just let you think about that. That's what they do to David Benavidez. Like, remember, David Benavidez was the protege. He was the fat, chubby kid that couldn't be beat like that. Like they thought that he would get tired. No, he was in better shape. He had the stamina. He been he been sparring Gennady Golovkin since he was a teenager. His brother was a protege. He was sparring Manny Pacquiao. The Benavidez or something like they penalized his brother for getting shot in the leg, walking his dog. That man really can't even walk and still is a world-class fighter. Like the Benavidez are something to be. I think people sleep on them. That's why.
No, I seen Jose before he got shot. I seen him fight like 3 or 4 times before he got shot,
So
and I was
I'm
retardedly impressed
bro,
with this.
fools, like they penalize the fuck out of these guys, man. And like how could you do that to a kid? Like how you, well, not even a kid. How you do that to a man at a certain point where I've been calling for this man for like 3-4 years, and then I say fuck it because he say he ain't gonna fight me. What do I bring other than 25 pounds extra that fight night? Then and okay, cool. I move on. I've been begging the WBC to damn make me the mandatory. They've been bullshit for years. I move on. I win the fight at 175. I'm in line for the turbulent. I'm in line for. I got it right here. After they get it shaken, I'm in line. I'm in line for one of these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now you tell me, hey, if you can make 168, you will be Canelo's mandatory.
So what? He was Canelo's mandatory before.
No, he was actually never the mandatory. He would be officially the fucking mandatory.
He fought for the no. Well, let me say this: he fought for the interim belt.
They still never officially made him the mandatory.
Yeah. All right. So he was the interim champion. He wasn't official mandatory. So he fought his way up to intern, the unofficial mandatory.
So once he dropped that belt and moved up and used whatever that belt had to get him whatever and once they said, hey, you can make 168 and not try to get your body established to 175, we'll make you Canelo mandatory. And that don't mean he gonna fight you.
Yep.
So what did this man do? But I'm telling you like this, how I see it. Like they want Dave Benavidez. Okay, the same way like niggas be like, like some like niggas, certain niggas be like, Boots deserved the Bud fight, and certain niggas be like, well, what has he done to deserve that? I'm telling you, man, the Mexican niggas is a lot harder on their fighters than we are, and they're like after all that shit that Dave Benavidez done, it was like Canelo fight him if he want to.
But Pop, there's a underlying. If you know the real reasons behind why Jose Benavidez was shot, if you can rock with those, then the real reason why.
What do you mean? I mean Jose. You mean why Jose was shot?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why the real reason why Jose Benavidez was shot?
He ain't no bitch, and he wasn't gonna bow down to them niggas and be extorted.
And that's the whole thing. It's like, yo, listen, your gang don't mean a fucking thing to me.
You know what I'm saying? Like he was walking a fucking poodle.
So, and people understand the the fact that both him and his brother was like
they different, bro. Like a lot of these fighters is like, but anyway, like just saying that Dave Benavidez. Listen, we love Dave Benavidez, but if you're a hardcore boxing fan, you know Dave Benavidez. A lot of people don't know. Like I said, bro, I put a few people on to Dave Benavidez, and they was like, "Where he been?" But
yeah, that's the part that fucks me up. I'm like, I mean, I could see you being a casual and only looking for the big fights of people that name you probably familiar with. You feel what I'm saying? But I'm surprised people don't know who Benavidez is these days.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Can I chime in for a
Yeah,
second?
yeah.
Go
Go
on,
ahead,
go
go
ahead.
ahead, Bo.
Chime in, bro.
Anytime you could have chimed in.
Yeah, that's how I look at it, man. Let's just say if the casuals don't know who David Benavidez is, the fighters know who he is, and Canelo specifically know who he is, and that's the reason why I believe Canelo ain't want to fight him. I 100% believe, I don't know if Canelo trying to play mind games, but he been doing this joint for years with certain fighters that I felt like he was avoiding. You know, remember he did the shit with Andre, and then it ventured off to David Benavidez, and then he had a lot of his fans talking about why everybody chasing Canelo. They need to make they need to make their own way. So now that, and then one time he even said, if these guys fight each other, I'll fight them. So Benavidez and Andre fought each other. He ain't even fight none of them. And then on top of that, when David Benavidez decides to make his own way, now you got Canelo fans talking about David Benavidez is ducking Canelo. His fans, they constantly move the goalposts. They don't want to see Canelo lose to David Benavidez because it'll be like an embarrassment. I guess they feel as though David Benavidez will take his fans, which is kind of weird because Evo beat the shit out of Canelo and ain't nothing happened. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you why. Listen. Let me drop a little birdie, bro. That's just from me, right? Since Canelo left Oscar De La Hoya, right? Since he left Oscar De La Hoya, Oscar has been trying to replace that. We all see that, right?
yeah.
Since we all see that since Canelo Alvarez left him, because he didn't have that, he don't really have a golden boy. He really don't. That's like him to his stature. But as much as he's trying to make, as much as Virgil, Jaime left, he's trying to make Ryan the one who's most like him in the fight game right now is David Benavidez.
Yeah.
David Benavidez has the exact same story from a different state.
That's what you got
Oscar's
to
from,
do.
yeah, I mean, because Oscar's from East LA. David's from somewhere in Arizona. Like
Yeah,
it's
Arizona.
yeah, it's the mix. Like if I was David Benavidez, I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I wouldn't. I mean, I like fighting on tank undercards, but I ain't trying to be racial now, but I think he would fare a lot fucking better if he went over there. The the marketing, the money that where Oscar would pour into David Benavidez.
He he probably no homo. He probably nut on himself if he got a call from Benavidez and Benavidez say, "Listen, what can you offer me?"
Hey, to be honest with you, I think David Benavidez need to get rid of um his promoter. I think his promoter is the one who's fucking up his deal. Samson Lukowitz. He's horrible, man. This ain't the first time he did this with David Benavidez. He wanted to marinate the joint with Caleb Plant, whereas though that could have been a unification bout, but you know he wanted to marinate it. And look what happened. Caleb Plant ended up getting a fight with Canelo, and
Yeah,
then on top of that, he wanted to make the fight with McGear. And I can't put that on Lukowitz, but you know how De La Hoya and them, they're like, shit, we're gonna try to force McGear to get the Canelo fight, even though they knew McGear was never even ready. And his promoter Samson Lukowitz stood by, just like didn't even try to force it, man. So if I was Benavidez, I'd just get rid of Lukowitz altogether.
and then sign to who as the promoter?
Well, I
Who
mean,
did you suggest?
even if he want to stay with PBC, let's just say if he want to stay with Al Heyman, he could get another
That's
promoter.
where that's where I have the that's the only pushback I would give you, Bo, because I think him being on PBC, you know, probably, and taking into consideration what you just said, to me, those would be the two biggest factors of, you know, why David Benavidez isn't a household name. I
I'm not disagreeing with you, but what I'm saying, I just think Lukowicz is the one that's really
oh, so you're
over.
gonna put him at the forefront, and then probably PBC as the, you know, as the,
I will force PBC hand, and if they don't work with me, then I'll move on.
yeah.
I will go with the Sheik or somebody. You know what I'm saying? Or go with I will go with anybody.
Like I think I'm gonna say this. Either way Benavidez goes. Let's just say he forces PBC hands and PBC just kind of laughs him out the room or on some fucked up shit or whatever. Then he would realize, okay, my best option would be the zone because the zone has that link to the Sheik, and the Sheik has already mentioned my name and says he has interest in me. You feel what I'm saying? So what would be the fastest way there? The zone. If not the zone, I'm gonna go with Golden Boy, who still has an affiliation with the zone, who has the link to whatever. I personally think, you know, either one of those would you know put David Benavidez in a position where he becomes a household name within a year, like a true household, name like that. Like I think if he went to the zone might put Boots on the back burner to take on the David Benavidez.
Well, it depends on who he signs with the zone. Like if he sign, like I agree. Like if he go to De La Hoya, that will be a good fit because De La Hoya, they got Ryan Garcia, but you can tell Ryan Garcia he's not all there. His screws are loose, so
Yeah,
that's potentially fucking up his Oscar De La Hoya bag. And like they want to rock with Ortiz, but he's still, I guess, it's a little unproven. You know what I'm
He
saying?
not it. He not it, bruh. He not it. He not it. If Dave Benavidez signs with Golden Boy Promotions, he is the epitome of Oscar De La Hoya. I'm not talking about this Oscar De La. I'm talking about Oscar that fought every fucking body.
Yeah, yeah. But this the thing though. This the thing is that I don't know what it is for some reason. Like some of these Mexican, I ain't even gonna say the real Mexican. I'm gonna say some of these Mexican American fans, right?
Mm-hmm.
They seem a little delusional. You know what I'm saying? They'll rock with anybody that's winning and is Mexican. Because one thing I will say is that they will support they will support their own. They'll definitely support their own, even though they don't support David Benavidez because he's trying to fight Canelo and shit. But they will definitely support their own because oh, go ahead, my bad.
I don't. You know what? Because I almost put it in the fucking title, and it was almost the thumbnail. But I said that's a whole nother show. Where it's comparing Boots to Benavidez, right, and how he's looked at between the two different cultures. But this is what I want to do. I want to get off the topic of is Boots being protected, and who did this nigga fight next? Go ahead, Bo.
Um, more likely protected by his own team because Moose is talented. I ain't taking nothing away from he's talented, but I think a lot of times his team be selling wolf tickets, right? They be saying he's the man, and they go off the hype. They saying Bud ducked him, but Bud, I mean, he had an opportunity to fight Bud and didn't even take the route. He wanted to go the Spence route because he thought it was the easier route. And then in this case with the Brian Norman situation, Brian Norman Sr. had to come out and let him know, like, yo, we want this fight. Ain't nobody turn nothing down. Even though, the boost side of the things try to say, oh yeah, they turn the fight down. But you could tell it's like, to me, it seemed like they just want to they want Boost to take the Errol Spence route. Oh, let me go collect these belts first, and then we can marinate and then make this the final fight. But the thing is, we can't go off that narrative because you never know what happens. one of these guys could lose. Something could happen on outside of boxing, anything else. So if I was the Boost team, I would just go for the big fight now.
Because outside of Boots fighting a champion, who does he fight?
Outside of fighting any champion,
Outside of fighting a champion, who does he fight in the 100 and the welterweight division that we will respect?
I say Rashidi Ellis.
Rashidi Ellis?
That's
Rashidi Ellis.
that's always been a fight that's been cooking. I would say Ellis, Crocker, if he's ready. Um, Ben, even still, I'm still gonna say this one. I'm still pushing for the Blair Cobb fight.
Now, I'll push for the Blair Cobb fight before the Rashidi Ellis because neither one of them are ranked. So if we're looking in the division for anybody who's ranked, right, that we're going to respect, who does he fight? Other than Conor Ben, who for some reason, oh yeah, and he's ranked number 3 in the IBF. Who did Boots fight?
A person that's ranked number 3 in the IBF. I don't even know. I gotta.
It's Conor Ben. I'm looking at it right now. It's
Okay,
Conor
okay,
Ben.
I got you. I mean, there are fighters out there. It might not be popular, but they still real fighters. I mean, you got a Cody Crowley, you got a Butaya. You know, I mean, some fighters out there, man. But Boots has got a.
Boots on an interview said he not trying to have no backward fight, which means is he not trying to go back. He trying to collect these belts. So uh I'm looking at it right now. The WBC champion is Mario Barrios. Bud is champion in recess. The WBA super champion is Bud Crawford. Manuel Stanionis is the regular champion. Jerron Ennis is the IBF champion. Ryan Norman Jr. is the WBO champion. That's just straight up. No, nothing with it, right? Okay. If you're not gonna fight Stanionis or Barrios, who do you fight? Because they're trying to make you a star. They're paying you $3 million a fight. Who do you fight? I'm open to suggestions with this Boots initiative.
I mean,
Alexi Rosa?
me personally, I just think Rashidi Ellis. To be honest with you, Rashidi Ellis. But I understand the business side of things. They want to put Boots in favorable matches, and it's not just Boots, just any fighter that they want to make a star out of. They want to put him in favorable matches where as though they know he's going to win. So,
Hold on.
uh,
Body work. Oh, my fault. Body work said Mastre. So you want him to fight Gabriel Mastre? If Gabriel Mastre can, I mean, they spend a few dollars and put Gabriel in the IBF. He's not over there. None of these guys are over there. Like who you naming, Bobby? For real, my guy. I mean, Bobby, you can pull up, man. You know the link's right there. Don't act like that, man. Word, I ain't spoke to you in a minute anyway. I know you might be at work or something, but I'll be real with you. Here's the thing I was saying. Bo, here's the thing I was saying, right? And people was thinking I was crazy. But AC, he might step away. I was saying Boots might as well go to 160.
Oh, go up 2 weight classes.
Bruh, Boots is saying between 147 and 168, anybody can get this work, right? All right. 147, let's be realistic. 147, we talking about it, right? They talk shit about it. I'm calling out people of who Boots should fight or whatever, right? It's silence, it's quiet. Nobody can like answer shit like that, right? Just being real. Um, at 54 is locked up. Nobody's gonna be offering Boots their fighter at 54. I can guarantee you that. Nobody's gonna be offering that guy right there. I don't think so, right? If he feel like he's that guy, 160 wide the fuck open. Tell me 160 is not wide the fuck open, and just as it's not even just as it's way more lackluster than 147.
It is, but I don't think it's wide open either. Look who controls 160. The
Who?
PBC. The PBC controls the 160 division.
How do they control 160?
They got most of the fighters at 160. The only person that's not really there is Janabek.
And he has 2 belts.
And Mabili, remember Mabili just fought. Mabili just fought.
Billy is 160.
No, he fought at 168.
Oh, he fights. Oh, why did I think he fought at 160?
Nah, he fought at 160. There go my guy Body Work right there, man. Y'all make sure y'all check out Body Work Boxing.
What's going on?
What's going on, bro?
What's going on, bro? How you
Salute. I was just saying, like, the question you was asking was who is he gonna fight, and I'm giving you ranked names or something that matters because it's a little game now in the where we know how the business goes and what people want to say, but it's almost like you say a name and oh man, who is that? And it's like, well, I mean, let's act like we know how the business go, and let's act like we know what Boots is trying to do. I don't see him. Nobody in this planet is asking Boots to jump up no 2 weight classes. We went over this.
No, it's only me. It's only me.
But we went over this as far as like is Boots is and this is what I guess Bud fans don't really see either. We know that Benavidez is way higher, or his resume is way, he's not in the same atmosphere as Boots. As far as Boots doesn't have the same quality of a resume as Benavidez. Right. Benavidez was the champ. He did some youthful stuff twice, lost his belt. Canelo came, he got historic, went on his run and got all the belts.
Mm-hmm.
And David came back and he like, hey man, you sitting in my seat. I want my spot back. At least let's run the fade for it. That doesn't happen. Boots, he just came, he was a product of bad timing where Earl and Bud occupied pretty much all the straps and he was waiting in the wings. That's where it came down to. But there was a point in time when there was a strap floating around that Thurman lost to Pack.
Yeah,
and
that's what I was about to say, bro.
That until that time when that strap got sold up, the belts was in limbo and Boots was sitting in the back seat waiting. None of them guys of that era was going to fight that guy. But what happened was Bud did his thing. He moved up. Now people saying, oh man, I don't know why he keeps saying Bud name. I don't know why he keeps saying Bud name. He's saying the Bud name the same reason why Bud is saying Canelo name. Because that's the best name above him that he can logically get that he's chasing. It's the same reason why T.O. was calling out Bud, in the same way T.O. was acting like he wanted to fight Boots. It's the same reason. So these guys, same reason why Keyshawn is doing the same thing to Teofimo Lopez. Because he's a name higher and he thinking, okay, if I jump up, that'll be probably the best name I can get to actually set what I got going on fire. So I was the one saying, I said a year ago, I said Boots needed to, once he figured out he wasn't going to get Bud or Earl, I said a year ago, Boots needed to jump to 54. I said, get the head start. Ortiz kind of did it, but he did it by default because the Stan Giannis fight fell through 3 times. Once because of appendicitis to Stan Giannis, and then twice because of rhabdomyolysis on Virgil's part. So Virgil kind of got a head start at 54 by default, because who knows what would have happened if we'd have fought Stan Giannis. I like Stan Giannis. I think he's, a rough, rugged customer. I'm not sure what would have happened. However, it left Boots in the spot to where he can't keep saying Bud name, because all of the Bud only fans are gonna say, why you keep saying Bud name, man? Go ahead with all that. Establish your name. Who have you fought? So I said, listen, it's too late now. You'd already let everybody move to 54. They're gonna play that same game with who has you fought when you get to 54. Cinch down, buckle down, go across. I call it D block. Go ahead and lock up D block. That means go ahead and establish your name against these guys, Barrios, because everybody want Barrios to fight either Devin or Pacquiao or some kind of crazy, stupid fight that don't make sense to me, because everybody trying to make a name from sharing the ring with Barrios, but he has a belt. I said fight Barrios, Stan Giannis, Brian Norman Jr., clear it out. That would be your legacy. The weight thing is not as big as he is, since he's still fighting under the 10-pound rehydration. Is still with no problems, meaning he's not coming in 25 pounds higher and all that the next night. He's dropping down, same way Devin did, only he doesn't have the ability to jump back up, but only 10 pounds. He's been doing that under this IBF, just like everybody else who holds the IBF on a non-unified fight. That's what he's been doing. So it ain't no real urge for him to move. Yeah, he a big boy, and yeah, he could. But these guys at 54 are still going to play that game with him if he don't do something. Doing something would be unifying, because then you can say, at least I'm unified. Even if you get one and say, all right, cool, I got something there where they can't just knock on me, because they ride that into the ground. So when we say, what is he going to do next? It should be the Brian Norman. Karan is only getting it because he's the mandatory for the IBF. If it's not Brian Norman, then Stan Giannis just took out Maestre in a he pretty much kind of like handled it, but Maestre is still a name. He took out Trayvon Sniper Marshall. It's still a name. He's still an Olympian. He's still a rough, rugged customer. He already did Villa. I don't want to see Cody Crowley coming back off of his eye stuff and being injured and all that. If he gonna get somebody, don't get Boots coming off, because I didn't really want it with the mental health. He's still talking about what happened with his father. I don't think he's over it. So I don't want to see a Crowley. Reason why I said Maestre, because he's a name. Reason why I say Green Machine, because we always talk about common opponents. But then all of a sudden, when Boots have a common opponent with Bud, like an Albanesian, somebody that Bud already fight, and then he do it faster, whatever, they say, oh man, who has he fought? No, it's a common opponent, because y'all use that common opponent stuff when it comes to Bud and everybody else. But so the best thing for him to do right now is to lock up the division. Have something to where people can say, all right, well, Luke, at least he was a unified champion, because people still not giving him credit, even though he defended that belt, because he got emailed the belt. So that's the best thing to do. Get a ranked name, whoever's highest, whoever makes business sense. I hope he get this Norman thing.
Well, here's the issues I have with Boots. I hear what you're saying, right? Errol Spence at 147 had 28 fights, was able to bag 3 belts. You feel what I'm saying? Bud has even less fights than that. This nigga Jerron Boots Ennis, which no Boots Ennis fan can legitimately, defend. This motherfucker, this dude got what? 32 fights at 147. 32 fights. You can't tell me that there was some politics or mix or whatever.
I explained that already, though.
But what I'm saying,
Errol and Bud had all the belts except for the loose strap.
No.
They had all the straps, bro.
You're missing the simple math.
No,
Spence has.
I'm trying to figure out the end goal to the point, because you do this, and that's not right.
No, let me finish so you can understand. What I'm saying is simply this: this dude got 32 fights, right? Errol Spence has 28 fights, right? 28 fights. This dude got 32 fights. That means you've been in that division fighting more than Errol Spence. Why is now your time? What was your issue? if you guys keep trying to come, not you, I'm saying just the weird shit in the boxing community is saying Boots this, Boots that. Yeah, but he been in there longer than Errol, and Errol had 3 belts. So skip me personally, me on the fact that Bud and Errol had some shit tied up. Nigga, you been there longer. You've been there longer.
Explain, how would he have a belt, or how would he get a name when everybody that had a name was either going to try to get a shot at Earl's belt, try to get a shot at Bud's belt, or try to get a shot as a name with a former champion.
You still stuck on one time.
Hold on, listen. Hold on. Let me
listening to you.
I allowed you to get yours off. Let me get mine off. Like, i.e., Keith Thurman came out and said he didn't know the dude. I said, damn, Keith, that's cap. Like, how you a sports analyst? You moonlight as a sports analyst, and everybody know you should be go ahead and blabbing your mouth about boxing now instead of boxing. But he came out and said he didn't know the dude. Sean Porter flat out came out and said, I am not fighting that dude. And all that, Danny, even Pop be on here talking about, man, that's still Danny City, that's Philly, whatever. Danny didn't want to fight him either. So anybody with a name was either going to try to go for Earl's, belt, or Bud's belt, or get somebody with an established name. Why? Because Boots was not in those guys' era.
That was still after the fact. Keith Thurman already had lost damn near all his belts when he said that. Sean Porter was just was in between or just starting negotiations to fight Bud Crawford, or just came or was getting ready to fight him. What I'm talking about is this: when Keith Thurman, Manny Pacquiao, them guys had the belt, right? When I'm talking when old boy in the UK, I'm brain farting on his name right now.
Cale Brook.
Yeah, Cale Brook. When Cale Brook had the belt, they all told Bud, like, Keith Thurman did act like he didn't know who Bud was when Bud came up to 47. You feel what I'm saying? He said Errol Spence hadn't done nothing. These guys told Errol Spence the same thing most of them told Bud: get a belt first. You feel what I'm saying? So if Boots been in there fighting longer, please explain to me when all of that was happening, why wasn't Boots in that mix?
Because at that point in time,
Errol's biggest claim to fame didn't have a belt. Errol's biggest claim
at that point in time, at the point in time, Earl and them other guys that were in the division were the bigger names that were higher in the rankings to get those belts.
So why wasn't Boots fighting to get higher in the rankings? That's the bottom line.
He was getting whatever he could. I mean, then you going into what promotion and why fights didn't happen and all this. But
I'm going into simple math. You got
simple math, meaning you didn't have a belt. You didn't have a shot at none of those belts.
Why not? You keep asking to be Boots that everybody's passing a eye test now. So you saying it took him more than 20, let's say more than 25 fights before he finally got the eye test?
That's a goalpost, and eye test is relevant. Some people.
No, I'm only saying by using math, because what I'm saying, it's not moving the goalpost, it's staying within line, because around that time you talking, Boots had 24, somewhere between 22 and 25 fights in the game. And Errol Spence and him was working on less fights than that at that time.
So what's your point? Because
my point.
His first time in, because of his background, he got title shots. Keyshawn, he's moving faster in like 11 fights, about to be 13 fights. He almost had a title. So what's your point? Like, some guys, they move faster than others. What don't you understand about all the belts being locked up in that weight division?
Because you're talking something that's after the fact. You're talking something that's after the fact.
I don't know what time period you talk about.
What I'm saying is Boots could have been in that mix. You got more fights. You got more fights than these guys. You could have been in that.
Look how many fights Jaime Munguia got. Look how many Zerto had before he finally got his cherry pop. Like, what are we talking about?
They
had 1 million fights.
Bro, What I'm saying.
They shot. Like, why we acting like we got amnesia? Like we don't know what was going on with Boots. And I'm
No,
a Smith fan.
I don't have it
because why we acting like we don't know what was going on with Boots?
I was a Boots fan before many Earl Spence fans became a Boots fan.
Well, I mean, it just sounds like you frustrated at Boots right now, and I can't even answer your question because I keep telling you the same thing.
No, but you're not understanding my question because the part of the main core of where my question lands its plane at is this man got 32 fucking fights in that division, bro. He got 32 fights in that division. And a lot of other guys that came through and had belts have far less fights than that division. Errol Spence claimed the fame before when he came into the division. Once he settled in to 47, was he did a sparring match with Floyd Mayweather and was supposed to give Floyd Mayweather some work once Floyd got out of jail. All right, so with that being said, you coming from the Ennis boxing family. The fuck does a rumor have over the fact that you coming from a boxing family? And the weird shit is people trying to say, well, he was moved slow. Well, maybe he was moved slow because he's really not that nigga. And let's stop talking about him like he is that nigga.
Oh, so now we get to the real point of your frustration. Like I thought, you just frustrated with Boots because now everybody's saying he's up next. Okay,
no,
cool.
I'm not frustrated.
You have a right to be upset. All right, well, I wasn't understanding your question. Like,
I'm frustrated in the fact that
you're frustrated.
No, I'm not frustrated. What I'm saying is this: I'm frustrated in the fact of there's this weird fan talking point that somehow or another Boots been denied his rights and all of this other bullshit that's going on in boxing, and that's not the fucking case because the nigga got more fights than Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford at the same fucking weight division. So it's not a matter of them having it locked up. You could have been made noise, nigga, but you didn't. Why? If we gonna constantly say the eye test and all of this other shit, you should have been did something, but you ain't did nothing. And now everybody's expecting that you should have an opportunity to do something when you had 30-something fights to fucking do it before you got that belt. Like, come on, bro. Let's keep it a bean. I'm not trying to get on a nigga bandwagon like that ain't showing me he really about that. Because there shouldn't have been no reason why you did not fight Blair Cobb when Blair Cobb pressed you and your daddy. The weird ass fans out there said, well, Blair Cobb ain't did nothing. Well, this nigga got almost 20-something fights in and he still ain't did nothing. So what's your fucking point? That's all I'm saying, bro. The rest of that shit, man, niggas can say that.
I feel your pain.
Okay. Now, Body, you can respond.
I was just saying, it come down to what I said a long time. He just frustrated at Boots and him not getting a shot. Even though, I mean, it can be explained. And I don't really think I'm not coming from a bandwagon. I kept it 100. We talked about this in depth about me getting all the criticism I got when I critiqued him after the Quran fight and how he couldn't cut the ring, how he was swinging and missing. So I'm not on the Boots bandwagon. I'm just a realist.
No, I'm not saying you, Body.
I understand, and it's my turn, but I understand he's frustrated. But I don't know what that got to do with where we're going with this because he was asking who's next. Like, we're asking what's next. Now that it's all cleared out, now it's 4 champions other than the 2 where I asked, but why is Bud still holding on to the belts at 47? I understand. But we was asking what was next for Boots. We understand.
No, Body, you're missing. See, I'm not gonna let you get. I'll let you finish. My bad.
No, I'll let the Lex dude have it because that's how it is when I get to talk.
No, Body. I'm gonna say this, bro. You brought up some shit about Terrence Crawford. That's what made me interject what you were saying because same way I wanted to interject. You feel what I'm saying? I'm gonna shut my mouth real quick. I'm just pointing that out. And let Bo come in because Bo wanted to interject when you brought up that too. That's why I went on that. That's why I just said, okay, let me just say what I gotta say, and I'm gonna bring up math. You got more fights than both of these dudes, and yet you ain't did shit in that division, but get emailed the belt and some weird ass stoppage that happened. So it's supposed to look like you did something over Terrence Crawford. So that's where I'll land my plane.
Okay.
Yeah, what up, Pop?
CJ in the building.
Let's go, baby.
Hey,
Yeah, you see, but you can't see. Now you see. I'm outside. Me and my dog sea walking in the park on a Sunday afternoon. So we chilling. Now I feel both brothers. I get both sides of the argument with AC and bodywork boxing. Um so AC basically saying if you had that many fights at one division, mind you, you should have been pushing for a title fight. You should have already chill out, champ. You should have already got your opportunity. Um, I feel that. Also, we can't pretend from bodywork side, we can't pretend that politics don't play a large part in this shit. And maybe it's not his fault that no one was checking for him when, like he said, Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence had the belts locked up. But to go back to AC's point, he should have been trying to climb in the rankings to force a title fight. Like, nigga, I'm number one in one or two sanctioning bodies. Now y'all gotta see me. So I get it from both sides, and I think I'm pretty accurate on that from what I've been hearing the brothers say over the past 15 minutes or so. So now let me insert my opinion. Um, Pop, you posed the question: who should Boots fight if it's not a unification and not another title, it's not another champion? And I don't see no way around that. I don't want to see him fight nobody but champions, given the fact that the only championship he had was emailed to him. I respect the Avanesian defense and the fact that he stopped him. But if you're really trying to elevate, which it seems like that borderline now of coming from being a fighter respected from hardcore fans and trying to get that mainstream appeal, trying to get payday, then you need to push a hard line and go for unification. So I don't want to see him fight nothing but champions. These dudes ain't asking too much. I think Boots would be the A side against a Norman, a Stanionis, maybe Barrios. That's questionable. But yeah, man, I don't want to see him do nothing but unify. And that's my opinion on that. Now to go back to something that y'all was speaking on earlier with it open with when I first tuned in, Canelo. Let me let Canelo speak on it. Hold up.
oh
Hey,
shit.
yeah, I hear what you guys are saying, but the only way I don't mind fighting David Benavides, but the only way that's going to happen, because remember I can do whatever I want. The only way it's going to happen is it has to be a WWE match. I want the outcome predetermined because I am scared to lose after what happened with Bivol. I'm just fucking with y'all, but yeah.
Hey, that was pretty good. Hey,
Appreciate it, homie.
can I chime in for a second?
Let's go.
Definitely. Go ahead. Go
All
ahead, bro.
right, so I'm gonna go back to the argument that was made with the whole Boost situation. I'm gonna put it like this: ain't nobody stopped Boost from getting a shot. Boost had an opportunity to fight Terrence Crawford, decided to jump out the WBO rankings, go the IBF route because he thought Spence was the easier opponent, even though they was acting like Spence was the harder opponent. And then on top of that, they were the same ones, these guys, that was giving Avanesian nicknames when Bud fought him. It was like, oh, nobody know who Avanesian, but all of a sudden, these dudes, same dudes, took the Avanesian. For Avanesian took that fight on short notice. All of a sudden, Avanesian, according to Bozy, is a good ass fighter. He said that in the fight. How do you go from a nickname to a good ass fighter all of a sudden? Because these dudes are cat. I'm telling you, I like Boots, I like his talents and stuff, but he had the opportunity, like AC said, he could afford Blake Hobbs. Blake Hobbs was all up in his grill, like, yo, let's go, let's get that work in. He gonna
Hey,
look
yo,
at
listen.
Blake Hobbs. He gonna look at Blake Hobbs as a backward step, but clown Avanesian. But all of a sudden, that's a forward step. I mean, come on, man. Like,
Listen.
it's a
Hey,
difference.
Bo. Hey, Bo.
Like, let me
Blair was
finish.
up here. Blair was up here. I don't know if you check. I'll pull it up for you. Blair was up here. CJ was
Oh yeah.
here. AC
Yep.
was here. I think Body might have been in the chat. I don't know, Bobby, if you was there for when he said that, but I'm gonna pull it up. They tried to rush him something right after the AB fight, and he was like, "Oh no, 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 no." When he sent something back as like the same way Brian Norman did, it was nothing. So like, I'm not saying that it's Boots doing this shit, but like, it seems to be like, you know, a pattern.
Yeah, maybe his daddy, his team, whatever it is, they ain't
I'm not
handling it.
blaming his dad. I'm not blaming his dad. Like,
No, I said maybe his team in general,
yeah,
but
his team,
somebody
like, because
is
you have a
not allowing him to
co-manager.
do that.
The
Yeah,
lawyer
yeah.
just admitted, like, like, I didn't see the counter offer you sent back, like, like, what the fuck you mean you didn't see it, but you reported back to Boots, not his dad, before you even, or Boots just went on YSM and said something without, you know, confirmation from anybody else other than just this damn lawyer who don't check his emails right.
So let me chime back in real quick. But to what CJ, one of the things with CJ, what he said, yeah, you pretty much had what I was actually saying as far as how the belts was locked up. But I remember it was a point in time when it's about, I know Bozy came out, he said about 16 fighters like said no. And I'm like,
Mm.
we consider that like when Shakur come out, which is true, and he say, oh, Ice like Pitbull Cruz said no, Loma said no, Zapata said no. Like, so we do that, but we don't recognize that when other fighters do it, especially if we don't rock with them or we got, you know what I'm saying, we whatever stance we're gonna take. So at one point, because why? People looking like they say, high risk, low reward for a lot of them guys. Even some of them guys that wasn't even in the saddle holding the belts, but they had a name. They didn't want to get put on. They didn't want to get put on a highlight reel. So that got to be considered. And then also, the big thing was what people were not really considered is that the man, just that guy, Cameron Duncan, he just passed. And we
Yeah.
already know that Cameron Duncan, and it was some kind of hairy situation with some of the boxers, because I believe Bud used to be with him too. But
Yes.
it was a hairy situation by how that guy was managing. So it's real easy to get out with all these big bold talking points to say why
Drop
this and
that
that,
phone.
and we'll also start to dip off into negotiations, which as a fan we shouldn't really be privy to. It just fell in our lap because they were talking about it online. But then you all open up a bigger can of worms about something I was saying about when you signed with Matchroom, which I be cooking on all the time because a lot of the fighters I rock with, Richardson Hitches, Subriel Matias, Emma Williams, Cruz, a lot of the guys I've been looking at, because I've been watching Eddie ever since the whole Devin Haney thing. I've been watching Eddie, so some of that has to be considered once again with who's managing and who's promoting. So at a point in time, yeah, we could be arguing about how Imanta Stanyanis could have been up there and all that, but what did he do with the Earl and Bud fight? He took step aside thinking he was going to get it next, and he thought he was going to get Virgil, which was a name coming up trying to do it. Virgil was in the same category as Boots. Boots wasn't the only welterweight going through some of this thing. Now, these guys tried to fight who they could, but we're just talking about Boots, but Virgil and Imantas Stanyanis, they was in line with some of them belts paying musical chairs to who was being mandatory. Stanyanis took step aside. So it's a lot of little layers to that onion. And I'm not just gonna beat the drum and be all so pissed off, because I understand that it's a business. And everybody was looking at like Boots was part of Showtime, but he really wasn't. They just had a relationship where he could get on a date if he wanted, or if the opponent, or how that lined up. It was a lot of that going on at a period of time. And I recall, because I thought it was going to be good, and I said, dang, Blair do got some nuts, because I remember seeing it. I remember seeing it in real time, and people doing videos, and everybody was talking about it online in real time. And I thought that would have been a good look. And I was looking, and I said, well, hold on. At that time, it was made to seem as though Blair was still with Golden Boy. Well, I don't know when Golden Boy was doing business with Cameron Duncan or whoever, Showtime, and how that was working, because he wasn't exclusive to Showtime. But at that point in time, Blair was with Golden Boy. I heard recently when he was on here, I was watching the video when he came on and chiming in that day when you had him on here, and I'm thinking, okay, that's now. And we heard from Blair both sides. You know what I'm saying? We heard both sides from Blair. I think Blair want that smoke, and yes, that would be a good name. But we all know that these handlers be dictating that. So it's like we can, if we really want to, we can really see what's going on, and we can be mad at whatever we want. But at the end of the day, we want the big fights, and being frustrated about why somebody didn't do something at this point in time ain't gonna get us the big fights.
It don't matter, but nobody frustrated like that. But let me ask you this question though: who was Jeff Horn? Who was Jeff Horn when he fought Manny Pacquiao?
Hey, AC, can I just ask one
Go
question
ahead.
real quick? All right, so you said it's the handlers, right? So if you're saying it's the handlers, then what I don't understand is earlier, why did you make the argument saying the fighters if it's the handlers?
What argument? What fighters?
When
It
you went,
was
when you
kind
and
of
AC,
putting the
when
onus.
you,
Let me try to fill in the blanks. He was kind of putting the onus on Boots for not getting it the fights that he needs to move up the rankings. That's how I interpret his question.
no, he was saying that he said Bud and Earl basically was avoiding Boots, right? Basically putting
No,
it
I
on Bud.
didn't. No, I didn't. I did not. I said they would. I said they had the belts. Everybody was looking for unifications.
You said
And
they
so
didn't.
anybody, so
Did you?
them
Did
two
you?
outside of that loose belt before Earl fought Ugas for it when it got handed from Pac to Keith to Ugas to Earl. Before that loose end,
Did you not say that those guys, Bud and Earl, did not want to give Boots the fight? And you were saying like the Bud fans are upset because Boots are up next, and because he wanted to fight with Canelo, and Canelo doing the same to him.
you
That's
lumping a whole bunch of stuff together. Like, no, man, no, man,
so
no, man.
you ain't say that whatsoever.
Ask me a
All
simple
right, all
question,
right.
brother.
I did. I asked you the simple
No,
question.
simple. You just lumped the whole string of things
I asked you the
together
simple question.
when I had
I
the
said,
floor. When I had the floor and I was just painting the landscape, now you lumping something together. Ask me a specific question, I'll give you a straight up
I asked
answer.
you a simple question, bro. You ain't even paying attention.
No, you
Earlier,
didn't. You asked the question, but you stated a bunch of things that I
let me
said.
slow it down. Let me slow it down for you. You said it was the handlers that's holding Boots up in your last argument. Earlier, you said Bud and Earl was not giving Boots the shot, meaning Boots had to take other fights for the reason why he wasn't getting the shot. And now, it was okay when Bud did it to Boots, but Bud fans don't think it's okay when Canelo does it to Bud. Did you not say that?
No, I did not.
Okay, all right.
I could see where he could draw that conclusion. It was kind of implied, but you didn't specifically state
But
that. So I could.
the point I'm still gonna make is the point I'm still gonna make to where it's, body gonna keep trying to say I'm emotional or whatever.
I didn't even call you emotional. See, this why I don't like talking, because y'all lump stuff together. And
I'm not fucking with you, body. Don't be so serious. I'm just
anybody. I didn't even insult you, dude.
no. I'm joking with you, bro. I'm joking with you. What I'm saying is this. Body. Earl got 28 fights. Jeff Horn had 20 fights. He has 20 fights. Who was Jeff Horn? Jeff Horn fought Manny Pacquiao with 14 fights in. He fought Bud with 16 fights in. Jerron Boots Ennis has 32 fights in. Guess who else? Keith Thurman had the belts, was unified. He did that within 30 fights. And all 30 of those fights wasn't at 47. So my point to you is this. I get where people are trying to say all of this other stuff about the promoters and politics and all of that. But when there's an example like a fucking Jeff Horn getting a goddamn Pacquiao fight and 14 fights in, it makes it really hard to have someone who has history on their side buy into a lot of that shit you was talking. That's all I'm saying, bro. You could you could have your opinion and your view about
Let me speak to that.
what held up Boots. But in my opinion, it's Boots who held up Boots. Boots and his daddy.
See. I don't know the stake that they actually had in it. I brought up the fact that he was under Cameron Duncan, and you know how that be kind of sketchy or whatever. But if you want to use absolutes and say politics had nothing to do with it, I don't know. And I think what I'm actually saying and what y'all are hearing are two different things.
No, I hear what
I'm
you're
just saying
saying.
that we gotta. Okay, let me speak to one thing you said about the Jeff Horn. You keep bringing it up. That's just arbitrarily. You know what I'm saying? That's just arbitrary. Because again, I say that when Vasil Lomachenko came in, how many fights did he have before he had a title shot? And then I named some where it takes some people.
Lomachenko. Let me answer that
You gonna
question.
jump me off? You gonna cut me off? That's why I say no. Stop back off.
Go ahead.
I'm talking to you. Nah, go ahead, man. That's why I say I don't. That's why I don't get up no more, Pop, man. I just be in the chats, man. Because
No. I know that. Listen, I know that's why. Listen, bro, you gotta listen, bro. Y'all gotta let body go, man. For real. Everybody gotta
go. That's why I said I'll be quiet. But you know,
you got it, man. Go ahead, man. Go to the next one, because I mean,
it was just.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The whole thing is this is the whole thing right here, bro.
Hey, body, I answer your question.
No, it's all good, man. Because it's good. I'm gonna go ahead and dip out. Y'all can have at it.
Nah, come on, don't be like that, bro.
Right now, anyway,
Yeah, don't do that.
It was really me trying to get mine off.
I know.
Go ahead. Y'all can have
I asked a question, and I didn't know you was asking a rhetorical question, so I was gonna answer it for you.
See, look, he jumped off. Like he got a live that he about to do in like an hour and a half.
Shit.
So get it ready. This is what I was saying. The whole thing is who does he fight? It just like I don't want to go into his resume or nothing. I want to know who does he fight next, because he's saying he don't want to go backwards. He wants to get a belt. He wants to unify these belts. So just who does he fight next?
Well, he fight the motherfucker that everybody talking about. He fight Brian Norman and get it over with. Why you gonna do all of this other shit and all of these other politics got to come into it? If this is what the man's saying and we gonna hold him accountable for what he said, then here's a fight right in front of you. But y'all trying to make the claim that he ducked again with that same bullshit that the man is known to do. And then come these former Errol Spence fans who are now big on Boots, who try to tell us, Boots didn't get his shot. I'm not believing that bullshit, bro. It's right there.
Just to go back earlier, he did say, you know, Bud fan, or he making fun of Bud fans, and they get mad because Boots was up next and Bud didn't want to give him a shot and all the other stuff. But then turned around later on and said it was the handlers. So that's why I asked him that question. He tried to switch it up, and I caught him in it because I was writing this thing down when y'all was going back and forth. But the thing is that he like you said, he's talking about he don't want to go backwards, but then when Brian Norman want to bring him to smoke, all of a sudden he want to save that fight to be the last fight for undisputed. Like
that's what his dad said. You know, that's what his dad said. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Like there's a miscommunication between Boots and his dad. His Boots is saying we sent an offer and it was declined. And then when Brian Norman called Boots' dad, and then you heard what he said. He was like, Boots' dad was like kind of like caught off guard, like what the fuck is you talking about? So there's go ahead. I just want to make sure that like
no, but I'm just asking.
Don't know.
I'm only asking this, Pop. If you broke down the dynamic of everything that Bozy Ennis is to Jerome Boots and dealing with his career and everything.
Yes.
You feel what I'm saying? Like you saying what kind of janky ass lawyer he got that didn't see the email to immediately send it to Bozy to say, listen, this guy came back with a counter offer to what we sent out. You feel what I'm saying? You just got to read the tea leaves of why every time he's faced with a 50-50 fight on paper, he chooses shit just goes in a weird direction for Jerome Boots Ennis. Enough is enough. It's not like a Shakur situation. It's nowhere near a Bud situation. Who does he fight next? He could, hey, listen, He could pick up any at 47. The way they talking about him, like everybody ducked him, including Bud and Errol and all of this other stuff. You feel what I'm saying? He could actually fight a Vitaly Petrovov or Christian Javier Alia or a Jaleel Hackett or give Karen Kukachin a rematch. You feel what I'm saying? Go down to everybody that's at least ranked number 15, and somehow or another these Boots fans and these former Errol Spence fans will come out and co-sign that fight. Like, what did we see wrong?
Hey,
If
you know Jerome
everybody
fighting
ducking them,
fighting again, right?
and they're gonna use the same Shakur talking points for fighting the guy he fight. Well, if everybody ducking him, then what is he supposed to do? He getting a bag off of it, so I ain't mad.
Let me
Hey,
put a
Jerome.
quick pin in what I think both of y'all are saying. And we gotta take we gotta accept that his daddy is close enough to the situation to know how his son wants to move. By definition, that's just nuts and bolts. If you are already a champion at the weight class and you say you don't want to take a step back, the only thing to do is to unify. And that's how I'm looking at it. That's why I have my stance on that. Y'all disagree? You can't just go through the rankings out. That by definition, that's a step back.
No, but in the Jerome Boots Ennis world, no matter what direction he goes in, it's not a step back because it's all going to come down to this same talking point. Everybody's ducking me. I'm the most feared. Eddie, Eddie's a master at the strategic duck, and then get public perception on your side for the duck. You feel what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, bro, this is what boxing is, and if you're a boxing fan and shit like this makes you frustrated, it turns some people off because they're like, oh, it's just the business of boxing today. Well, with a sport that hey, listen, sport is run by the fans. Keep the bullshit up. When the fans stop watching, you don't have a sport anymore.
Let's be real, AC. No one would interpret a unification as a duck. That's
No,
impossible.
no, I'm not saying. I'm a little lost where you got to the unification part with the duck.
You
What
said
I'm
no matter who he fights. You said no matter who he fights, it would be looked at as a step down. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have said duck, but
no
not a
no
step
I
down.
didn't say I didn't. I was only saying maybe I didn't actually speak it out, but it was a thought that was running in my head while I was talking was co-signing what you were saying that anything outside of a unification fight for Jerome Boots Ennis doesn't make sense to go down. You know, it's just gonna be it's just gonna be the type of situation where again, every time he's faced with a 50-50 fight on paper, it's
Mhm.
always some weird shit that happens and those fights don't never get made. And then everyone comes out with saying that, you know, uh, this person
The other
ducked
guy ducked. Yeah,
tennis.
yeah. Okay, we on the same page. My fault. I
Okay.
jumped the gun on
All
that
right.
one. Yeah,
All right.
I feel you.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. It's it's just the
Hey,
nature of
AC,
yeah.
AC, let's see if we can catch when you told when you asked Bleder that question real
All right,
fast.
go ahead. I'll mute up.
that I just did not want to even be a part of. I'm not going to say Virgil is on the Juicy McGoosey, but I'm going to say this. It's definitely very interesting how one.
That's like I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with y'all. My interview this wasn't even an interview, but this was just like just letting Blair go. This was way better than his interview with Mill City. But I'm not an industry plant. But here
Oh,
I'm
shit.
I'm be real with you.
Once again and over
No, I mean
again, he
that's
gets
fact.
grabbed those 3 times in a row, like my friend that actually got.
The fight so cold, man. I wanted him to fight Steve Nelson. He been done.
Hey son, we gonna be rumbling. They sitting here looking at
My hands so bad. He's like, please get off my hands.
No, because
This man trained to fight at, man. The same place.
Hard, huh? Yeah, there's gotta be something like without banned substance abuse. Like, yeah, but y'all motherfuckers is not checking him. Y'all motherfuckers are not even. Y'all scared to check his ass.
I don't know
Like, yo,
when
shut the
AC
fuck up.
asked this damn question.
It's the problem that's been consistent, very, very consistent. You know, but they're not going to stop me. It's going to happen regardless. You know, the thing is, nobody wants to lose. And very few people can handle a 50-50 roll of the dice. You know what I'm saying?
when you showed what's the name of them in the ring, just go back to that a little
be
bit.
extremely dangerous in the last few rounds. In the last
What do
two
you think,
rounds,
when they was
he was
over
extremely
here?
dangerous. I saw what he did.
No,
to
when you had the
the guys
footage of
that
them in
helped
the
me,
ring when they met.
Sean Porter. I
'Cause
saw
think
what
you
happened
pulled it
to
up
him.
like right after
Like, he was running game on AB all day. The next day, pow, well, down.
Yeah, caught him with a big shot.
I'm like, oh shit.
Endorsements because you look at Simone Biles right now. She's performing in how many endorsements and commercials are you seeing her in? Serena Williams, you seen the I'm trying to move it.
50 fight and takes it as if he's fighting all the other scrubs that he fought recently. And the thing is, he wasn't all the other scrubs. He was a fair 50-50 fight that you should have been very, very serious about. And you know what? You wasn't ready because you were fucking exactly what your name calls you. You was a big baby.
Oh shit.
Kinky boots.
No boot.
Big kinky boots.
I got to show you that right now that likes to get spankings, and I'll make sure that she got these special boots on. You know what I mean?
Hell nah.
Like shit, if Boots start acting real strange, start doing the stinky leg dance, and you know what I mean. One thing I'm definitely gonna say, I smell pussy. It's time to eat.
There you go, Goop. There's your answer. Right? Yo, AC,
that's kind of like what it would look
AC,
like.
you saw a lot of goddamn alley oops that day, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
It's like whatever, man. Whoever can get it. It's just very frustrating because everybody wants to say that they're worth more money than they really are.
Y'all ain't said who I want Blair to fight.
It's way more wins than
Ric Flair.
He rolled woo. I said, hold on, bro. Like that's not even his voice when he says woo. He turned into like a singer or something when he says that shit. Oh. I can be real. AC was throwing a bunch of alley-oops when Blair was over there. I'm not gonna lie to you. AC
because I'm rocking with Blair right now. You feel what I'm saying? He showed me he the real one. He go out there and he try to make the big tough fights, win or lose. I'm still here, and that ain't gonna stop me from trying to make bigger fights just because I took an L. What does that mean? Take L's in the amateurs. What you ready to quit in the amateurs? So that's why I'm not with the old protector camp no more.
Yeah, because when it comes to that, it's like for you to rush him before he was a nobody. Then not only do you knock AB Tooth out, you drop him, you beat him. Then it's like, all right, Cody Crowley has a eye situation. He can't fight. Okay. There's really nobody else in the division.
Yeah, I should have seen that picture. I should have seen that picture I put up when he beat AB too, man. Shit was hilarious.
Yeah, I saw it.
Ain't no more AB. He twin again. He twin. It's back to the street.
So like when that happens to you, like bro, it's like no disrespect, but it's like Boots. Like I'm be real with you. Like if you want to just prove yourself, bro, you can't be picky. Your team can't be just trying to offer anybody anything, bro. You're gonna have to come to some negotiations on the real, because just like Bodywork was saying, this is D Block. And like I said, this was the NBA, right? The champions at 147. This was the NBA. They all NBA but they're not all NBA first team or second team. They're the third team niggas. The niggas that you be like, oh yeah, them niggas is like that. You know what I'm saying? But they don't have the sexy name. They don't have the you know what I'm saying? They just don't have like
The market.
well, or they haven't proven it that they have it. So if you swearing that you need to fight somebody, but ain't nobody gonna fight you, you can't not just sit around waiting till you get an opponent and somebody be like, well, now it's time for you to fight. Nah, you gotta continuously fight and make your own path. And that's how you become you. But just sitting around waiting for this one and that one, you gotta make yourself this one or that one. Beat the motherfucker that they said were even close to fucking with you. And now and do it impressively because you swear you that guy. And then fights can't not come your way. They're gonna always put your name up in some shit. But
When I hopped off the Jerome Boots and his train, everything you just said, everything Bodywork said, that was my mantra for Boots because it seemed that as though he was doing that because at a if I say like his class, right? This dude was fighting minimum 4 times a year. You feel what I'm saying? Minimum four times a year. So I was like, oh, this motherfucker about it. And he coming from the Ennis family, Philly boxing. Oh, this kid, he about to run this shit. And just because he was always in the ring, I was falling for that eye test. Oh, he's always in the ring. He's always busy. He's always staying sharp. But then I started to, kind of like ask the question, all right, so when am I gonna see you try to get a Jeff Horn fight just as a name? You feel what I'm saying? Jeff Horn wasn't fighting nobody. I think I was like, yeah, the way he fight, I think he might, get a couple of fights and he might be ready for Keith Thurman because Keith Thurman don't like body shots and this dude can throw some mean body shots. You, you feel what I'm saying?
That fight might still make sense to me,
Yeah,
especially
that,
given
that,
how inactive Keith Thurman has been. But I want to say that I actually feel both Pop and AC with the Blair Cobbs fight. That's the only fight for them two fights I just mentioned, the Thurman and the Cobbs. I would actually respect outside of a unification. I could see that.
yeah, that's what we were saying. So all of what I'm saying is this. It's like, okay, for the question that Pop was asking, and I believe that I answered it a minute ago because I gave a list of fighters based on looking at the rankings and everything. Of
a few you did, a few you gave
yeah,
a few.
I gave a few,
Trying to get
but I said, but I said I know some people may feel a certain way about it, but I'm still gonna push it. I want to see him fight Blair Cobb.
So we got I put it in the chat. I got who does Boot fight next? Anybody you can say whatever you want. And then I said, does he fight Blair Cobb? You know what I'm saying? Should he fight Blair Cobb next? You got you got Bowl and understanding saying, Rashidi Ellis. I don't have no problem with that. Here's another thing. I don't have no problem if Rashidi Ellis and Blair Cobb fought for the chance to get at Boots.
Me neither.
Like, as a fan, that's me. But when I was saying, because it want like this man out of his mouth saying between 147 and 168, and I'm looking and I'm like 160 is wide open. 154, we all can agree that he's not gonna get any of those fighters at 154 that the people been building. But at 160, you swear you that guy. I don't think Janabek. I think Janabek 2 belts are gonna be open. If Danny Garcia Danny Garcia can make this damn fight against Lara, that weight class. I think you could like. I mean, let's. Oh, gee, like, come on. You don't think Boots could get in the ring and have a chance against Lara or Garcia?
You
Or
ain't
even
gonna stop pushing that line. You ain't gonna stop pushing that line. I remember we had that
But
conversation
think
maybe a few weeks back.
at the end of the day, but when you think about that logic, right? Because this is something Boots said when he was asked the question on that other dude's channel interview and shit like that. He said he would consider 160 or 168. He said he could make the weight. You feel what I'm saying? So that's when we had the discussion, and I saw the logic in it because the same logic that's in it for Boots, I was pushing for Errol to do that right after the Terrence Crawford loss. But everybody was saying, why would he do that? He need to rematch. He need to rematch. I said, no, he don't. He gonna get stopped.
But
Like,
my thing is, I wanted to see the rematch because his fans were making like tons of excuses and shit, basically saying
yeah,
he was drunk, he was drugged, and then they blamed everything else, and then they said he was weight drained. So I was like, okay, well, shit, let him run it back.
well, I remember we was on what's the name's, I think it was BMAC or it might have been if it wasn't BMAC, it was It's Boxing to You when we was all on the panel, and I was like, nah, that man need to go up to 160 and just do his thing at 160. It'll take him 2 years, maybe 2.5 years, to become undisputed and lineal, and he could whitewash that loss for Bud and retire. You feel what I'm saying? Undisputed champion, like he always wanted to.
We heard all the excuses at that time. That's before I started rather hopping up on panels. But
The point,
I heard every excuse in the book: high, drunk, the car crashes. He ain't never been the same. He need to retire. I heard it all. But I'm gonna be honest. I never wanted to see that rematch just based on how lopsided it was.
yeah, but at
You know
the
what I mean?
end of the day, if I fell into that logic quickly, because if I applied the same logic to Errol Spence, right, who's just coming off of a bad beating. Jerron Boots Ennis has not come off of any bad beatings. He just had a bad showing, which he still won the fight. At the end of the day, that makes even more sense because you need a young whatever a young talented fighter up there. So then it would kind of justify, in my opinion, if he went that way, moving up to 160. You got two other young legacy names at 160, Mosley Jr. and I forgot the other dude, Jr. But you got two legacy names up there, so why not go up there and do your thing? You feel what I'm
Ben
saying?
talking about Ben. Is Ben at 160?
no, Ben's at
No, he's not junior. But
147. But
oh
here's
shit,
the thing,
my fault.
right? At 160,
I
right?
think it's Eubanks Jr. is at 160.
That's what
Eubanks
I'm thinking
Jr.
about. Yeah, I knew it was the UK. Yeah, okay.
Eubanks Jr. But here's what I'm saying, right? Janabek almost like trying to make that 160 pounds. Bro, he almost killed himself. Like not killed himself, but bro, he had to go to the hospital trying to make 160 pounds.
Yeah, you're right. He almost killed himself.
You feel me? Like, so it like out of nowhere, it went from being a showcase fight for Janabek fighting this guy for two belts to Tevin Farmer and whoever. And like Tevin Farmer had a bigger name than the guy that he fought, and he was the underdog, and that was supposed to be the co-main. So at
You talking?
160, Elisari Lara is knocking motherfuckers out. Carlos Adames did not look impressive. We would like Danny Garcia name just came up when they were saying that still from Philly, like Danny Garcia has a bigger name than Boots, and he ain't gonna fight him. Danny Garcia is going and calling for a catch weight to fight Lara too, because he can't fully make 160.
Yeah, but
You think you're gonna
like
do that? Pop,
like
let
all
me ask you that. I don't disagree with your idea and the reasoning. I feel you definitely. We had the conversation, like I said a few weeks ago. But do you feel that that's the move he gonna make? Would he consider that?
No, that's just me. I hope he's listening, but his
Okay.
like he's complaining about what's going on at 147. Okay,
Right. And he could probably get all the fights he won at 160. Go ahead, speak on it.
that's all I'm saying. There's
yeah.
like Janabek, there's gonna be two belts that are open. One of them is the IBF, which Janabek has, which he's probably gonna end up dropping because he can't keep making the weight. So I ain't saying like 154, you're not gonna get a Xander Zayas. I mean, I mean, like a name you can go try and catch Charles Conwell. You ain't gonna want that. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna get Bud, you're not gonna get Earl, you're not gonna get Zoo, you're not gonna get Pandora. Shit, you be lucky if you got the nigga Bud this far. You ain't gonna get the IBF champion because he gonna be looking to fight somebody who actually known. You ain't fucking known, bro. I'm sorry. For
Not a
people who
Madrimov, not a
fucking
Ortiz.
nah, he ain't gonna get no
Nah,
Ortiz.
nah, he could get Madrimov. I mean, consider he's with Matchroom.
He may could get Madrimov,
Right,
but
he's
like
with
the
yo.
IBF champion.
No. Yo, Combs is. I was looking. Wow, I'm saying something else. Wow, I'm thinking. Never mind. Don't pay no attention to me. I'm looking at
Like
something.
he could get a Madrimov, but like getting that IBF champion, no. Like they're not gonna be like handing that over to you because
What
no. Like who the fuck are you?
what I'm saying? Let me piggyback off of what Pop's saying because I was looking at the rankings and shit like that. At 160, his biggest fight to date would be at 160. It would be Hamza Shiraz, two young bulls. Laura's gonna have a big name because Laura has a name for himself. Adamas, that's still a big fight because he has a name. Then you got your two legacy fights, right? That's Shane Mosley Jr. and Chris Eubank Jr., right? Then the toughest competition you gonna face right there, if Hamza keeps showing what he's showing, is Hamza Shiraz. That fight can be made because Queensbury and Matchroom don't have a problem doing business with each other anymore. So
Right.
just from the bag perspective, just from the money perspective, business wise, right? You're not getting that at 147. It's
I
not
feel it.
it's
It's not available. You're saying.
yeah, because a lot of those fights can be fought in Europe. And if they're fought in Europe and you big up that European name, you feel what I'm saying? You come back to the US, you the man. You've been fighting on nothing but Real cards and big, UK cards that are in Wembley and stadiums like that. So
Don't listen to me, Boots. Like, you know what I'm saying?
yeah, don't listen to us, bro. We don't know what we talking
Don't
about,
listen
man.
over here, nigga. Like we
We
just
just
Fuck that. No.
Nah,
we,
The
nah.
we
fans
just
pay
This
the
is what I'm gonna
bills.
say.
I'm
I'm gonna
I'm
say.
I'm I'm mad. I'm mad at Boots, but here it is. I'm giving you advice. So let me shut my emotional ass up.
like because just
Nah,
saying
I'm
like
gonna go
if
I'm gonna go
like
listen to some Carl Thomas and shit
we
like
all
that.
been wondering like if you haven't if like you've been thinking like okay like Boots passes the eye test, but like what can he do to get some competition so we can be like you can't deny that he's the good. All right.
he gets some competition by stop acting entitled. Go ahead.
Okay, but it seems to be that okay. He's not going across the board when it comes to the champions. if you're not gonna
Right.
go down, the only champion that the only person you can fight, maybe 2 fights, like in the rankings, I'll say the but like outside of champions, you don't fight Conor Ben. That's you're gonna look. That's not a good look. You can maybe get away with fighting Alexis Roach. But if you fight Alexis Roach, you might as well have fought Blair Cobb. We heard Rashidi Ellis, good name. So if you're not gonna fight one out of these 6 guys that we're like people are saying, your best bet is to like you look at 154, you're gonna get there late again, just like you did in 47. Why not jump the curve?
Yeah, yeah.
Jump the curve on a chess move, go to 60, and by the time these guys that's at 54 that are younger and last and ain't gonna be able to stay at 54 for their whole careers, you beat the shit out of them.
Yeah, you know for
Yeah.
sure Fundora gonna be up there soon. He fucking Andre the Giant size, so he gotta move up.
Hey, see, I look at it. I look at it different. I said win all the belts, or at least go for all the belts at 147. Solidify your name as a lineal champion and move up. Because once you establish at 147, move up. You got a stake in the game. You jump 160, it's going to be the same thing all over again. That division is even weaker than the 147 division, in my opinion.
But
So
let me ask you this question, Bo. Who would, in all likelihood, the way Eddie Hearn would put together that card, who would be the B side to Boots at 160? I mean, who would Boots be the B side to at 160?
I mean, I don't know. You know, it's all popularity contest. He has
See what
popularity.
I'm saying? Now you see what I'm saying. So he's going to come up there and kind of be the A side. The A
I'm
side
saying,
is
I
not
say Laura.
really.
I might throw Laura in there, but that's the only questionable one.
Yeah, like Laura will be the only fight people can come out like really off the back and say you're going to be the B side to Laura.
nah, because Laura's already in his 40s, man. I think Laura
But
by the
we're
time.
just talking about name recognition and household name type shit. That's you, so all I'm saying is this: Jerron Boots Ennis going up to 160 is going to be a big deal. Eddie Hearn's going to make it a big deal. The boxing world's going to make it a big deal. You feel what I'm saying? YouTuber content creators are going to all make it a big deal. Guaranteed BMAC do a video on it. Pop going to definitely do a video on it because he's been speaking on the shit since Boots made the comment and shit like that. So at the end of the day, you know, you might even do a little short, 4-minute joint on your understanding and reasoning why he moved up to 160 and whether you agree with it or not.
I'm just saying, like, I would just make my name at 147, then move up.
Yeah,
You
that
have more because think about it. Crawford went through the similar situation. He went to 140, cleaned out 140. He moves up, and they ran the game on him. So he just kept staying busy. You know what I'm saying? He was trying to get, fight these other champions after Jeff Horn. And a lot of these guys were turning the other way and making excuses. So Bud just stayed busy, and fought some of the guys, in there until he was able to get the Spence and Porter.
but at 47, my only pushback to what you're saying is this: if he goes up to 160 and those champions want to do that, he's still young. He's still there's a lot. Half the names that I mentioned don't even have belts, are not even ranked within the top 3. Maybe in one sanctioning body, they're like 3rd or 4th. You feel what I'm saying? The only person that's close is Hamza Shiraz, outside of Eubank Jr. and what's the name's son? Shane Mosley's son. Them niggas is like
in
fourth and fifth and sixth and eighth and ninth and shit like that.
at
You feel me?
160 right now, at 160, Janabek for the IBF had no mandatory. Number one, number two is empty.
Yeah, so he could definitely go up there and pull a Benavidez. I mean, like if there was gonna be that comparison, if I was gonna try to logically try to make that comparison, I would compare the fact that I think he should like Benavidez went up to 175 because that division isn't that deep, but there are a couple of tough fights that are still bringing a big money fight. Like I still believe that if Benavidez fought Anthony Yardy, that's a big money fight, and people going to tune in to see that as a pay-per-view. You feel what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, Boots has that same opportunity, but it's at 160, not at 154. If he goes your route and clears out 47 and everything, by the time he gets up to 54,
Everybody at 60.
yeah, like the toughest competition probably don't went up to 160. You feel what I'm saying? Bud probably been retired by that time. So okay, now you have to finish running your race, and who's the guy you call out now? Because the the uh the thing was that you could have did X, Y, and Z. But if you go to 160, when all of those Xander Zayas and them dudes is too big for 54, they're gonna have to see you at 160. And by that time, you should have at least 3 belts.
Hey, Bo, I don't think any of us necessarily disagree with what you're saying he should do. We're saying if you're not going to try to unify or fight those top contenders that have been named, the Ellis, Blair Cobb, even a Thurman, and there was one other name. If you're not going to do that, then you might as well move up to 160 and stay ahead of the curve because you already bigger dude for 147 and you're young. So yeah, like you said, if you don't unify and just stay fucking around at 147, by the time you move to 154, it's going to be a wasteland. You know what I mean, so to speak, in terms of his earning potential. So I don't think we disagree with you, but he needs to do one or the other. He needs to make his move right now while he's in his prime, and that's my opinion on that.
Yeah, it just seems as though clearing out the division, you know,
Do that. I mean, if he
I
stated
don't,
he want to stay at 147, I would
I
rather
don't
him do that. But I
okay,
also see Pop's point about avoiding 154 because you ain't gonna get what you want there, and you just gonna spend the prime of your career just lingering and not making money and not getting the big fight. So one or the other. That's my opinion.
yeah. So all I was gonna ask was at 47, right? What's Boots? What is Jerome Boots and his $5 million fight?
5 mil, huh?
Yeah,
It'll
so
come at the tail end. It'll become, but if he gets the two others and then try to go undisputed, that's when he's gonna get 5.
that I'm gonna say this: Brian Norman is his $5 million fight if they try to let Boots get the other 3 belts first and then fight Brian Norman for for undisputed.
That makes sense. Maybe he's trying to do it in order. I don't know. I can't look into their minds, but you think that's the biggest name? That's the biggest name right now at 147 that also has a belt. So you maybe might want to save that for last. I could feel that, but don't fuck
Yeah,
around
that's
too long.
basically what is that. That's the statement that his pop said.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
want to see that.
according to Brian Norman
Yeah,
Senior,
according to Brian Norman.
that Bozy was like, nigga, I'm trying to see y'all at the end of this shit so we can make the most money as possible.
I see.
Let's
That
get
does
the
Yeah,
make
belts
I
sense.
off of these other motherfuckers and then do that. But like the thing is, I don't think Boots know what the fuck Bozy got planned.
Huh.
This is where the damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, here's the thing, right? I say this. because this is why I'm saying this about Boot. I'm gonna give you a little insight. Jihad was at 147. It was, they seen that shit was gonna be crazy, and Jihad could fight between a certain amount of weight classes, which all fighters can. So he went to 54 and 47. He seen that he wasn't gonna be able to get nobody with a name or anything like that, or like just being at 54. 60 was wide open. So they took fights at 54 against guys that really wasn't even in the fucking division. They was just trying to make the weight, and some of them didn't even make the weight. He goes to 60. 60's wide open right now. He has a chance to make a name for himself at 160 because just like all the people that AC named, other than them guys, who's there? So you gotta make you sometimes it's business decisions. If you sit around waiting for guys, you don't want to become Boo Boo Andre, Jamel, Dave Benavidez, where you sitting around looking crazy because you're going to
My guy J Rock, I thought J Rock was gonna do so much in this shit, man. It was just
Hey,
like
matter
that.
of fact, I'm glad you mentioned something. So you said Andre. Andre been trying to get fights with multiple people at 154, couldn't get it. He goes to 160, still can't get fights with the guys that are at 160. And then he goes to 168, he gets a shot with David Benavidez, you know what I'm saying, late in his damn career. But he was trying to get fights at 160 against fighters like Triple G. Triple G wouldn't fight him. Munguia wouldn't fight him. Um, Jamal, that shit, he ain't want to fight him. 154. It's like a lot of the same shit. So I mean, you can't really predict. I would just. That's why I was saying if I was Moose, I'll try to get these fights now, get it out the way, then move up,
And
vacate the
not to
belt, move
interrupt,
up.
Ball, not to interrupt, but I gotta drop off. But I'm gonna piggyback on your point. Yeah, nothing is a guarantee in boxing, so take the big fights while they're on the table instead of looking 3-4 years ahead. But I'll tap in with y'all later. Y'all take care. Enjoy the
All
rest of your
right.
weekend.
Oh,
One.
All right, man. Peace.
like I can agree to what you saying, Bo. Um, but some like for me, Andrade, like once he got Canelo fever, I think that's what fucked him up because he wouldn't run his own race.
No. That's not what fucked him up.
Huh?
That's not what fucked him up.
What you don't agree to that?
Now that one was a great move, but this is what fucked him up. Before that, oh
Yeah,
damn.
put me on because I don't know. I always just thought it was
Okay.
that.
Remember when him and Charlo was gonna fight? Him and I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
yeah. When he changed either management team or whatever, and he got with Rock Nation, and Rock Nation said, "What you about to fight him? Like, that deal is trash."
Yeah,
I remember, I remember,
they
I
try
remember
to
Boo Boo.
lowball. They try to lowball.
Yeah, but
Yeah, he
Boo
was
Boo
only
didn't.
champion.
Boo Boo didn't know. Like he didn't know. What was really at stake. So when he got with Rock Nation and they told him like, listen, that deal is trash, blah blah blah. He was fucking with them, so he kind of like pulled out of that fight, and after that, that kind of put like a tag on him.
Oh, like he a bad business dude. He'll pull out and yeah. I remember people constantly saying that about him.
But it was really, some people gotta take the ass whooping. Some people you know, everybody's not gonna get the glory for doing the right thing. When he was like, you know, nah, man, I had a bad management team. They about to put me in a bad deal for this fight, and I'm gonna be taking the shit end of the stick, and Charlo gonna, and we had this, and we the same. Like it's
Yeah,
just
they
that,
was the same at 54.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but it's the thing. The thing was, Andre was the only champion on that card, and he was gonna get paid the least out of
yeah,
everybody
I
on that
remember
card.
that. They were saying it was like, how you the champ and you getting paid less money than the nigga you fight.
And that's when Rock Nation first jumped into the bit, you know, and that's like on like Rock Nation is on hold, like nigga, hold on, nigga, you're not gonna get paid the least out of everybody on the fucking card. This is not gonna happen just because you're not signed with PBC.
Yeah, that's when he first. I think that was his first or second fight after signing to the Zone. Made the big show with AJ and everybody.
So after that, you know, both Charlos are like, oh, I'll never fight, but I'll never fight him. So that with that, and then he was on the Zone, and he fought everybody they threw in front of him,
Yeah, I remember that.
and he couldn't get no Triple G fight. He couldn't get no Charlo fight. Like
No, you mean Canelo? He couldn't get Canelo fight.
he couldn't get no Triple G fight, no Charlo fight. He couldn't get no Canelo fight. I knew he wasn't getting no Canelo fight, even when.
But this it's the thing, right? They offered Canelo $40 million to fight Andre, and Canelo turned it down and decided to take 35 million to go fight somebody else.
Yeah, but now we know why.
But wait,
Because
didn't he turn? Didn't he turn? And I may have my timing a little screwed up, but didn't Canelo turn down um, that fight to fight Triple G? Didn't that
No,
all kind of
no,
happen around the same time? Triple G
no,
won.
no. This was after the. This was after he had the rematch with Triple G. This was after that.
Okay.
Yeah. So what happens? A lot of Canelo fans will tell you the reason why he ain't do undisputed with Andre is because the whole thing with Deryevchenko, and they try to read you part of the article, but they don't finish reading the whole article. What happened was, they offered Canelo. They said you could fight for undisputed, have a unification bout with Demetrius Andre if you let us know by this deadline. If you don't let us know by this deadline, then you will have to fight your mandatory and Deryevchenko. And what happened was they sat, Canelo team sat on the whole situation and waited till after the deadline. And
and then said, "Fuck you! You can't make
yeah,
me do anything I don't want to do," and moved up and wait.
right, pretty much.
And left Boo Boo sitting there waiting, holding the bag. So when that money he talking about, AC, that they offered, right? That's when, after when you saw Boo Boo going in there and invading his press conference.
Yeah.
Why? Because he was like, nigga, we all like, nigga, you was offered this amount to fight me. I wasn't making nowhere near that. But we know now that Canelo don't like fighting movers and shakers. He want motherfuckers to be right in front of him and come forward so he can look great. So if you're moving a shaker, he wants big money to fight you. If he got to chase you, like the way that he whooped on Charlo, I don't think, like, even though like the way that he whooped Charlo, I don't think he liked the way that Charlo was running from him after like that. You know what I'm saying?
And Charlo didn't even come to fight. Like,
Nah,
to
he
me,
did not.
like he talked all that shit prior to them having a press conference. He's making a video, was like undisputed versus undisputed. Next thing you know, they're in a press conference and this motherfucker is quiet as a mouse. And I'm sitting up here, I'm like, oh, what's going on with this dude? I thought he was the main one talking shit. And
That
he ain't
Floyd
say,
Mayweather shit really kicks in, bro. When Floyd said, when the lights get bright, like, are you really ready for that?
But this is what I think, man. The way he was so quiet in those press conferences, and then the way he went into that fight and ain't do anything, to me, it almost seemed like somebody paid his ass to fucking not fight and shit. Because Jamel was kind of aggressive. He ain't show no aggressiveness in this fight whatsoever. He just stood there and made it look like he was doing a sparring match and shit, and then he wasn't even throwing punches.
Well, I'll tell you this. Somebody told me that like that all that shit they doing, that shit is an act, man. Them niggas is fake 730. It's
Yeah,
all
man.
good. It's all good till somebody ain't don't bow down to that damn crazy shit. Then them niggas like them niggas they don't want to be around. They what I'm saying, like, get me out of here, shit like that, or get them out of there, depending on where they at. Or because it proves that, bro. Like, you see what happened, all that crazy shit they was doing. Caleb Plant slaps the shit out of damn Jamal, and he said he deserved it. What the fuck? You feel me? Like, you know what I'm saying? Jamel, like, you were talking that shit years ago before, saying that man was ducking you, but then now it's been years since then, and your brother ain't ready for the fight because the white boy that Canelo already done knocked out, slapped the shit out of you. The fuck you think you gonna do with Canelo? You jump in there, and it was all good. And swing, swing, pop, pop. Then Canelo swung that goddamn hard ass right hand. You was like, oh shit, this is different. Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, it just to me is that fight, man. It just looked almost like it was like staged, man. Like that's how I looked at it. And I think when I look from the PBC side, that's why they put on a match. They're like, yeah, we want to keep milking this cow and shit. That's how I look at it. Cause I'm like, Jamel didn't even try. I mean, at least try. Even if you get knocked out, at least try to fight. He didn't even try.
Yeah,
Listen, your head trainer was trainer of the year. He would have known if you is ready for a Canelo fight. But I did a whole live about Derrick James sacrificing his old stable for the new stable he's gonna build. Because there's no way that, like, when you look at Jamel, Earl, and what they did outside of boxing, he got no control of that. But in the ring, I had a three division. No, what? Yeah, yeah, I had a three belt champ in the welterweight, and an undisputed champ in the damn super welterweight at the same time. My resume looks great, but damn sure he knew Bud and goddamn Canelo was gonna beat the shit out of Charlo. He knew Tank was gonna beat the damn shit out of Frank Martin. But who's he cling to now? He ain't. You won't see Derrick James until Ryan Garcia fight again, and he gonna keep. And he gonna get. And Earl Spence. I want my damn money. I want my damn money, nigga. You know what I'm saying? 10% of 25 million is 2.5, motherfucker. I want my goddamn money. Word. So I'm just saying, bro, like, Derrick James seen that shit. He seen the writing on the wall with them niggas. Them niggas getting old. They ain't like that. They done got goddamn complacent. You got Earl Spence. He can't goddamn. He doing the dumbest shit. Then you got Jamel. What's Jamel doing? Jamel is modeling in a totally different country. Derek ain't even getting a contract with Mel. And then we heard that. Well, I heard through the grapevine that Mel was really fucking with the Spanish nigga that's been over there for the longest time. Really not Derek, but that's a whole nother story. Then when you look at it with Frank, like, if you go watch the Frank Martin Tank Davis fight, when Frank get knocked out and everything after that, right? When you watch Tank go and shake Derek hand, Derek is outside the ring. He don't even get in the ring and take Frank Martin goddamn mouthpiece out.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yo, bro, he don't even take his mouthpiece out, right? And then we hear that, like just conveniently after that, that Frank Martin is parting ways with Derrick James. Of course you is, motherfucker.
Oh, he parted ways with him. I didn't even hear that one.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, that shit was like 2 days later.
Yeah,
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because of the whole Errol Spence situation.
of course, my nigga. Listen, how you gonna fuck with Derrick James in any way, right? When he's suing you for at least 1.5 to 2 million dollars for money you ain't paying for the Bud Crawford fight. He actually suing you for more because he said you ain't been paying him right since the Sean Porter fight. That's that's another thing. So how the fuck when when Frank Martin gets sacrificed the same way Earl got sacrificed to Bud to Tank Davis and like on some real shit, go watch this shit, bro. Just again, Tank go to one side of the ring and he holler at Earl Spence and shake his hand. Then he go to another side of the ring and shake Derek James' hand. Word up.
Damn. Man, my thing with that leading up to that fight anyway, I don't even think Frank Martin knew he was. I don't even think Frank Martin had confidence he was gonna win that fight, man. Cause
Nah, nigga, he just knew he was about to get a big listen.
yeah,
Frank Martin was
it was a
told
business
on
move.
some real shit.
It was a
I was
business
like,
move.
Lil Birdie told me Frank Martin was told not to take that goddamn Shakur fight. Like, listen, you're probably gonna lose both of these fights. Do you want to lose like in a whole long round 12 decision, looking bad against Shakur, trying to chase him, or do you want to fight Tank and get crazy notoriety, get a little bit more money, all types of shit like that. Boom, you're gonna take this Tank fight. It's an in-house fight anyway. Well, you know what I'm saying? Because little did they know that Shakur hand was fucked up, and Frank probably could have goddamn slipped one over on Shakur, but he got like he was look at you about to be sacrificed into this Tank fight. Because now look, Frank Martin said, "What time to move up?" He ain't talking about fighting nobody at 35. He going to 140.
Mm.
All that shit. Come on, man. You gotta pay attention. Like just a little bit of this shit. Should be funny as hell.
And,
Like
and
sacrificial
not to
lamb.
mention, I thought I thought Frank lost to Howard Tunian. I thought Howard Tunian beat Frank. I mean, I know Frank got the knockdown in the 12th round, but Frank was losing that fight. I mean, it was so much so that Derrick James told Frank he need to knock out. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
That man ain't have it. Listen, that man ain't have a chance. But listen, when he was in there fighting, right? When I was watching Derrick James and shit, I'm like, Derrick James is gonna build his next roster off of what he did with Frank Martin, Jermell Charlo, Earl Spence, and now that he has Ryan Garcia. That he took Ryan Garcia from a bullshit artist to what he did to Devin Haney. They're not gonna care about what he took.
I was thinking Derrick James was going to retire as a trainer, spend more time with
Nah,
the
he
family.
look at the resume that he's built when you look at it. Like if you were a parent and you had a fight as a child, Derrick James, was like, I think your child has potential. You would send your child to Derrick James because look at it. What like okay, call out the resume, bro, from the guys he's been with in his stable.
I think I say Earl Spence is a signature fighter. The only reason why I say that is because Earl Spence been there from the beginning. Whereas though
Uh-huh.
Charlo was with,
Ronnie
forgot the
Shields.
Ronnie Shields. So he
And
already
then and but listen, he credits Derrick James to fixing him because Ronnie Shields said he couldn't punch.
nah the thing was with him is Jamel Charlo wouldn't listen. You know what I'm saying? But he did. But
Derrick James was
Derrick
was
James,
able to
Derrick
get him to
James did.
listen.
Derrick James turned Jamel more into a puncher.
Yeah,
But the thing is that there's one thing I wasn't really a favor of Derrick James style. Errol Spence fights exactly like Derrick James, right?
you
And if you
goddamn right, bro. Goddamn right.
My
so
bad.
Holy shit, you goddamn right that Earl Spence fights just like Derrick James.
and there's nothing wrong with bringing the power and shit, right? But the thing is, I think he just got a little too one dimensional. You know what I'm saying? And I think
Definitely.
that was the problem. You know, once Earl Spence fell down, you already know all the chips was gonna fall down right behind it.
But as a fighter and getting your child ready, the man on his resume has a one fighter had the goddamn IBF, WBA, WBC. Another fighter was undisputed. Another fighter, after getting knocked out and stopped by Tank, comes out and beats the shit out of Devin Haney. And then he got Frank Martin all the way up to a Tank Davis fight before he looked pretty good before he got knocked out in the damn 7th, 8th round. So
Luke,
on
man.
his resume, Derrick James don't look bad to take your child to, bro. I'm telling you. And you got Ryan
Luke,
Garcia still on the roster.
Luke Smoke.
What's going on, boo? What's going on, bro?
And
I know you
Bo.
about to start your bullshit. We ain't talking
What's up,
about
Earl?
Tank. We talking about Boots.
No. You seen my comment, man. He protected just like your man is, but we ain't even gonna talk about that, man. You know, witness protection. I mean, you know too well, so that's why you talking about Boots, because you already know the ins and outs of witness protection of fighters, and we ain't even gonna discuss that because Tank is under witness protection. But we gonna say Boots need to fight either Black Hobbs or Norman. What's up with that? Damn, what going on? Y'all
Boots,
here?
Boots ain't gonna come up here and trying to compare every damn thing to what happened with Tank and Shakur, man. We gonna leave that
No,
alone.
no, 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 no. At least Tank got somebody like a rival. I mean, like who Boots got? Like he protected, and he ain't even really got no nemesis or nobody on the other side where we can say, well, I understand a little bit. Who he got?
He got woo bladder flat.
Yeah, yeah, but that's like a one of those villains that they trying to keep out of the news and keep out of the media. Like they don't want that to. You know what I mean, they want to fight
God
a
damn it, we
creative
gonna
villain.
keep it going over here, Boots. Bills, you know we gonna keep it going over here. Cause
And look,
Blair's one of the people over here in the session. We gonna keep it going. You can fight
I would
Blair.
love to see this.
You can fight Blair. You can fight Rashidi Ellis. You can fight Conor Ben. You can fight Alexis Roach.
I'm gonna keep the shit out of both of y'all. Y'all don't get on.
This is the only 4 motherfuckers we gonna allow you to fight and not criticize you outside of champion.
I do
Other
not
than that,
harm
I ain't trying to hear that shit.
him.
I ain't trying to hear that shit. I ain't trying to hear it. I ain't trying to hear it. I
Hey,
tell you what.
I would love to see him fight Blair, because if he get exposed, then that'd be so perfect for Blair. And like, no Blair under Don King, so that'd be like, yeah, that'd be great. I'm on kick. Hold on.
I think this man,
Golden salute, bro.
he's
Right?
a
Yeah.
golden king fight, none of them.
Listen, it ain't. I don't believe it's if Blair exposed him. I look at it when Blair exposes that nigga. I still, since the way he backed down out of that Blair fight, I don't believe he could beat. I don't believe he himself thinks he could beat Blair. You know what I'm
Fighting
saying?
Well, he,
Blair, I'll be real with you. Fighting Blair is no different than fighting Stanionis or Brian Norman Jr. because all three of them gonna keep coming forward and trying to apply pressure. They're not gonna just let you just
Yeah.
sit, dance, and showboat on them.
Hey, my only thing with Blair, and I know y'all had him, y'all had him on the show and stuff. Blair got to get his conditioning up because he's a whole complete different fighter from the beginning of the fight until near the end.
I
Like
mean,
when he fought AB, see how explosive he was when he knocked his ass down. Then Blair got tired and ain't
stop.
doing the same Blair. And then and when Blair lost his fight against Alexis Rocha, he was coming out throwing heat. But in the later rounds, ain't the same fighter. So he definitely got to get his
He
conditioning
needs
up.
to learn. Well, basically, what you're saying, he needs to learn how to pace himself. You know, uh, uh, punch at different speeds. When you have to throw the power, you throw the power. If not, just touch him, touch him, touch him, then hit him with the power shot. You feel what I'm saying? I think he might, if he gets where it'll be good for him. It'll it'll be good for him. He could hire get a really good trainer and shit like that. Somebody from the old school, bring him into his camp and show him all of those old school tricks. Like you don't have to throw every shot with conviction, and that's where he fucked up in the Alexa Rocha fight because I believe he had mentioned it when somebody told him why does he think he lost the fight. He was like, I came out just throwing everything with all kind of power on it in the beginning, and he was like, I'm not gonna lie, I got tired.
Yeah, and then he also even when he beat dude from Texas, I forgot his name. Even though he beat him, he still got tired at the end, and it's like I don't know, like his feet, like he had feet in the beginning of the fight, then his feet ain't there in the later rounds.
Yeah, some would like I would say this with some fighters, you know, they just have to learn. They just have to learn how to pace themselves because uh, when they come out, they do. You don't have to do as much movement as you're doing. You don't have to back out. You could just stay in the pocket and slip the punch. It's less energy to do that than to back out and then have to reset and try to get back in the pocket. You feel what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
Common complaint with Jared Anderson. He does that too much. This is what Andre Ward and Bud Crawford was trying to tell Shakur. So yeah, it's shit like that some fighters can pick up themselves. Some fighters have good trainers and multiple eyes that could see this is what you're doing and then show you how to reserve your energy so you have the stamina and condition to go to 12 rounds. Or maybe he's just not doing enough road work.
No, I just think like if he do get the boots fight, he gonna be a different Blair. He gonna be well conditioned. He gonna be well motivated. Like it's gonna be extra motivation. It's Philly. It's like we finna see we finna take over the city. My people gonna come out. Your people gonna come out. I got people from Mexico coming out. I got people from all over coming out. Vegas, and we gonna see who run the city. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? And it's gonna be extra motivation. You know what I'm saying? Cause I got cousins and aunts and uncles and shit up in here waiting to see. Cause I've been talking about this fight and this dude been dodging me. Him and his daddy talk shit a lot. And you know what I'm saying? The press conference gonna be crazy with him and his daddy. You know what I'm saying? Cause Boots probably ain't gonna say that much. You know what I'm saying? But you
Yep.
gonna see, you gonna see, you gonna see, you gonna see. That's all he gonna say. And
Yep.
Black gonna be digging into his daddy. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to see this shit, man.
Yeah, I know Blair gonna sell the shit out of that fight, bro. Blair gonna make motherfuckers want to see that fight bad as hell.
And
I'm about to.
I don't really see the problem with he already done business. Blair done, all his fights are on damn near the zone or the like. What the fuck is the problem? Like this could be made easily.
You know the
Like,
problem. You know the problem, man. You
what's
got
the
a lot of
goddamn
red
problem?
tape.
What's the goddamn problem?
The witness protection, man.
Oh,
Man,
there
You
go
you,
can't,
the
motherfucker.
OG
You,
Mr. Golden. Mr. Golden, what's going on?
man, y'all need to stop that bullshit. Y'all trying to get Blair.
Oh shit. Oh, I'm gonna let you cook.
Blair,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
all that boots go do to like Bo say. If Blair get tired at the end, he gonna wait his ass, get all the energy out the way, gonna knock his ass up the fuck out.
I don't see it.
Hey,
Huh?
look, man, don't you be talking about Blair like that, man. Blair's one of the Blair's a regular around here. Blair
I,
come around here, Boots
I
talking
like,
that bullshit.
I like Blair.
Blair, a real man. Blair, the real deal. He the
Now
people's champ.
I like Blair. Now Blair, now don't get me wrong. Blair was one of the first one to step to that nigga's face and tell him he'll fight him. Now he ducked Blair now on more than one occasion. Now he ducked him. Now I seen that my own now, but goddamn, y'all trying to get Blair killed.
I mean, how Mr. Golden when all boots fighters, cab drivers and Uber drivers and UPS drivers and motherfuckers that work at Subway like Tank. But we ain't gonna get into that. We gonna keep it on boots.
Yeah, we gonna keep it on Boots. And Blair's a real fighter.
Blair done got the big head since he knocked ABT out. He done knocked ABT out now. I like Blair. Don't get me wrong now. He bring excitement to it now. And the press conference gonna be hell now if they ever fight. But I think Blair do okay until the boost start letting the body shots on nigga ass, man.
Okay, now on some real shit. What about that ass whooping he put on Maurice Hooker when everybody was trying to sell us that Maurice Hooker was something?
But in that fight though, Blair still got tired at the end.
Yeah,
Remember?
got tired. All you gotta do is wait till Blair run out of steam and then tag his ass up. The AB just didn't let his
Okay.
hand when they fought AB.
Okay. What if he don't run out of steam?
Huh?
What if he don't run out of steam?
Then okay, he got a good chance. But it depends on how he fight. You feel what I'm saying? We gonna see. He can't go down no stupid shit and leave us sitting wide open. That's what he can't do.
I mean, what's the stupid shit, Mr. Golden? I mean, like Karan Kukatron was doing a little something. If you watch that fight, like Boots was getting touched up. So if Blair hitting him like that and moving like that, then
But let's just be honest, man. Blair doesn't move like Sugar John. Is
right.
I just want to see. I still want to see Boots skin get tested. That's all I want to see. I want to see how he gonna take some His real.
excuses talking about you haven't done nothing, but I was like, Jerron hasn't done nothing neither, and he got more fights than this man. What the fuck y'all talking about? So basically, I just wanted to hear some details. So whenever we
I
get
got
into
the visuals, Blair. I got the
You don't want
visuals.
to see
I
my
got the
face
visuals.
at all, man.
I got
Oh,
the.
you don't
I
want to
keep
see
them
my
up here.
face.
I keep them up
You
here.
don't want to see
I'm
my
good for
face.
that.
yeah, he looking everywhere but at you.
Yeah,
He
he don't want that
wants to
smoke.
get out of my hands so bad. He's like, please get off my hands.
Hey,
wants
that's his fault.
everybody
Listen,
else to help him.
the
You know?
internet is forever. This can never go away.
Yo, he was looking for his daddy. You see how he keep looking over there? He looking for his daddy. His daddy way back there.
Everybody, help me. You know?
Oh God, he looking around. That's that save me look. Like, hey. Hey.
Save me, look.
Hey, Smoke, what law that, man? Smoke.
Smoke rolling one right now.
Lord is
What's going on?
Lord doing a
What's
whole
going
lot.
on, go?
Not
He
much,
doing a
man.
whole lot right now. He started this nigga. This nigga in his late 50s starting a whole record label. You know what I'm saying? Connected to the Woo. So he's busy right now. Word, this nigga's he making crazy moves. Real talk.
Who him and Inspector Dick?
Nah, he got some youngins that's like right underneath them.
Old Dirty Son and Big
Whole
Pun
label, like,
Son.
bro, they gave him like, bro, he got a whole label like that's just connected. This shit is crazy.
Well, I'm gonna get with him. I got some rappers down here.
I know I'm coming in late, right? I know y'all done hit that topic, man. What
Hold
group
up,
is
I did it. I did a track with a cat on with a couple of cats on a boxing voice and shit.
how y'all see that fight playing out between Boots and Norman?
I
If he
think Norman
fights
gonna
him,
stop.
bro, like, bro, are you gonna fight anybody that really, really wants to fight you, or you just gonna keep calling yourself the boogeyman? Because Blair came up here and said that the same type of damn shit that happened with Brian Norman happened to him. So what the fuck is we talking about when it comes to this shit with Boots, bro? This
Well,
ain't the
Hey,
first
Boots.
time
hey,
this
hey,
shit
hey. So
happened.
you know, Blair probably gonna take the line from Terrence Crawford. Like, you can't be the boogeyman if I'm chasing you.
Oh, Brian Norman already told him that.
Oh, did he?
Brian Norman already told him.
Yeah,
Brian Norman told him, nigga, you ain't a boogeyman, nigga.
but
You know,
when like if like the same thing that like okay, the lawyer said I didn't see the counter offer that you sent me back, blah blah blah. The same offer like Blair said, hey, right after the AB fight, they sent me a damn like they tried to rush me something to try to get me to goddamn get in the ring. My trainer was like, yeah, but I was like, hold on, I'm not being rushed for no Boots in this fight. It's because ain't got no replacement. I'm not a replacement fighter. I'm not doing the Alexis Roach shit again. And you're not just giving me any type of money. So when he tried to send a counter offer back, they instantly just went to David Avanesian.
You know that.
So when they said they sent something to Brian Norman, and the goddamn lawyer said the lawyer told Boots that the motherfucker turned the shit down twice. Like Boots, you don't know what the fuck going on. Maybe you need to get a new lawyer instead of buying that goddamn car you got. Get a new lawyer.
but see, that's the same thing Boyd been saying, that fighters need to be more active into negotiations so they know what the hell going on. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
The fight don't need to be there. Nah, they need to know what's going on. Because if
That's
they
why
don't
they
know
have.
what's going on, that's, they need to come out here and put a false shit up. He didn't know 100%. Sure, he could go out with a blue. Oh, they tried to fight down twice. They tried to fight. The man got unexposed that shit.
That's why they don't like the Turk. They don't like the Turk because it's like fighter oriented. It's like, okay, I already now paid your motherfucking promoter. Now talk to me. What you want? You know what I'm saying? So now they know what the fuck going on. That's why Tank don't want to motherfucking deal with the Turk because he gonna be like, well, what you want? Who you want?
This is
Oh, okay.
this
You
this
know
this
what I'm
this
saying?
title in this show does not have Tank Davis anywhere, Boots.
It don't matter. It got smoke on it. They got smoke on it. And as soon as they smoke or murderers row, I start attacking Tank because that motherfucker need to be attacked because don't nobody say nothing about him but me.
Man,
But
fuck.
anyway, back to Boots.
Think a
We
coward.
gonna we gonna stick on Boots. He ducking like he always do. He got a promoter that is amazing at talking. He a wordsmith and he a double talk like a motherfucker. So I mean, like these boxers know what the fuck going on, man. So they playing with the internet now. So like y'all, we all content creators, and we see how they try to use us as that platform for fandom and to push their own narrative. Oh, motherfucker, you said no twice, nigga. I sent you something twice. Like, okay, you sent me something twice and I ain't respond. What you trying to say? Like, I need
You know,
more bread.
Eddie Hearn got too much money invested in Boots right now. So he's not trying to put Boots in no tough fight right now. There's somebody that really gonna fuck him up and mess up that money. He put him in with Brian Norman right now, and Norman knock his ass out. His money going down the drain.
But the whole thing is to be unified, undisputed. What is you getting in it for, man? Your ass got 38 fights against motherfuckers that work where I work at. Come on, man, quit playing. Like you need to step up your competition and let Blair go in there and expose you. The whole problem is they don't want to be exposed.
Man, listen, he stepped out his competition. That's why he fighting Karen again. That's a step up.
That ain't no damn step up.
That's what. That's what.
Fight
That's
again.
why he fighting that man again.
So, like I said, he might as well go in and go into 160.
Man, listen, that man ain't going to 150. He ain't going nowhere. If he knows, he'd even say Crawford name no more.
That already been talked about. That already been talked about with him and Eddie Hearn. Like, don't say that man name no more. They keep talking about Madrimal. The way Crawford fought Madrimal, like this motherfucker wasn't doing some extracurricular motherfucking ducking and diving and jumping like he was motherfucker doing double dutch and act like Bud and I lost a step, but ain't nobody stepped up to the plate say I want this man. They kill me. Bud, shit, he shouldn't get the motherfucking Canelo fight because of how he did against Maldemar. That should make motherfucking Canelo jump towards this shit. Like, I seen you in your last fight. I want that work now. He know
Why
what time it is with that shit.
Why don't we just fight? Why don't man, who was I gonna say? I'm looking at it. Yeah, why don't Boots just fight Conor Ben?
You know why. You know why. Cause he want to fight somebody that want to be nice and want that kind of fear him. He don't want to fight somebody that don't give a fuck about him. He don't want to fight somebody that's gonna talk shit to his daddy. He don't want to fight somebody that's like ain't gonna respect shit you talking about. You know what I'm saying? He want to fight somebody that's nice.
I was telling my boy them that the other day. I said, Brian Norman is not afraid of Boots. He talking that shit. He gonna step the Boots ass. And see, that's what they don't want. The Boots don't want somebody who he can intimidate, who ain't got no punching power. You feel what I'm saying? And that's what he want. If he getting somebody that gonna crack his ass and hit his ass real and touch that chin, then you gonna find out what he all about. That's what he all about. Like I said, I just want to see if that nigga get clocked one time and see how he handle this shit. If he can't handle it, he need to haul ass. He gonna fold.
I mean, here's the thing. We're not saying that any of these guys, but we are like some of the guys are saying. But they say that any of these guys can just beat Boots. Not saying that, but motherfucker, you definitely need to fight some of these motherfuckers we saying because you've been fighting blown up 140 pounders and a couple of Bill Boots camp co-workers.
Man, they know what it is, man. They gonna move this dude. He gonna be motherfucking 41-0 and ain't fought no motherfucking body. That nigga gonna break records without fighting anybody.
I don't know, man,
Right.
because I mean, we do got those Mexican diets, man. Some of these half of these Mexicans that come over with 40 fights of motherfuckers that you ain't never heard of in your life and shit. And then they touch down in America and finally fight somebody.
Yeah, but when they finally fight somebody, they get a nice check, and then they can, you know what I mean? They you know what I mean? Now it's back in rotation. We're gonna have another 41-0 fighter coming from Mexico. He gonna get a nice check, and we're gonna keep it in rotation. But our American fighters, they should be motherfucking tested, well motherfucking all machines. But we got this motherfucking Floyd Mayweather prototype. Oh, I want to be undefeated. I don't want to test myself. And if I do lose, it's the end of the world. You know what I'm saying? Like when it should be shit. If I lose against a motherfucker that's amazing, then I know where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? And then the motherfuckers that ain't amazing, I'm gonna punish them so I can get my rematch with this motherfucker that's amazing, so I can get my get back.
Yeah, but do you think it's harder for to sell a black fighter compared to a brown or white Mexican fighter or something like that? Because you gotta think who the real consumers of boxing is usually people of Mexican descent. Whereas
I
though
mean,
if a black person loses, it's almost like they gotta try to sell that for some reason to what I'm saying, keep getting a paycheck. Whereas though you get a Mexican fighter, he get about 4 or 5 losses and that motherfucker's still getting paid.
but you gotta think though, like yeah, shut up. Hold on, man.
But when it comes to Mexicans, it is the losses they got, how they get them.
Yeah, I mean they get her. You usually lose to somebody with some actual skills,
But they went in there and they fought, and it
Right.
like if
Right.
they
They
took
fought.
that loss, they fought. You know what I'm saying? And then sometimes some of them guys won fights that they wasn't even supposed to win because they just they had more heart than skill or talent. You know what I'm saying? They outlasted, was in better
Right.
shape and beat somebody. They overachieved.
So check this out. So let's just take example, Frank Martin. Do you think Frank Martin's gonna get paid like he got paid when he fought Tank Davis? Ain't no way.
Not,
I don't care. I don't care
not,
who he fight next. He ain't gonna get
not
that type
right
of money no
now.
more.
Not right now, but see, fighting Tank is a little different. Well, he should have fought Shakur, and then he probably would have went 12, and he would have savaged, his career. But getting knocked out like that by Tank kind of put a damper on things. Like, is he really that good? Do he really got the skill? Because you got knocked the fuck out. But if you would have fought Shakur, it would have been like, oh, it could have went either way. Because you got motherfucking fans gonna be like, it could have went either way, depending on how diehard they is. You know what I'm saying? Because it went 12, but you get your ass knocked out, it's a little different. You know what I mean? That one on your record a little different. You got your ass knocked out. Now it's gonna be like the return of Frank Martin. Like, see what he gonna do after he not got his ass knocked out. Other than going 12 on the decision. You know what I'm saying? But he wanted the bread. I would have took that $500,000 less than getting knocked the fuck out. But okay, that's what he wanted to do. Yeah, he was a cherry pick anyway. But like I was saying, with the black fighters, man, like we are pretty much a great consumer, but it's like, you know how we is, man. Prices, man. Just with shoes, clothes, and everything. It's like, if the shit too high, we like, I don't know, bro. If I can get away with getting this shit for free, why I'm gonna pay $100 for this shit when I can get this shit for free? But see, they ain't promoting this shit to us. They
But
promoting
I
this
think
shit.
too. But this is what I think though. I think everybody would rather get stuff for free. I just think overall, I think our consumerism is pointed towards the NFL, NBA. You know what I'm saying? Sports like that. But when it
It
comes to
is.
like boxing, you know what I'm saying? We ain't got enough of us supporting compared. Like, I'm talking about. I ain't even talking about pay per view. I'm just talking about going to the fights.
Yeah. But it's like how they pushing it though? Like, is they pushing it through the rap culture? Is they pushing it through? I mean, we got garbage rap, so we can't push it through that bullshit. So it's like how back in the day they could push it. Mike Tyson walking out with Tupac. You like, shit, Pop gonna be there, motherfucker. I gotta pay for this shit. I gotta watch this shit. Oh, I gotta be there. You know what I'm saying? You can't push it with our rap culture now because it's garbage. It's shoot 'em up, bang bang. We don't even understand what the lyrics is, and we trying to keep our kids from listening to this bullshit because that ain't what we grew up on. You know what I'm saying? So there ain't no. I mean, what lane can they get in to promote it to us to make us the one to come to the fight, other than us being a celebrity just to show our face? You know what I'm saying? Like, what other lane can they get in? Maybe these boxers need to start hanging with football players and basketball players to, you know what I'm saying, to push that narrative that nigga, this all one thing. Like we all in this shit together. Like we all came from nothing. You shooting ball, I'm motherfucking boxing. They're gonna have to push it some kind of way. They can't push it through the music no more. You know what I'm saying? Like,
No, I mean I agree. I just think, you know, like we don't need hip hop to bring the fans out. You know what I'm saying? If you like a fighter,
no,
you
I'm
like a
just
fighter.
saying though, that's what it was back in the day though. Back in the day, like a lot of our favorite artists was at the fight. Like when we was like, damn, motherfucking Pop was there, motherfucking Snoop there, motherfucking Suge Knight, motherfucking Diddy over there on this side. It was like pushing that big in this motherfucker. It was like, oh, we don't know what the fuck gonna happen. It was like musically, you know what I'm saying? That type of shit. But now it's like, what lane is we promoting this shit through now? Like, I mean, we the older generation. It's like, yeah, they trying to push it to our kids, but shit, we trying to keep this shit alive. And shit, Logan Paul and them motherfuckers getting paid because they on the internet and YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
but
it's
but but
like
at the same time, I just think overall, like, so, you know, we gotta come out and support us more. Because one thing I will say, a lot of Mexican fans, they could get delusional. You know what I'm saying? The one thing, like for us black folks, right? The one thing that we, you know, we real about, and it could be a positive, could also be a negative. Because we real about like certain fighters, other black fighters, like, man, that motherfucker's overhyped. That motherfucker ain't, man, they hyping
right,
this dude up. And we real about that, but at the same time, everybody else hearing us saying the same shit about some of these overhyped fighters, and guess what? They gonna jump on that too. Like, that motherfucker
right,
trash, man. But you would
right,
never, we would never say. I mean, I ain't saying like us as a group, but I'm just saying some of us would never say some of these Mexican fighters are overhyped without getting pushback. We'll say a Mexican fighter, like, you know, somebody's overhyped, and these Mexicans will come out of nowhere like, no, man, you just fucking hating, man. You just fucking hate. You know what I'm saying? Like, they quick to defend and shit. You know what I'm saying? Even though
right.
they might know deep down inside that motherfucker is overhyped.
I mean, that's like a Dallas Cowboy fan. Like, so we need to get in that kind of lane. You know what I'm saying? We need to get in that kind of lane. I was like a Buffalo Bill fan. Like, this shit real as far as football. Like, motherfuckers will sit here and argue with you for 3 hours about their fucking team. We are going to the bowl, regardless of what the fuck a motherfucker think. But we don't look at it like that with a fighter. You know what I'm saying? So maybe they need to align themselves with certain motherfuckers to get to that. I mean, how is Tank and Canelo and certain other fighters the face of boxing without us? You know what I'm saying? You know, Canelo got his Mexican. Or I mean, Tank got his what? What Tank got?
You got to take it,
They
but hey,
need to
but I tell
Got
you
the
what
East
though,
Coast, man. He got the
I
East Coast.
I tell you what though, like, Tank moving exactly like Canelo, right? So when Tank, like, so when Canelo does what he does with all this ducking shit going on, right? Canelo fans ain't gonna let you tear him down.
right.
But you know, but when Tank does the ducking and shit, Canelo fans will be right along with you tearing Tank ass down. You know what I'm saying? So I'm
But
just saying.
tearing Tank down is like far and wide though. Like everybody can say something about Tank, but that shit go away. Tank got like a cloak. You know what I'm saying? We can talk shit about Tank all we want, but soon as Leonard Ellerby go on there on the internet and be like, "He the face of boxing," everybody like, "Yeah, Tank is down the face of boxing." So we need to bottle that magic and goddamn sprinkle that shit on some of these other fighters so we can push that shit. And that's
Why
the
you hating?
machine.
Why you hating?
You know how I do. You know how I do. I like Tank. We need to bottle some of that shit Tank got. You know.
D Free was good, bro.
Ain't nothing listening to y'all.
You
So
breaking up there.
yeah, breaking a little bit.
Oh no. No, I'm sitting here listening to y'all.
So who do Boots fight next?
Who Boots should fight next?
Yeah.
I think he should fight Brian Norman. He needs that fight.
Okay, another question.
think-
Who is he fighting next? Yeah, that's what we think he should fight. But who is he fighting next?
Well, he's fighting Corinne, right?
No, he's not.
He's not fighting Karen? I thought he was fighting Karen.
That's who Eddie Hearn wants him to next. But he's not fighting any.
That's his mandatory.
It's number one contender. It ain't his mandatory yet.
No, they
I thought they mandated it.
No, they already talking about purse bids and everything.
No, what I'm saying is they haven't ordered fight. He's the number one contender to be the mandatory. They have ordered the fight. But he's in line to be the mandatory. That's who Eddie Hearn wants him to face. That's why Eddie Hearn's out here playing games with Brian Norman and talking about they turned down the fight or whatever. And they really, all they did was gave him an offer. But I think he needs to fight Brian Norman next because that's what he wants. He said he wants to be undisputed. There's no reason for him being at 47 and fighting the champions. The other two champions already ducked him, so Brian Norman is willing to get in the ring with him. He needs to tell Eddie Hearn, hey, I signed with you because you said you were going to give me these big fights. This is one of the fights that I need because he wants to fight me, and he got one of the belts I want.
Yeah, but if you under witness protection and you used to that protection, you ain't gonna go to your promoter and tell him to do such a thing.
I don't know about him being under witness protection or ever being under protection.
Huh?
I don't know about him under witness protection or ever under witness protection.
Oh, okay. You don't believe that Boots have been coddled and carried along and precise trying to see who he can fight and a certain style. Like he jumped at the gun to fight Villa.
I think
mean,
he's been carried along. I think he's been carried along to build up his name the same way every fighter does when they first get into the game until a certain point where he needs until he gets to a certain point where he needs to fight somebody who has a name.
Right. That's like that's like 15 fights in, not 32.
I mean,
right?
That man is what everybody said was he never fight he hasn't fought anybody. He ain't nobody right now. He don't deserve these fights. So you can't say that he don't deserve these fights. He hasn't fought anybody and then say, hey, this man hasn't fought nobody. He's been caught. Well,
hey,
the man said he wants those
why,
fights.
Who they say he didn't deserve to fight?
Yeah, I was gonna say who said he didn't deserve a fight?
Who they say he didn't?
There's a lot of people that said he didn't deserve the Jerron Boots. I mean the Bud Crawford fight. He didn't deserve the EJ fight. There's a lot of people that said that. I'm not saying y'all did. There's a lot of people that said that.
All right, so this is my question, right?
Them too.
This is my question though. He was offered the Bud Crawford fight. Why didn't he take it?
By who?
With the whole Prime situation.
Yeah, that wasn't an offer that was on the table.
Why wasn't it?
Because
even Bozy said it was an offer.
And listen,
Espinosa said it too.
Listen. Prime does not have a contract with Bud Crawford. They don't have a contract with Bud Crawford. So what Prime wanted was Jerron Boots Ennis to get a one-fight deal with them. How can you offer him a one-fight deal and guarantee him a fight with somebody who is not signed to you? And what they said was, well, if you want to do a deal with us, you got to talk to Steven Espinoza. So they contacted Steven Espinoza. And Steven Espinoza.
Hold on. Why do they have to contact Steve Espinoza?
Because he had a contract with Showtime. He was signed to Showtime.
No, they said it was a handshake.
Yeah, it was a handshake, exactly. Even that's why they after the last year, what they did, they just said fuck it because they thought they was going to All right, go ahead. My bad.
Listen, whether it was a handshake or it was paper, if you are in an agreement of a contract, it's binding. They already admitted that they were in a contract with Showtime, whether it was on paper, whether it was on paper or it was a handshake. Earl Spence and James and Dirk James had a handshake contract, but it's a contract. It's still binding in the court of law. It's still binding.
Hold on, D3. If this ain't no fair ride where you get a sticker and say, yeah, we together. I've been inside this. No, this is not. No, you can shake hands and say, yeah, we're going to do this deal, but that's not binded by law. You need paperwork.
No,
if millions on the line, you need paperwork.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
You don't?
No, you don't.
So it's hearsay then.
If you
so they can get me off hearsay?
Hey, D3, I gotta ask you a question, man. I gotta ask you a question, D3. Have you ever done contracts before?
Yes, I have. I'm actually head of my human resources right now.
Okay, all right, cool. And you mean to tell me, with your head of human resources, I don't know what company you work for, but that's not my business anyway. You mean to tell me y'all do deals without contracts, just verbal agreements?
I didn't say we do deals. You can do deals without being a signed contract. That still can be you have a verbal contract, you have a written contract. They're both contracts that are binding. They're both contracts. You can have a verbal contract. You can have a contract. Have you ever heard of verbal contract? Have you? Heard of verbal contract?
All right.
Well,
so what's a verbal contract to you? Because I just want to make sure I get.
Have you ever heard of a verbal contract?
I want to understand.
No, I haven't.
Because I want to see what his definition of verbal contract is. So let me know the verbal contract.
A verbal contract is when both of y'all have an agreement, y'all come to an agreement, and that's y'all agreement. And whatever it might be, y'all verbally agreed. Like, okay, I'll give you an example.
So like a phone call conversation?
Like I said, I'll give you an example. I hired you to do my roof on my house. I said I want a type of roof on my house, some amount of time to get it done. We don't sign paperwork, but it's a verbal contract. If you don't complete my roof, I don't have to put the amount of money we agreed that I was going to. You didn't complete my roof. You can say, hey, we had an agreement for a contract to do roof. He decided to bring somebody else in because the agreement was for a certain amount of time. You didn't finish my certain amount of time, so I ended up in another contracting company. That's a verbal agreement.
Okay, so basically, I'm glad you said that because I need to call my old lady right now, and we need to motherfucking settle this shit because these verbal agreements that I'm backed up right now, and this shit supposed to been happening. We had a verbal agreement way long before we got married, and this shit ain't happening. Basically, that's what you're saying. I need to handle this right now. So basically, this verbal, I'm gonna tell her right now, this is a verbal agreement, and you reneging.
Why do you think Dirk James sued Earl Spence? He had a verbal contract.
Yeah, but that was he did a job though. He did a job.
Yes.
Stephen Espinosa didn't do a job before the fight. He said, call Stephen Espinosa.
Y'all said he said it was a handshake or whatever. I don't know if that's what he said. I take your word for it. I didn't hear him say that, but I take your word for it. That's what I'm saying. What other network have you seen Jerome Boots in this fight on?
He said he lawyer to Showtime.
Okay.
And he said he ain't got no.
What did he tell Bud Crawford? Well, BLK Prime when they try to do a deal for him and Bud. What did he say?
We loyal to Showtime. We don't have an agreement. We don't have a deal with Showtime, but we loyal to Showtime.
What did he say? He said I have to get Stephen Espinosa because we have a deal with Showtime. Is what he said. We have a deal.
So he said we loyal. He didn't say nothing about no deal. He said we loyal.
He said loyal to Showtime. But my thing is you cannot take somebody to court off a verbal agreement
Yes, you
unless
can. Yes, you can.
okay, but no, you said
Go
you
ahead.
said if you that's why I asked you for your example. Now, it's one way you could probably is if that shit was recorded. If that
Nah,
shit was
and I'll tell you why.
No, it doesn't. No,
No,
I
speak on
listen.
this. I could give him the
I've
example
been in the
because
court
it's a
system
certain
plenty of
word.
times.
Hold on, D. Let me just basically, me and you have a verbal agreement for me to show up at your house as a chef and cook dinner for you, right? I show up with my cooking equipment. I called the cab and everything. Called the Uber or rented a truck, brought everything there, and then you say no, I'm not paying you, and then you say sue me because all we had was a verbal agreement. There's a word that the lawyer is going to use, and I'm speaking from personal experience. There's a word that the lawyer is going to use, and that word is causality. What causes? What? Hold on. Let me. What causes an individual to do X, Y, and Z if they didn't have the mindset that this thing was going to happen? That is causality. If you can't prove that the causality doesn't lean in your favor, that there was no cause
Okay.
to rent a truck and get the truck and put cooking equipment in it and show up at your door at a specific time, and shit like that, then okay, you say I'm a nutcase. I was trying to strong. You feel what I'm saying? But
AC, check this out. Hold on for a second. AC. Now, what you're saying, right, is that you want to provide a service.
You did the job.
You did
You
the
did the
job
job,
already.
right? You did the job. That's the whole thing. Espinosa ain't do no job.
No, what I'm saying is I could do the job or not do the job. You could just, because we had a verbal
When to do the
agreement.
job.
Hold on, I pull up with the truck, and then you just telling me you just telling me right then and there, yo, everything fell apart and shit like that. But I'm suing you not for the cost of the job, but the cost of the rental and all the things that I rented or paid for to get or prepared to do the job that I never got to do because you never gave me a reasonable explanation of why the thing didn't go through. That still falls under causality.
AC. Yeah, we understand that, but we saying you going to do the job. Espinosa wasn't doing shit. It
Yes,
was
he
no
was.
job done.
He was providing the platform for drawing
Not
to
only
fight
that,
on. Yes, he
not
was.
only that. Check this out. Normally, if everything was verbal, usually people want a down payment, non-refundable or whatever the case is before somebody come out. Ain't nobody gonna just say,
Come
"Oh,
on,
you
Bo.
coming?" Yes.
Yeah,
You come.
yeah, I'm not disagreeing to that.
All right.
I'm not disagreeing to that, but
That's what
basically,
we saying.
in the case of Stephen Espinoza, he was supposed to be the the guy
Liaison.
on behalf and the interest of Showtime.
He was
So
the liaison for motherfucking Booth Ennis. So
yeah,
basically, it wasn't no contract. It was just, oh, I know somebody in the business. You holler at him so we can make sure y'all paperwork right and all this shit. That's all it was. It was like my homeboy. He do business paperwork, so I need you to holler at him. That's it. It wasn't
Well,
no
like I said,
contract.
regardless of whatever the deal was, like I said, they told him to talk to Stephen Espinoza, and BOK Prime couldn't give him a guarantee that the fight was going to happen between him and Bud because they didn't have Bud under contract. Bud signed him for one fight deal with David Avenesian.
Bud came back. That's
what fight?
That's what sparked it because Bud came back to Homeboy and he said, "Listen, what fight could your peoples make since after the Avenesian fight?" He said, "Yo, we could get you the Booth fight. I got a connection. I can get Bozy on the phone. I can get Bozy and his people on the phone, and we could make this fight. This fight can happen." So Bud said, "Boom, make it happen." After that,
when this happened,
This
This
was Zab trying to communicate to get this verbal agreement that you
this was
trying to act like
this was after
it's the same thing.
this was after the Avanesian fight, because that's both homeboy on his channel did a whole live on it, and everything he said coincide with what Steven Espinoza was saying and shit that Bozy was saying.
And
Like
once again, where was Bud signed to BLK Prime?
He didn't have to be signed. They were trying to get both of them to fight on BLK Prime.
No, listen what I'm saying.
was
Listen what
willing
I'm
to
saying.
sign with BLK Prime for that second. Listen, he was not signed for the initial phone call. When they started all the initial conversation, Bud was not signed to him. Bud was like, yo, listen, y'all make the fight, I'll sign all the paperwork. He was telling them, I'll re-sign with you on a contingency that you bring me Jerron Boots Ennis. So he was.
And when was Boots signed with Showtime? I mean, everybody always throw that Bud wasn't signed with BLK Prime. Boots wasn't signed with Showtime.
They wasn't fighting on Showtime.
That was a verbal agreement that Bud had with BLK Prime. Just saying, as the verbal agreement that was a verbal agreement that Bud
regardless of the fact, whatever happened with the BLK Prime or not, any of that. The man became that man's mandatory. He said, "I want that Bud fight." Bud said, "I have no intentions on fighting him," and he dropped his belt.
When he become the mandatory?
When he became the interim, the IBF interim champion, they said that was the mandatory fight. He became the IBF to fight him or drop the belt. And
he became the IBF mandatory. He became the IBF mandatory to the winner of the Errol Spence versus Bud fight, because
he accidentally became Bud mandatory. Okay, he accidentally became Bud mandatory because he could have went the WBO.
Yeah, he jumped out.
It was the IBF.
At the end of the.
There's an article that came out back in 22 where they criticized Boots when he jumped out the IBF rankings to go fight out the WBO rankings to go fight Castillo Clayton. That was an eliminator when he fought Castillo Clayton. And it was like Boots was complaining about nobody fighting him. Why did he jump out the WBO rankings when he's right there to fight Bud, and then he wants to go fight Castillo Clayton? Later on that year, they offered Boots a fight, and Boots, they want to be loyal to Showtime. Then last year, after the Errol Spencer and Bud Crawford fight, Bud Crawford was bounded by a rematch clause. So he ended up getting stripped anyway. It was nothing Bud could do about that.
There was something Bud could have did about that.
If you want a rematch clause, what can you do?
Did the rematch happen?
Because Spence dragged it out to the end of the year.
So the rematch never happened.
When did Boots got the belt in like fall of last year? But the rematch clause expired the end of last year.
So the rematch never happened.
Yeah, it didn't happen. But that wasn't Bud's fault.
What Bud said to the IBF was, "I have no intentions on fighting Jerron Boots Ennis."
Where you see that at?
He said it.
Where? Where was it? Where did you see that at? Because
he didn't say it to the IBF. I think he said it to an interviewer, because basically the IBF told him in the letter that what they wanted was to start negotiations. Now, the part that everybody misses is who's Bud manager, who's the guy that tends to handle a lot. Brian Bomack. You feel what I'm saying? So Brian Bomack was overseas with Chris Eubank Jr., which then he got arrested on his way back. Remember, all of that was going on, and the clock was still ticking for Bud to give a response back to the IBF after they informed him that you have to start negotiating with him within a certain amount of time. I think they said 90 days. And within that 90 days of him having to start the negotiations, if you listen to the letter specifically, they didn't ask him to set up a fight. They just said start up negotiations.
You
Hold
feel?
on, AC. Hold on, AC. D free. So you feel like Bud ducking boots or something?
I never said Bud Duck Boots.
I'm
I
just
said
asking. I'm just asking. I mean, I just want to know, because it's like it's a little heated. Little, you know what I mean? It seems like you a Boots fan or something. I just
no.
want to know.
Actually, no. I just hear a lot of people say he hasn't done anything, and then when he try to fight certain fighters, people say he doesn't deserve that fight.
But he didn't
Well,
try. He didn't try to fight Bud. That's what I'm trying to
No,
say.
I
yeah,
said
that's
what.
where we
No,
at.
like I said, he tried to fight more people than just Bud and Earl. He tried to fight Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman didn't want it. He acted like he didn't know who Jerome Boots Ennis was. He tried to
Okay, but Keith Thurman also.
he tried to fight Sean Porter. Sean Porter said, "I'm not fighting him." And Danny Garcia said, "No, I would never fight him. We from the same city. I would
But
never
hold on,
fight him."
Sean Porter retired after the Bud fight. So how would Sean Porter fight Boots?
No, this was before Sean even got the Bud fight. This was before Sean got the Bud fight.
Yeah,
They had
this is when.
They asked Sean, "Would you fight Jerome Boots Ennis?" He said, "No, keep him far away from
And
me."
that was
before.
he said that jokingly. That's the context because I think he had just knocked out Castile Clayton. You feel what I'm saying? He just knocked out Castile Clayton, and then that same night they had Keith Thurman, Sean Porter, and I forgot. I think it was just them two. And Keith Thurman was like, no. I ain't never fighting that dude. That dude's a problem. Oh, no. And then Sean Porter looked and he was like, they asked Sean Porter, would you get in the ring with him? He was like, nah, I wouldn't get. Nah, I'm not getting in the ring with that dude.
But Porter was already retired at the time.
Yeah, but only one of those dudes fought Bud, and that was Porter. And motherfucker Garcia, he gonna take off running. Motherfucking, we don't know what the fuck up with Keith Thurman. Like he'll get in training camp and motherfucking dislocate his pinky toe and be like, "Oh, let me take a picture on the internet." You know what I'm saying? Let me take a picture on the internet. Like everybody that got hurt during sparring or some shit, ain't nobody took a picture or been on the internet to show everybody what the fuck their injury is, but Keith Thurman.
Here's the reality. Though. Manny Pacquiao asked for $40 million to fight Bud before Bud even comes up to 147. Right? Keith Thurman act like he didn't even know who Terrence Crawford was. Bud Crawford approaches Errol Spence and he tells him what he tells him. Y'all told me when I first got up here to get a belt, so I got a belt. When I got my belt, Keith Thurman, he went over there, you went over there. So, the same thing that they told that Cale Brook and other dudes told Errol Spence. You got to get a belt first. Cale Brook goes up to fight Triple G, gets his ass whipped, comes back down, thinking, okay, I got this young buck that still want to fight me. This may be my chance to redeem myself off that Triple G loss. So he fights Errol Spence, loses his belt. All right, this is how Errol Spence gets his belt. So at the end of the day, these guys, Keith Thurman, Cale Brook, and some of these other champions that y'all trying to say were told Boots Ennis this, they told Bud Crawford this, they told Errol Spence this. Like, it's not like we're hearing this for the first time.
I will say in the case with the Cale Brook Errol Spence situation, Cale Brook was trying to get. I mean, he just came off a brutal loss to Triple G, had to get surgery, and he was trying to get an extension before he fight Errol Spence, and they wouldn't let Cale Brook do it.
Okay,
So,
yeah, I forgot about that part. Yeah, you're right. But basically, what I'm saying is you remember this. We all remember this when Errol Spence was begging to get a belt, when he would finish guys and do the little belt thing, like, yeah, I want that strap. All of the champions was telling him to get a belt. They were telling him to get a belt. So then when Errol Spence gets his belt, he then tells Bud, get a belt. You feel what I'm saying? And dude's just like, no, he never said that. Yes, he did. He said it on he said it on Stephen A. Smith. If he get that strap, because he wanted the Jeff Horn fight, which brings me to the point that I made before. When Jeff Horn presses his shot or whatever puts him in the politics of getting the Manny Pacquiao fight with 14 fights in. My thing is this: to anybody who wants to defend Jerome Boots Ennis,
You feel what I'm saying? Why didn't you do the same thing? You coming from the Ennis background, Philly boxing, the legend of Philly boxing. You're part of the Ennis family. You're the young protege. You feel what I'm saying? You punching a nigga, spin around, do a 360 punch, and catch him with another hook type nigga. You feel what I'm
No,
saying? What did Jeff Horn have?
the problem with that is Jerron Bucenis couldn't go get a belt if the two guys had the belt, didn't want to fight him.
Okay. Well, I ain't gonna say they ain't want to fight him,
When Keith
but
Thurman,
it
when
was
Keith
No,
Thurman,
I ain't saying that they didn't want to fight him because they was dunking him. They was looking to become undisputed. They was looking
okay,
at an
so
undisputed
my
fight.
point is this: Keith Thurman.
you say that D Free, but a lot of these motherfuckers say that like these dudes was ducking Boots, and
Yeah,
Boots this amazing motherfucking protege, and he got damn a world beater, but he couldn't even knock out Karan, and then and he couldn't cut off the ring. But at the end of the day, we gonna motherfucker put a nail in this coffin. Boots need to fight somebody of relevant that's relevant, and Brian Norman, shit, even motherfucking Bladder Flair should fit
he's
the
not
bill.
going to do it. He has a proven track record of every time he faces an opponent that's a 50-50 fight on paper, there's some weird, goofy shit, and the fight never happens. And then all the Boots fans come out, start defending that shit. He has a track record of it. Every time he's faced a 50-50 fighter that or is questioned about making a fight with a 50-50 fighter, somehow or another, the other guy ducks Jerron Boots in this.
What fight that he was about to make that was a 50-50 fight?
I said every time he's pressed. I didn't say he makes the fights. He don't make the fights. That's why.
What fight was he about to make that was a 50-50 fight? Or that he could have made that was a 50-50 fight?
He could have made on paper. What I'm saying is on paper. He could have made.
I'm saying on paper.
He could have made the Conor Ben. He could have made the Conor Ben fight. He could have made the Blair Cobb fight when that was first popping off. You feel what I'm saying? He could have made the Stanionis fight. He could have made the Virgil Ortiz fight. Now I get it where Virgil Ortiz there was some struggles and shit and things like that, but I'm gonna remove him and just say with the Stanionis, because Stanionis said when everything was frozen up at 47, he had made the comment after one of his last after one of his fights, he was like, look, here's the thing. It's me, Virgil, and Boots right now. You feel what I'm saying? We're the up and comings. I'm paraphrasing, but he was basically saying that instead of sitting around waiting for one of them to figure out what they're gonna do between Errol and Bud, why don't we fight each other?
And here's the thing too: the two guys that was calling Boots out, Boots act like he's too entitled to fight them. Like Conor Ben called him out and Blair Flair. And even if he said,
Hold on, Bo. They don't know Conor Ben in South Philly.
Yep. So you can't make that argument, bro. Don't
No,
nobody.
You
but
put
I'm
Conor
just
Ben
saying,
in there.
All I know is from the reports, Boots just tried to fight Stanionis, and they didn't want it. When it
And
came
Stanionis came out and said you lying. Stanionis just dropped a video like the other day, and I was speaking about it earlier, telling Boots, you're a fucking liar, bro. We contacted you. We've been trying to contact you ever since.
if they want to fight, that fight should happen. I want him to fight those guys.
It's a lie. It's a lie on both sides. It's a lie on both sides because they just lowballing Stanionis, and Stanionis try to act like they ain't contact him. Then he double talked and said, well, they did contact him. So pretty much it's a lowball offer.
Stanionis said they got a lowball offer, and he tried to counter. When he tried to counter, he said Stanionis was saying that, and I didn't see the whole video, so I didn't hear. I just heard like the main thing. He was like, no, they sent a low offer, and we was trying to contact them for a counter because we want that fight. And he said they won't pick up the phone, they won't answer our emails, they won't do nothing, but they keep running around here saying that we ducked.
Hey, at the end of the day, I already see how this shit gonna play out. They're gonna act like everybody motherfucking didn't want to accept the offer, so he just gonna fight Karen Kukatron again. So these niggas ducking me, so I gotta fight my motherfucking mandatory.
I don't want to see that shit.
Brian Norman. So their lawyers got back to him and basically said that I
There
guess
go
have y'all
Blue.
already clicked
There
on
go
that?
Blue. What's up, Blue?
What's good with you, my guy?
He
What's
just
up,
come
fella?
in. He just come in, motherfucking taking shots. Go ahead, man.
Yeah,
Salute
yeah.
everybody. So Blue
Hey,
just
son,
come
I'm
in,
just saying
goddamn.
what's good. You know what I'm saying? What's good, everybody? Shit, you know what I'm
Hold on.
saying? Number love. But shit. Anyways, so yeah, Brian Norman, I guess the attorneys reached he contacted the attorneys, and the attorney said that they missed his motherfucking counter. So it's like, come on, bro. How the fuck you gonna miss his
Yeah,
counter like that?
I know. Eddie Hearn is definitely mentioning Kern. He definitely mentioning
Yeah.
Kern. I don't want to see that shit. I want to see the Brian Norman fight. That's the
Yeah,
fight that I want. I don't
hold
want to see
on,
no
hold
Kern.
on. I think it's still in the works because they basically, to make a long story short, they basically said, "Oh my bad, we missed it." So I think they still contemplating and trying to make it happen right now because the lawyer said, my bad, I missed it." You see
Yeah,
what I'm saying? So
niggas
I
got
think they're working
receipts.
on it right now.
Niggas got receipts. Just like Stanionis got receipts, because Stanionis is like, yo, if y'all want the receipts, he acting like he got receipts. Like, yo, it's them niggas. We ain't ducking. I'm not ducking.
Hey, at the end of the day, that's how y'all need to realize y'all boxing content creator how much power y'all got. These motherfuckers is hitting the internet and listening and y'all like, oh, we can't do this. So they can't fight Kukatron because of the content that's being put out. You know what I'm saying? And they listening. They got their ear to the motherfucking street on what the fuck going on. And that's why I love this motherfucking YouTube shit because these motherfuckers listening. They know. Like we gonna have to motherfucking really go ahead and make this motherfucking fight. Cause if we don't, we can't sell them no bullshit no more, no PBC type bullshit and control the narrative. Like, oh, ain't nobody trying to fight us. You know what I mean? So now they got a motherfucking fight. So
See, that's
and with
that's
Turk being in the shit,
that's the exact reason why I don't buy no fights I don't want to see. And everybody be like, "Oh, D3, you got to buy these fights." No, the fuck I don't. If that's not a fight that I was asking for, I'm not buying that shit. I don't want to see no
D
trash ass fight.
D3, you bought the Floyd fight last night, then.
No, the fuck I didn't. I didn't buy that shit. Dog, I swear to God, I streamed it because I saw this shit come across my timeline. They said Floyd about to do a ring walk. I said, let me stream this shit, see what this shit is about. Dog, that was I am so glad I didn't spend no money. I haven't watched none of Floyd's exhibitions, but I streamed that one last night. Dog, I'm so glad I didn't pay for that shit. That shit was horrible.
Yeah,
I don't understand how people watch that shit. That shit is horrible.
yo, I got like 4 rounds in, and I was like, yeah, I'm kind of done with this shit right now.
No, when the nigga Floyd made the referee leave and they brought in a new ref, I said, I'm done. I'm done. I don't want to see no more. I'm done.
That shit went downhill from there, man.
I was done after that.
They did some shit like that.
No,
Yeah,
he made the referee
I just remember one, like the ref just stopping him for weird reasons and kept on talking to him. Like
No,
he did it a couple of times in the second round, then he did it in the fourth round, and then he just stopped the fight because they was like, I think after the first round, they didn't even know when the round was over. I was like, yo.
The nigga, he stopped Floyd. He said Floyd hit him behind the head. Floyd was like, no, I didn't hit him behind the head. I caught him with a hook. And he kept saying so that they had to break. And Floyd was like, man, get out of here. Get out of here. Leave.
Yeah, but you know
next
what?
thing I know, he stepped out the ring. Another referee stepped in the ring. I was like, man, I'm done. I don't want to see no more. I'm done.
I think that shit was on stage for some type of entertainment anyway, because I never seen a boxer kick the referee out the ring and shit, you know?
No, I was done after that. I said, I don't want to see no more. I turned that shit off. I don't want to see no more.
Yeah, that shit was a sideshow. Yeah, it was.
Yo, I don't know, bro.
No, but I mean, Pop heard me say this before, but I said all the time on my channel, we be talking about these fights coming up. I'm like, man, that shit trash. They're like, you gonna buy it? Fuck no, I'm not buying it. No, I sit home and watch the replay on YouTube if it's a fight that I want to hear anything about. but I'm not paying for that. I don't pay for fights that I don't want to see. I don't do
I
it.
will say this, man. If there's one referee I think deserved to really get kicked out the ring, was probably that referee from yesterday, because I seen this referee other fights, and he be doing a horrible job, man. Like he mainly ref shit like overseas a lot, especially like in the Middle East and where, like he be doing like a horrible job, bro.
No, I mean I understand that certain referees need to be kicked out of the ring, but I've never seen that in all of the years of boxing I've been watching. I've never seen that. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, I'm done, dog. This man Floyd is a boxer, and he's kicking referees out of the ring. Yeah, this doing fair.
Yeah, that shit was wild. That shit was wild, because I seen that shit. I was like, what the? Yeah, I was upset too. I ain't gonna lie.
What round did that happen in?
No.
Only time I ever seen referees switch things if they was going through some type of heat stroke or something. Some medical.
Nah, man, this a Floyd Mayweather production. You ain't finna motherfucking show me up. Get your ass out of here. I hired you. Go get the other one.
No, you normally you get a point taken away. You argue with the referee. This man kicking niggas out the ring. I'm like,
yo, motherfucker punched the referee hand. You see that he punched the referee hand and shit? I'm like,
yeah, he's smacking his hand. He told the man, he was like, man, get out of here. Get out of here. I thought he would just tell him to get away from him. When I saw the referee step out the ring and a new referee came in, I was like, oh, I'm done.
Wow, that's crazy.
This man out the ring.
That's how you do it in WWE. That's WWE shit, man.
Yeah, but yeah, I really believe, like, us as YouTube watchers and content creators, we have a voice, because a lot of these fighters listen to what we say. If they not listening, it's somebody in their team that's listening, that's going back telling them what's going on. And I always say it, if you continue to support the trash that they put out there, they're going to continue putting it out there because you buying it anyway. They're like, well, they're going to buy it anyway. But if you don't buy it, if enough people don't buy it,
a lot of content creators are paid off too, though.
Yeah, it is. I'm not gonna lie about that. There is something.
Don't even bring up showbiz like that. Don't bring up showbiz like that. That motherfucker there.
Wow.
That motherfucker there come. I mean, you going to one show you going with this fighter, next show you going with this fighter. So whoever win, well, I let you know. That's why I was saying this. Like, no, motherfucker, pick a side. No, you can be wrong. Like, I ain't never, motherfucker, that I don't even like that dude. But anyway, we gonna smoke. What's going on? Smoke trying to. That's why Tank, trying to figure out who the fuck he gonna fight, because motherfuckers ain't buying that bullshit no more. We gonna stick to that like it is. Cause we tired of the bullshit fights. Y'all fighting anybody, somebody that just sell. Oh, I'm gonna fight a Mexican and I'm black just because that shit sell. No, won't you motherfucking challenge yourself and fight somebody that's amazing just like you? Motherfucker, let's have a motherfucking concert and motherfucking we gonna do it like that.
I said this the other day on my channel. I don't know how old none of y'all are. I figure everybody's roughly in their 30s or older.
Yeah.
Y'all watch fighters. Y'all watch fighters from the late 80s, the early 90s, and stuff like that. Tell me, have you ever remember a time where there was so many top level undefeated fighters?
No, they never fought each other.
Hell no.
Never seen it. Never seen it. It's so many undefeated top level fighters. I'm like, dog, okay, you undefeated, but who are y'all fighting? Who are y'all fighting? All y'all can't be top level and y'all never face each other. Somebody got to be right below. Somebody got to be mid level. Somebody got to be the upper mid level. I mean, all of y'all at the same level, and ain't none of y'all fight each other. I'm like,
yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, that there you go, Free. There you go, man. You not hit it on the head. I don't understand how you the face of boxing and you ain't never been undisputed. Tell me.
Because of the money.
Yeah, I mean, it's the casuals that he brings in.
No, this nigga, no, y'all motherfucking doing like Smoke do. This nigga's a rapper. That's what he is. This nigga's a rapper. He bringing the money in. This nigga's a rapper.
Nah, well, so
That's it.
my personal opinion about that subject right there, what it has to depend on is the following of this new generation is a lot different, man, than what it was before. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about, you know, media plays and if the YouTube, and like, you know what I'm saying, having, you know, getting out there and exposing yourself. Back in the
You
day,
hear smoke. You hear
so
smoke.
yeah,
Smoke trying not to
you
talk.
had, back in the day, you had it to where your promoter would expose you. You see what I'm saying? Not expose you, but, you know, promote you. That's what I'm trying to say.
So
That's the one thing that I miss. That's the one thing that I miss from Don King. That's the one
Yep.
thing I miss from Don King. Because if Don King was in the sport and had all these fighters, they would have fought each other by now.
Yeah,
He like,
and not just
that's
that,
the
the
first one.
promoters weren't the promoters weren't up against basically, you know what I'm saying, fighting each other. Even if they disliked each other, they still came together and made sure that fight happened. You know what I'm saying? So this new era is a lot different, man.
Yeah, well, it got something to do with greed.
Yeah,
And
that's why I
you
said
know what I'm
money.
saying? Like, Don King knew he was gonna get paid. Like he said, he'll bring a motherfucker $100,000 in a briefcase. It look good in the briefcase, knowing he about to rob these motherfuckers for millions. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
But these motherfuckers right now, they are like, shit. I'm telling you, the AI, Al Heyman, ain't nobody seen this motherfucker in 30 years. I
hey,
mean, when have you seen it?
Yeah,
hey, Bills, can I ask you a question real quick on something you said a little earlier
Okay, go ahead.
about when what's the name was talking about so many undefeated fighters with um, with the O, and you were
Okay.
saying, you know, you this type of fighter, and you got to be able to justify who you want us to fight and everything. Okay, just cause Blue's up here, so can you justify to me Shakur fighting Cordona?
Fighting Cordina?
Yeah,
No. I mean, I was kind of a little bit upset about him fighting Cordina, but at the end of the day, when
because
he came out and clarified, like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and get this bag because this dude that's under witness protection don't want a
thank
motherfucker fight
you.
yet. So I'm going to go ahead and get this bag. And
so
Hey,
then we can go back and talk. You
yeah,
know what
so
I'm saying?
let me say something to AC. So last time when we were talking, my brother, you know, all I was doing is just being realistic about the situation. Now I can see that you felt some kind of way. That's why you brought me up right now.
no, I was just joking with
No, he know
Well, I
he
mean,
know that
I
I'm
thought,
gonna stick up for Secure too, so he gonna ask me the same
you.
question
Yeah,
that he asked you.
because usually Bills come up here and he start with Tank and then want to bring it over to Shakur and things like that. But since there's the two of y'all up here, you know, that's why I mentioned your name in the statement that I said, because
Right.
with the question that I asked fit right in line to what Bills said, that, you know, to a certain degree, you know, when are you gonna start to give us what we looking for, instead of, you know, us trying to justify some dude that you fighting?
no, I understand that,
Right.
but at the same token, you know, I don't condone this act. But no matter what, why should he sit around and wait on somebody that don't want to send him a contract or don't want to send
Nah,
him a car?
yeah.
I
If
will
he
say
didn't
this.
You see what I'm
clarify,
saying?
I will say this. I don't like the fact that Shakur is online trying to pump up Cordina and the motherfucker just came off a stoppage. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, I'm like that's pretty bad.
I
Nah,
mean,
well,
that
you
nigga
gotta
ain't
hold
come
you
off
on.
gotta
That's
do
no.
the
what you
same
He
gotta
ain't
thing.
do
come
to
off
stay on
no
the fight.
Hold
stoppage.
on, bro. Hold on. That's the
That man ain't
same
come off
thing
no stoppage. That man got knocked out cold.
that's the same thing that Terrence Bud Crawford would do. It doesn't matter if the dude he fought had a loss or not. You know what I'm saying? If he's a champion at the time or whoever he's supposed to fight a mandatory, and you know what I mean, he gonna pump him up. He ain't gonna sit there and knock him down to make him look like he's
Nah,
fighting a
man.
trash
I
can.
don't I don't see Bud fighting somebody coming off a knockout loss. You know what I'm
But
saying?
that's the
And
only person
competing
Right,
that signed the
right.
contract, though. That's the only person, and the other gentleman that waited until this is why I have issues with a lot of these boxers nowadays. They like the other gentleman, I forgot his name. That just sent. As soon as he found out that Shakur was fighting Codorna, he want to say, oh, the manager reaches out to him and says, oh yeah, we want to fight now. Hold on, bro. You had ample opportunity to accept this fight because he hollered at you, and now you want to wait. Now you want to wait until he has a fight. Like, come on,
Man,
bro.
you gotta think, Blue.
Who said
You
you talking
gotta
about
think,
Zepeda?
Blue.
You talking about Zepeda said that?
No,
Nah,
no,
the
No,
play,
he talking
no,
about he's talking about Schofield.
no, not Schofield. The other dude the other dude that's in the rankings. I can't think of his name. Starts with an M or N or something like that.
no, the said
Not
he want to
Zepeda.
wait,
Not
man.
Zepeda. Zepeda's in February. No, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about some other dude that they waited until. You know what? What I'll do is I'll have the next time Smokers
Let me.
comes
No,
up.
I can pull up his rank. I can pull up the rankings right now. Hold on.
It's one.
But the
It's two
crazy thing
Hey,
about it
February.
is,
listen, bro. Hey, bro, I'm right
You
here.
talking, you
I'm
talking,
right
you talking
here.
about,
I'm
you
just
talking about
running the channel.
Moritalia. You talking
Y'all
about
rock off. I'm right here.
Moritalia.
Just go
no,
ahead.
you right here. You hear it? You waiting on me to say something crazy, ain't you?
Nah, man, this nigga crazy.
Hey, I'm at this event, man. I'm gonna listen to y'all, but I'll chime in a little bit. I'm still gonna be on here, but I'm gonna chime in a little. I'm on this event.
Are you talking about Moritalia?
Yes, I think
Okay.
More
so.
time.
Oh, Raymond
Yep,
Muratana. Raymond
yep.
Muratana.
Him and his manager waited because they already was trying to talk to him because they wanted to fight. You see what I'm saying? But he gonna wait until he gonna wait. He gonna act like he don't want the fighter first, but then all of a sudden he gonna read. No, he gonna come up like, yeah, okay, he got to fight right now. You clout chasing, bro. Cut that out.
Hey, but
Hey,
this
but
what
at the
this
end
When,
what
of the
upset me
day,
about
Because
Shakur
it
though.
could be him.
This
when
what
did Shakur
upset me about
contact
Shakur.
Mortala? I never heard that.
Yeah. Shakur really. This is what upset me about him. Why isn't he trying to unify with Baranchik?
I don't think they're gonna let him get that fight, bro.
Baranchik
That's
wanted to fight him
that's
though.
with Bob them, ain't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
top
So,
rank.
But
but
Baran
so is
Yeah, that
Raymond Muratana. Raymond
after
Muratana's with Bob.
Baranchik beat when Baranchik beat
Never Roddy.
Navarrete, he said he want Shakur Stevenson. Why didn't
Bob didn't
Shakur
want
take
to
that
let
fight?
that happen. Bob didn't want to let that happen, man. Cause
Nah,
No.
at the end of
Shakur wanted to fight Loma when he could just fought Baranchik and be unified.
yeah, but I just think it's something dealing with Bob, man. I mean, I ain't making no
But
motherfucking excuse
he
for
still have
school,
to deal
but
with
I
Bob
just
for
think.
Loma. But he would
What?
still have to deal with Bob for Loma.
Yeah,
I
because
mean, but shit, but why
Raymond
Tank ain't
Muratana's
trying
under
to fight
Bob.
Baritek? Why Tank ain't
Raymond.
trying to fight Baritek? Like, I mean,
All
Tank
those
finna
guys.
fight a motherfucking another cab driver.
All those
All right,
guys is under
so
Bob.
check this out. If Tank fights Baranchik and Shakur gets mad, then Shakur have then I can't blame Tank because Shakur in this case he had a chance to fight Baranchik
Right,
and,
right,
and he's not even trying to fight him.
right.
I will cut Tank off. I'll go fight Baranchik, then I'll go fight. You know what I'm saying? Because if Tank select him, it's done deal. And then Shakur he can't have nothing to bitch about.
If Tank get this fight with old boy, what he did, IBF?
Yo,
I
listen, I
think he
think
did.
he
Huh?
He's
could
the
get the, he could get
yeah,
the
he's the
fight.
IBF.
He could get the
Yeah.
fight for the check for the simple.
If Tank get this motherfucking fight with him, then we can say Shakur, I don't know what the fuck going on, what kind of beef you got going on, but shit, you should have got that motherfucking fight because goddamn, you could have got that chip for Tank. But if
Tank can
Tank get it,
easily get the Tank can easily get the burner check fight because Bob was willing to work with him for the Loma fight.
right? But
I know
if
Bob was
but
working for them for the Loma fight,
but
and
but
Bob
guess
was going
what?
with Shakur to fight Baranchik. And
But
if
guess
Shakur
what?
was smart, he would have fought Baranchik.
Yeah.
But guess what? The Loma fight fell through. He is not getting that other dude.
Why not?
Because
no,
motherfucker Bob
Bob
really don't
might
want
get
them titles to leave.
no. Bob might give it to him because the thing is,
That's what I'm saying.
Bob saw that money that Loma was about to get, and he might say,
Yes, that's see, D free
we could
see
do
what I
this.
see. D
We
free
could do
see
this
what I
with
see. We finally in some 100% agreement shit right now.
No, hell no. Hell no.
See what I
He
see.
seen what Loma was gonna get. Old boy ain't finna get the same thing.
No,
But
I'm
yeah,
not
but it
saying.
doesn't mean that. It still
I'm
means
not.
how much money is available.
No, I'm not saying he's going to get the same thing as Loma. What we're saying is that back end bread, the promotion company going to get some of that back end bread. Is a joint promote. They could do a joint promotion. Then
Yeah,
that promotion company could get some of that back end bread.
because he's
Man,
no.
I
Hey,
guarantee Tank fight a bum. He ain't
look,
gonna get that
look,
motherfucking
look,
fight. It's
look,
Loma and that.
Bills, listen to this logic real fast, right?
Oh shit.
Bob makes this statement, right? And Bob makes this statement that says, now, he don't have a problem with turkey in the industry because it forces everybody to be reasonable once again. Okay, who is more likely to be reasonable to concede to everything to make the fight, Loma or Bernacek? I'm going to say Bernacek. So it's going to be easier to make the Bernacek fight if that fight gets offered to Bernacek.
Yeah, but they'll be working on that shit now. That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying. They'll be working on that now.
that fight's supposed to happen in November. Tank got that date for November. So at the end
Got
of the
that
day,
date, but I'm just saying, like the Loma fight been dropped off. They would have said, well, we're gonna move on to such. We're gonna
no,
move
They
on
was
to
still holding
they
the
was
same
they was
date.
going towards Shakur.
Yeah.
oh my god, who whooped the oh shit? They freaking say it again.
They was
Say it
going for
again.
Shakur.
Say it again.
They was
Huh?
going for Shakur.
No, they wouldn't.
Yes,
And
they
Say
would.
it.
this is
Oh,
my thing too. Once that fight fell through, why didn't Shakur say, "Yo, Tank, now that the fight fell through, what's up?"
that's my
Cause he
issue.
already called out Tank. Why is you even going for Loma when I've been calling you out? Nigga, I sit in the motherfucking sauna with my shirt off. I sit in the studio with my
They
shirt
said
off. Say, Tank, I want that work.
No, but
I want that
that
work.
was when Tank and Loma was going to fight, and Shakur was like he wanted to fight Tank and he wanted to fight Loma. That fight fell through.
I feel
Shakur
you,
went
Bo.
silent.
I feel you, Bo. I mean that's a question that need to be answered.
but
But Tank
but
been
did you
quiet too. Both of them
but
been quiet. Tank been
but you
quiet too.
but did you hear what Shakur said right after that fight fell through? He did an
What is that?
interview. He did an interview, and they was asking him. They were like, so who do you really want to fight? And this was after Lauren
I cooked on this.
Shakur had that little viewing at the fight. They said, who do you really want to fight? He said, man, I want Loma next. Me and Loma got some issue. He act like he don't want to fight me. I want to fight him next. I'm like, oh, I thought you and Tank was bigger than boxing. You was like, man, that me and Tank got history. It's bigger than boxing. I want Tank over everything. But then they asked him, they were like, who you want to fight? He said, I want Loma next. Loma act like he don't want to fight me. I want him next.
See, and this is the problem I have with Shakur.
D-Free.
The third name. Hold on, Bills. First, he was saying he told Ryan Garcia and he told Keyshawn when they all chatting together, I want to fight Ryan. I want Ryan. That's who I want to fight next. I want to fight Ryan next. I want to fight Ryan next. Then it was I want to fight Tank next. Then it's I want to fight I want to fight Loma next. So it's like, all right, bro. Okay, so can you just negotiate with one guy and get one fight done? And this way the other two might fall in your lap. But can you just land your plane someplace, bro? Because you keep pump faking us right now.
He keep changing his tune. It's one fighter one day, then the next week is another fighter, and the next week is another fighter. He keep changing his tune who he want to fight next. I don't care. All them fights is a good fight. If you get either one of them, I'd be happy. But get one of them.
And that's the problem. And I like Shakur, right? But that's the problem I'm having with him because he did this not only with Tank a long time ago, right? Top Rank offered Shakur to fight Navarrete. Shakur thought he was just too good for Navarrete. He's like, why you give me that fight? He's a nobody. Until Navarrete fought Conceição, and that fight went a draw. So next thing you know, they started talking about Navarrete and Baranchek, and then Shakur threw a temper tantrum. Oh, why I'm not fighting Navarrete? It was like, dude, they already offered you to fight before. You complained about it. So
Okay.
that's the issue I have with Shakur.
Okay, Bo, I understand that. Y'all make valid points. Y'all make great valid points. I understand that. But what we forgetting to acknowledge is Tank got a list. So we gonna just throw out the window that Tank ain't got a list. But Tank got a list. Okay, Loma off the list. Who next on the list? Is it Shakur? Is Tank even speaking about this list that he had? Oh
Shakur said he
no,
called
we
him.
gonna let Tank We let Tank get a free ride, but motherfucking when it comes to Shakur, oh he should have did this, he should have did that. But when it comes to Tank, Tank got a list. Shakur ain't never
Well,
said I got a list.
well,
Motherfucking
I mean,
Tank got a list.
Shakur said Tank team did call him. They did reach out to him. Shakur
Reach
said it.
out. They ain't send no offer.
No, they didn't. What you thought they picked up the phone and said, well, "Do you want to fight?" That's all they
No,
said.
they ain't send no offer.
That's all they said. I mean, you got to match up all of the stories that Shakur gave us. He said his team reached out to us. We waiting for an offer.
They ain't send no offer. I told him send an offer.
Listen. He said he's waiting for an offer. But then the next time we hear Shakur talking, well, yeah, my team is talking with Tank team. We just trying to get the money straight.
D3, that don't work.
It sound like there was an offer.
That don't work, D3.
It sound like it was somewhere in the picture.
Ain't no offer.
It sounded like it was an offer somewhere in the picture. It sounded like
no, the offer was supposed to be coming. The offer was supposed to be coming. But shit, he said, I ain't finna wait on no motherfucker to make an offer. I'm gonna go ahead and fight this motherfucker. But he acknowledged that Tank them hollered at him. So he wasn't cold hearted and say, oh, I ain't hear from them motherfuckers. That nigga ducking me. He said, yeah, they hollered at me, but they ain't send me no offer. So he wasn't no motherfucker to be like, oh, you know what I'm saying? This motherfucker ducking me. He said, yeah, they hollered at me, but they ain't send no offer. So obviously he already knew it was gonna be some lowball bullshit. Nigga, take what we give you.
Well,
80-20.
Let me ask you this question. Okay. Me and you talk about fighting. You saying me and you is the biggest fight in the sport of boxing. It ain't no fight bigger than me and you fight. I reach out to you and say, hey, let's make this fight happen. You say, okay, send me an offer. You said,
cut the check.
You said, send me an offer.
All right.
You didn't hear nothing from me. You just gonna let that shit go? Or you gonna?
I ain't hear nothing from you.
Hey, no, you gonna hit me up and say, hey, dog, what happened to the offer, dog? I said, send me an offer. What's going on with the offer?
I'm gonna holler at Jay Prince. Say she ain't heard nothing. Them nigga bullshit, ain't it? Hey, holler at him, see what's up.
You ain't gonna try to reach
I ain't got to do nothing.
I'm trying to make this fight.
No, Tank ain't calling me. His people calling me.
I'm asking you. Are you if like I said, if you was in that situation, you're not gonna try to reach out to Tank and say, hey, dog, you said, do you want to make the fight? Hey, what's going on with the offer? I'm waiting. What's up with the offer?
Oh, I'm gonna do what if I've been calling fighters, yeah. But if I ain't, and I let Jay Prince handle it,
you just gonna let the biggest fight that you say is the biggest fight. You just gonna let that shit go by?
No, it ain't going by. No. It's got to happen. Like he said, I'm gonna go ahead and get to this bag, and then when this nigga want to fight me,
I don't know what cough you cut from. But if I was in that situation and I say that's the biggest fight, I said that was the biggest fight, and this nigga calls me and say, hey, we trying to make this fight, and I say, oh, he sent me an offer, and he don't send me an offer back within a couple of days, man, I'm hitting his team up. Hey, dog, what's going on with the offer? I'm trying to make this fight happen.
It sounds good. D3, it sounds good talking about what cloth you cut from, but guess what? If Tank call him, that's a different story. He say Tank people call him. See, you talking about you don't know what cloth you cut from. Nigga, we all cut from cotton team, right?
I don't care if Tank people called him or if Tank called himself. Whoever made that initial phone call, I'm calling that person right back in a couple of days.
They call his people. They call his people.
No, I'm calling them back and trying to put pressure on that fight. I'm putting my
foot on the gas. It sounds good, man. It's on both of them. I'm not saying secure right. What I'm saying is it's on both of them niggas.
I'm not saying that it's not on Tank. I'm saying if Shakur, this is the biggest fight in boxing, don't let that shit slide. Put your foot on the gas and
nigga, both of these niggas dropping the ball.
I'm just like he likes to do interviews. He likes to be on social media. He was going back and forth with Kenny. Not one moment did Kenny sitting there trying to clown him about the Joe Cordina. He ain't say the only reason why I'm taking the Joe Cordina is because Tank ain't sent me no offer. He ain't say that. I'd have been like, dog, the only reason why I'm taking this fight is because you ain't sent me no damn offer.
I mean, it all sounds good. You make a valid point, but you know, at the end of the day, Kenny was talking to him. And if
No,
Kenny wanted that work, he would have said, nigga, why you fighting him and you ain't fighting us? See, you
no.
putting it all
Like
on
I said,
Shakur, but you ain't putting it
this
on
man,
Tank. Yeah,
no,
yeah. These
this man
motherfuckers,
started.
why Tank ain't on the line? Why Tank
He
ain't on the
started.
line?
No, but you got to look at what he
Why his
said in the tweet.
motherfucking trainer on the
The
line?
man went back from. He went from talking about. I mean, he said, "Good, good with your fight with Joe Cordina, playing around with the man." And this man started going on his daughter instead of saying the only reason why I'm taking the fight is because your boy ain't getting in the ring with me. He started going on Kenny's daughter. Come on, man. Come on,
We
man.
don't know what the fuck
Shit
kind
don't
of
make sense,
relationship.
though.
We don't know what
Don't
kind
make
of
sense, though.
relationship, what kind of beef him and Kenny got. But what
No,
I'm saying
I
is,
don't
where the
care.
fuck Tank at?
You know Kenny
What
is his
Tank at?
coach. You know Kenny is
Why
his
the fuck?
coach.
Why the fuck I'm gonna argue with you when I can argue straight with Tank? Where the fuck Tank at?
No,
This nigga's a ghost.
Kenny. No, you know that
Exactly.
shit don't sound right, though.
Exactly.
You already know
This
it don't
nigga's a
sound right, though.
ghost.
You
This
know it
nigga's a
don't sound right,
ghost.
though. No, you know that
This
shit don't
nigga's a
sound right.
ghost.
If we was trying to get a fight and your man ain't sending me no offer, and you come up here trying to clown me because I took another fight, the first thing I'm gonna do is say the reason why I'm taking this fight because y'all ain't sending me no offer. I'm not gonna
True.
go on your daughter.
True.
I'm not gonna go
True.
on your daughter.
True.
Come
True.
on, man.
But
That shit don't sound right, dog.
it don't sound right, but it's a lot of shit. It's a lot of shit that said on the phone that ain't gonna be said in the interview. You know what I'm saying? So we can motherfuckers say what should have been said, but we don't know what these niggas not talked about. These niggas ain't gonna display what communication we
All I'm
had
saying,
amongst each other.
I
Yeah.
don't know what's been said behind closed doors or whatever. I'm only going by what's said out in the public, what he put on Twitter, and what it looked like they might have sent that man an offer and he ain't trying to say nothing about it. That's what it looks like. They look like they might have sent him an offer. He's not trying to say nothing about it because it's going to look like he's a duck because he's taking Joe Cordina.
D-Free, we not gonna do off no shoulda, coulda, woulda, cause we know Tank ain't motherfucking sent no offer. Cause if that nigga sent an offer, he would have tweeted that shit and he would have deleted that shit. We already know what time it is with Tank, man. Tank would have said this nigga ducking me.
Have people duck Shakur? Shakur called them niggas ducks. Every time somebody ducks Shakur, he called him a duck. Every time.
That's Shakur.
Nothing about Tank.
We talking about Tank.
Matter of fact,
we talking about
Tank ain't ducking me. Tank ain't ducking me. I ain't ducking Tank. The fight gonna happen.
Now how much does that take for a motherfucker to say this nigga ain't ducking me?
No.
Obviously he don't want to fight me right now. He ain't ducking me. He don't want to fight me right now.
No. That man didn't say he didn't want to fight me right now. He didn't say that man.
He said the fight gonna happen. He said the fight gonna happen.
He ain't say none of that. He ain't say none of that.
What he say in the tweet?
He says that. He says that for everybody else. He says that for everybody else.
Said, I'm not gonna wait on this motherfucker. I'm not gonna wait on the motherfucker. I'm gonna get to the bag. Didn't he say that?
All I'm doing is I'm looking at his past actions. His past actions. He do one thing when a person acts a certain way. You get another person that quote unquote supposedly had acted a certain way. All of a sudden your attitude changed for that fighter. But everybody else, they're duck. They ain't sending me no offer. Or not, they're not trying to talk to me. But when it comes,
he said, he said, I'm not waiting on him. He said, I'm not waiting on him. He said, I'm not waiting on him. I'm not waiting on him. I'm gonna get to this bag. Then we'll go back to it. He said, I'm not waiting on him. He ain't say, oh, he ducking me. He said, I'm not waiting on him. So what more you need?
So you trying to pull out and spin the block on him, huh?
He might be saying, he ain't trying to spin no block. He could be saying, I'm not waiting on him to give me a better offer. That's what he could be saying.
It ain't no better offer.
You can't say it's not a better offer if you don't know if he sent the offer or not. You said he said I'm not waiting on him. So that can mean a bunch of different things.
If he would have sent an offer, we was negotiating, right?
It can mean he's not. I'm not waiting.
Well, we negotiating, right? If you send an offer, we negotiating, right? Is we negotiating or not? If you send an offer, that means we in negotiation, right?
The man said his team is talking to him. They trying to work out the money. So that sounds like negotiation to me.
Yep.
It sounds like we trying to figure out where we gonna get the money from, cause they ain't sent no offer.
You saying they didn't send an offer? That man
You
didn't say they
saying they
didn't send
sent
an
an
offer.
offer? You
So,
saying they sent an offer, and I'm
so
saying they didn't
I
send an
can't
offer.
say
Where we
I
move
can't
from?
say I
We
can't
move
say for
from.
sure that he sent the offer, and you can't say for sure that he didn't, because nobody said nothing about an offer.
We both wrong.
No, but
And
what
I'm
he
willing
said,
to accept it.
but what we saying is this: in the Shakur Stevenson interview,
AC,
he
no,
he
AC,
himself
we will
said
not let
that
you do it. We will not let you do it, AC. We will not let you do it, AC. We are not talking about Haney. We are not.
no,
We ain't gonna let you do it.
I'm not bringing up Haney. I promise you. In that Shakur Stevenson interview, he said that Tank's people had reached out to his lawyer. He first said to him, and then he corrected himself and said his lawyer. And he said, for sure, that fight is going to happen. The dude asked him, "Do you think that fight will be right? That will that fight be made by the November 13th?" He was like, "I don't see why not. It's just all about the money right now, and that's what they negotiating." So if he's saying all of that, fuck did this dude come from?
But it's taking too long. And
Oh,
he said, and he sent out a tweet, and he sent out a tweet and said, "I'm not gonna be waiting on this motherfucker to figure out what the fuck he want to do,
I
right or
mean,
wrong." Did he send that?
hey, whatever you want to believe. I can't. I'm not here to change your mind. Whatever you want to believe. I'm just saying. I'm just looking at all of the situation. I'm looking at every story that's put out there, every interview that's put out there.
Yeah, cause Tank look good. Tank know how to stay out of the limelight. Tank don't know how to get in the way.
Well,
Yeah, you're right.
y'all might need to tell Shakur to stay out of the limelight then, because he ain't looking too bright right now. He ain't looking too bright.
Hey, it is what it is. He said, "I'm going to get this bag. I ain't waiting on the motherfucker that think they the face of boxing. I'm gonna go
I
ahead
don't
and
know
get
if that
this
man
bag."
getting a bag or not. I don't know if that man getting a bag or not. We'll find
Shit,
out
he
what
gonna
his
at least
purse
get
is.
5. He gonna at least get 5
Why he gonna at least get 5?
because he fighting on Riyadh season, and,
So
and, and bums get 5. Bums get 5. So why wouldn't he
no
get 5?
the last co-main didn't get 5.
Who?
The last co-main on Rehab season, they didn't get 5.
Who was the last co-main?
Wasn't Pitbull Cruz and Ryo the last co-main?
I bet them niggas got more than 5.
No, they didn't. Pitbull got
Look it up.
1.5.
Look it
Pitbull
up.
got 1. Pitbull got 1.5.
And the back end what?
He got 1.5.
And the back end what?
There is no back
And the
end for the
back end what?
co-main.
It wasn't no definite 1.5 and that's it.
No,
The back end
there is
what?
no back end for the co-main. The back end goes to the main event, not the co-main.
Okay. Okay.
What co-main you know
Okay.
that gets back end bread?
I mean, you might be right. Hey, I can admit when I'm wrong. But you talking about Pitbull. We talking about
Unless
motherfucking
it's Tank.
Shakur.
You
Unless
would
it's
have
Tank.
said
If it's Tank, you will not admit you wrong.
co-mains get 5 on the last one.
Nigga, I admit I'm wrong with Tank. Don't even come out. Smoke, if you gonna smoke, this my last day smoking, man. That's why I'm on here on fire.
I ain't
Bud
fucking with
didn't
you.
even get a guarantee of $5 million on that fight.
Huh?
Bud got a guarantee of $3 million. He got money on the back end, but his guarantee was $3 million.
Even get into the money like that. But what I'm saying is the
I'm just talking about
situation.
because they keep saying Shakur's getting a bag, and I'm like, if they didn't give Bud a bag for the main event, he got $3 million. The back end, he got money on the back end, but he got
But that's Bud though.
It was really never disclosed how much Bud or Madrimov got in a fight. That's just rumors.
Them haters.
The guarantee first, you can look that up. That's public record. The guarantee first. The back end is what we don't know. We don't know what the back end.
I mean, we don't really know what Tank be getting paid, but they say he get paid 30 million and 20 million.
On the back end, you don't. I mean, we never know what they get on the back end unless they come out and say, "Hey, this is what I got paid on the back end. This is what I got paid." we
But I ain't
we're
even gonna say nothing about Tank, cause smoke getting his feeling and try to pop out. He over there doing other shit.
Hey,
So,
I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't. If Shakur gets 5 million, hey, I'm hats off to Shakur. He got one over on Riyadh because this is a trash ass fight. He shouldn't be
got
getting
one
5 million for no Joe
over.
Cordina.
It
He
might
shouldn't
be
get.
five.
He shouldn't
It
be
might
getting
be
5
5
million for
million.
Joe Cordina.
It might be 5 million for 2 fights.
I
Right,
mean, it
right.
might
It
be.
could be.
It might be.
It could be. It could be 5 million, depending on the second fight.
Because
You know what I
when
mean?
I saw, I stand to be corrected because at first it was a 1 fight deal, but now it looks like it's a multi-fight deal with Eddie Hearn
Yeah,
and Turkey.
it's a 2 fight. It's a 2 fight deal as of right now. And Shakur
Yeah,
But
swear
that
up and down he's going to get Zepeda in the second fight, but I don't even see that happening.
yeah,
yeah, they dodged in that fight.
yeah.
I think
Yeah, that
I,
man
I
Zepeda
The thing with Oscar De La
he's a dog.
Hoya, Oscar De La Hoya be talking the game, but half the times
right.
he don't admit it. Like remember before the fight, he was like, "Yeah, we're gonna get Virgil. You know, if Virgil wins, we gonna fight Bud." And then after the fight, they talking about everybody else but Bud.
Yeah, I think Oscar is doing that because of the fact that he couldn't get Shakur to sign with him. Because I think he wanted Shakur to sign with him on a multi-fight deal,
He
and
did.
Shakur didn't.
He did.
But
Remember the video he dropped? Remember the video he dropped where he was promising Shakur, if you sign with me tomorrow, I'll make this a pay to fight.
Right,
the
right,
thing
right.
is, these promoters be trying to do bullshit like they doing something. Like motherfucker, you work for me. I don't understand why motherfucking promoters not turned into you work for them. No, you work for me.
It
You
was,
find me a fight and I motherfucking
what
fight.
did Bills, what did Bud tell people? Read your contract because you could be signing away your rights to
Right.
negotiate on
Yeah,
your own
because
behalf.
you work for the promoter because Bud said it. I wasn't my own boss. I worked for somebody.
Yeah.
Bud said it himself.
Facts.
You
Yeah.
shouldn't be.
And not to mention, I put it like this. A lot of fighters are going to work for the promoter. At the end of the day, the promoter job is to get you the fights, right? To promote the
Yeah.
fight, they got to put on the event and everything else. Um, and the fighters really, with their manager is to try to, make a fight.
But can I piggyback off of what you're saying there, Bill? Bo?
Yeah.
Here's what I'm saying is this. The dynamic used to be the matchmakers talk to the trainers who then bring a package to the promoter. Am I wrong in that?
Nah,
You
you're
said
right. I'm just saying, like, but the promoters are the ones who put on the event.
Yeah, but what
And
I'm saying is this: the matchmakers offer the fight to the fighter. Fighter said yes or no. Then they talk to the trainer. Is he ready for this fight? Yeah, he ready. We can get him ready. Ooty ooh ooh. Right. Then that package is delivered to the promoters, or the promoters might be in the same room when this big meeting happens. So with just that dynamic, if that's the premises how it used to be, then the promoters figured out in the contracts, if I get these guys the ability to sign it away and have them saying that I'm basically employing you as even as an independent contractor, you're still employed by me, then that means you really don't have no leverage. Because once that word employed is there, you lose all your leverage as an independent contractor.
right, but you also have the one thing a fighter does have the power of is whether they're going to take the fight or not. And if they're not going to take the fight, they can't put that on the promoter. The promoter presents with it along with his matchmaker. They
Yeah,
give you a list of people, and the fighter just have to, and his team got to say yay or nay.
yeah, yeah. I agree with that. I'm not. I do not
What's
have.
smoke at, man? What's smoke at, man? Smoke.
I'm right here.
Hey, I appreciate you, man. You like when I come on here because I start some bullshit. This shit was like y'all was something.
See,
You know what I'm saying?
see, Bills don't realize it. Who really started it? I got on my pop shit a long time ago when I first asked you the question.
I got the
Like,
game
yep,
coming
he
on.
brought up that Shakur stuff. So let me just ask him this
I
question.
got the
Hey,
Redskins
you
coming on.
already know. You already know AC I'm about to go AWOL. So you know what I'm saying? Like it is what it is, you know, and smoke like me coming on here. That's why he said no mother. I don't want to hear nothing about no tank shit. But he already know I can't keep my mouth closed when it comes to motherfucking tank. He set me up. He trying to say, oh, don't say nothing about tank, so he make me say something about motherfucking tank. Nah, fuck that.
It's like
Hey,
putting up the sign.
I will say this about Tank though. His wins are starting to look a lot better now that some of these fighters he beat are winning fights and shit. Like,
Bo, you
yeah,
say his wings? You say his
huh?
wings? Oh,
His
the duck wings?
No,
Oh,
his
okay.
wins, nigga, his
Oh, I
wins.
thought you said wings. My bad.
This
No,
nigga ain't shit.
I'm saying like he beat Barrios right at the time. People like, who the fuck is Barrios? Like Barrios wins are looking good now. He beat, you know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
Pitbull, even though Pitbull just lost, but Pitbull did become a champion. Even Rolly became a champion, even though he got gifted the belt, but he became a champion. Like, and then he beat Ryan, and who turned around beat Devin Haney, but you know he did pop dirty. But I'm just saying, Tank
Hey,
wins and start to look a lot better now. You know,
man, Tank
well,
beat them niggas before they reach their potential. Yeah, come on, holler at me then. That for the nigga get a jumper. And you know what I'm saying? That for the nigga start shooting threes. I'm gonna beat him real quick. You know what I'm saying? Like that type shit. Yeah, come on, holler at me real quick. Beat him up. And then when he go play these other motherfuckers, that nigga look good. You know what I'm saying? Tank know what time it is, man. That nigga is a motherfucking protected fighter. They know how to motherfucking deal with Tank.
all
Even
right,
though I like Tank. But I tell you what, motherfucking Moten starting to look like Tank.
all right,
Yo,
man.
you is a hater. We have not talked bad about Shakur the whole while up here. You jump right up and talk shit about that.
I mean, I will say that I will say one person I thought Tank did avoid it was Loma when Loma was calling his ass out. Tank went radio silence and shit,
Nah, I
and
think
then
that was politics, man. I think that was something him and Floyd had going on. It was like we had a plan, and then now you want me to fight Loma, and it's like, nah, nigga, this ain't what you told me. I don't think Tank was gonna duck the nigga. It was like, nigga, you told me this plan, nigga, you want to deviate from this plan cause money now came into play. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never said Tank or duck a motherfucker. I just think he fight cab drivers and motherfucking Uber drivers.
yeah,
But
but I
I ain't
thought
never.
when Loma was calling him out back in the day, man, I don't think they don't think Tank could have beat Loma back then. That's why they stayed away. Now Loma done went through all these wars and shit. All of a
But
sudden,
see,
they
that
like, yeah,
that
yeah.
that that situation right there when Loma called Davis out, it was the same situation that Tank Davis is in right now with Shakur. Loma was the A side at the time. He didn't send Tank Davis a contract.
Come here.
Nah, Loma. Come on, man.
Loma was the A side when he first
A
called
side of
Tank
what?
Davis out. When Loma first called Tank Davis out, Loma was the A side in that situation. Tank Davis haven't even fought for a championship yet. That was before he fought Pedraza when he called Tank Davis out.
Yeah,
He
but
had
Loma
he
wasn't
had
no
just got
A
finished
side.
beating he had just got finished beating Gary Russell and Rigondeaux, and he called out Tank Davis.
Oh, okay,
Tank Davis haven't.
I say Loma had the better competition, but as far as A side, nah, this all marketed, man. Loma wasn't marketed right over here. He can't be no A
Nope.
side. They don't market his
Loma
ass
was the
well.
A side in that situation. He was the A side. He was two-time gold medalist. He just got finished beating Gary Russell. He was a two division champion at the time.
Tank and them kept
That
on
man was
saying,
the
What I'm
that man
trying to
was the
say
A
is
side.
though, with all those
back
credentials,
then they was asking the question, will Loma send Tank a offer or a contract? They wasn't saying, will Tank send Loma the jump off? Back then,
no.
that D Free talking about, that's when it was, Loma was like the unofficial, he was like the unofficial A side. Like
All
if
right, but
you,
check this out. With all those credentials Loma had, he wasn't even marketed to be an A side. He might have had the
No,
credentials.
No,
But
he wasn't. That's why I'm saying the unofficial A side. But when
yeah.
when
I
you
mean,
listen to how the things was being spoken of, you go to ESPN. Everything was, is Loma going to send Tank Davis a contract because they had this little verbal spat online or whatever. You
all
feel
right,
what
so
I'm
because
let me
saying?
ask,
at
so let me
that
ask you
time,
this. Let
Tank
me ask you
Davis
this.
wasn't even headlining the cards. He was the
All right,
undercard.
so
He
let
wasn't.
me ask you this. When do you think Tank Davis became the A side?
After he
When I
knocked out after he got his first belt and got off of big taking the criticism
when he
of
beat
Fat
Pedraza,
Tank when he's not maybe not then maybe when he went up to 130, but
so
when
when he
he
beat
shaped the
Pedraza for the belt.
argument of him always ballooning up and becoming Fat Tank and stuff like that, those arguments, something I don't remember what it was. It might have been, the rumors of how him and Doja Cat, whatever, but he disappeared for a while. Then he came back, did an interview, and was talking about how he's changing. He want to be more professional and stuff like that. And he started making weight on the regular and stuff like that. It was all of that because there was the story to be told behind him.
So
Loma
I'm saying
didn't have
when he
that
became,
story.
so you saying when he beat Pedraza for the belt, he became the A side.
I could be wrong. It might have been when he went up. I could be wrong. I
Yeah,
could
yeah.
be
So at
completely
130,
wrong.
when he beat Pedraza, he was on the undercard and he beat Pedraza for that belt.
No, when he beat Pedraza, he became a duck. That's what he became.
Now, all I'm saying is this: like, I even give Tank a pass on that one. When Tank knocked out Leo Santa Cruz,
I
that fight
think
should have
that's when Leo Santa Cruz. I might
so
be.
so that fight should have happened then, and still that fight didn't even happen.
Let me ask you the question. He fought Leo Santa Cruz, and then he fought the dude who was in the clinch with him, or went to hug him or some shit like that, and he pieced him up. Was that before or after Leo Santa Cruz?
Said the guy was hugging him and pieced him up.
That was before Leo.
That was
Uh,
before.
That was
what guy you
before
talking
Leo.
about?
He talking about Nunez. That guy Nunez.
Yeah, Nunez.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that was before Leo. That was way before Leo.
Okay.
Yeah,
That
because
So
was his
remember
first belt. That was his first
when he
belt.
fought Leo, he went back down to 130, and they
Yeah.
had both belts on the line for 130 and 135. Well, the
yeah,
regular belt.
that's when I could. That's probably where I land that plane at. I would say he probably became the A side to a lot of shit when he became a champion in two different divisions.
Thank you.
And right then and there, Loma was still hot, and all of a sudden he still ain't fight Loma. And then all of a sudden now we in 2024, Loma already done, what I'm saying, went through the wars and he phasing out. Now they trying to call Loma a duck, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
but
hold
they
on.
was trying to. But remember that.
Well,
Remember, Tank and them was trying to get because there was a lot of people talking shit to Tank back then. You had Ryan Garcia talking shit to him. You had Teofimo Lopez talking shit to him, and
Yeah,
then
Tevin Farmer talking shit to
yeah,
him.
Kevin Farmer talking shit to him. But it seemed as though he was trying to tell him, "All right, I'm gonna come see you," but Oscar was saying, "No, no, 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 that's not happening right now."
Yeah,
You feel what
now
I'm
I will
saying?
say this. I think Tevin Farmer is another guy Tank avoided, and I
He
think
moved up in weight.
Gary Russell was another fighter Tank avoided.
Listen to what he's saying. Now you should help.
well, Gary
Sound
Russell,
like a pattern, don't it? Sound like
Gary
a pattern,
Russell,
don't
Gary Russell. I don't think Tank avoided Gary Russell. I think that was more so Floyd. That was more so Floyd. I don't think that was
Deep
Tank.
free, deep free. If you a fighter and you that dude, you gonna want to fight who you want to fight. Don't try to motherfucking
No,
sugarcoat.
listen. If I'm gonna be biased towards anybody, it will be Gary Russell, and Smoke knows why. It will be Gary Russell, but I don't think Tank avoided Gary Russell. I think that was more so that was Floyd. I think Floyd had a vendetta for Gary because Gary wouldn't stop talking about Tank. Gary wanted Tank, and Floyd was trying to build Tank at the time, and Gary wasn't backing down from Floyd. Gary is the
Yeah,
type of dude. He's not backing down. He's not backing down from nobody, and he wasn't backing down for Floyd. And I think that's one of the reasons why Gary's career went the way it went, is because Floyd was in partnership with Al Heyman, and I think they kind of blackballed him. I think that's one of the reasons why his career went the way it went.
They blackballed him with Leo Santa Cruz too, because Gary wanted to fight Leo, and they wouldn't give Gary that fight.
Yeah, they wouldn't give Gary that fight. They wouldn't give Gary. They wouldn't give Gary no champions. That's why Gary said, "Well, if you're not gonna give me these champions, I'm only fighting one time a year, which is my mandatory. I'm not fighting no bums. I want to unify the titles. If you're not giving me these guys, then I'm only fighting my mandatory."
I remember him saying that. He said that in the ring.
Yeah,
he said
that cost him though, man. That cost him though.
Yeah,
you see, like when they basically removed that belt off his waist. That belt hasn't been the same since, but they just wanted to get it off of him.
Yeah, I don't think Tank avoided Gary. I think that was Floyd. I would have loved to see that fight, because me personally, at that time, I think Gary would have smoked Tank. I think Gary would have smoked.
Gary would have beat him back then. Any fight he wanted, bro. Like
the only fight that
so bad, he wanted Leo Santa Cruz so bad. Nope, you're not getting that fight.
The only fight that pissed me off about Gary was, and you know, I was like, Gary gonna beat the shit out of Loma, and it just seemed as though I don't know if he was injured or not. I never heard of any.
No, he wasn't injured. He was dehydrated.
He dehydrated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
but I was just like, why isn't this guy to like that dehydration? If that's what it was, it made him look like he was scared, like he was gun shy. And I was like, this is not the same Gary. What is going on, bro? This is not Gary.
He got dehydrated. He got dehydrated.
They dehydrated him, bro. Like he was getting ready to move up, and they kept him at that weight class, and then they that weight class just to get his fight back with Loma, and then they never gave him that. They never gave him the fight, and Loma moved up, but he was still champ. So it was like, then he wanted Leo Santa Cruz, he wanted Tank, and he never got none of those fights. So when he had, they knew he had a fucking injury with his fucking right shoulder, and they still made him fight. He almost won the fight, and since then he hasn't fought since.
Yeah,
that belt has been on 3-4 different people since Gary lost that fight.
And Loma still don't want to give Gary a rematch. Gary wanted a rematch. Loma would not give him a rematch.
Nope.
He would not give Gary a rematch. Gary, that's the one thing Gary said. He said it's 2 fights that he won. He won, well, actually 3. He wanted the Leo Santa Cruz fight, he wanted the rematch with Loma, and he wanted the Tank Davis fight. Those were the 3 fights that he wanted.
Yeah, I remember him going hard for Leo. He wanted Leo bad as hell. That's all that came out of his mouth for that time was Leo, Leo, Leo. He was like, yo, y'all got to get me Leo Santa Cruz, shouted.
That's when he was talking about Leo Santa Cruz's father. He was like, man, your father's close enough for me to touch.
Yeah. Yeah, that shit was crazy. I was like, he was like, listen, shouty, y'all know your daddy close enough for me to touch, man. Come on, man. Let's get it on. Let's get in the ring. Let's get these gloves on. I was like, yo, Gary is
those are the 3 main fights that Gary wanted, and they wouldn't give it to him. He wanted those 3 fights. Well, Loma wouldn't give him the rematch, but Floyd wasn't trying to give him Tank Davis, and they wasn't giving him Leo Santa Cruz, because Leo Santa Cruz was where he was making his name big in PBC. Leo Santa Cruz was he was becoming a 2-division champion at the time, and they was building Leo Santa Cruz up, and Gary wanted that fight. He was like, man, I want to unify these belts, and they
not to mention that Leo Santa Cruz, on a personal note, fucked with Floyd Mayweather, and he was just like, oh, you want that fight? You ain't getting that fight neither, bitch.
Yeah. And you got to remember, Leo Santa Cruz.
We're making excuses, Smoke. We're making excuses, Smoke.
I'm not making no excuse. I'm telling you what Floyd did to listen, Floyd Mayweather. I will tell you this right now. All the shit that Gary was talking about, Tank and Floyd Mayweather said, a word, watch this. you won't get none of the fights you want. Did he get any of the fights he want? We saying the fights he wanted, he did not get. Okay, the Loma fight. That's
Sound
it.
like he's the protected fighter then, right?
Now listen. The Loma fight, that's across the street with Top Rank and all that. That's up to them. But on PBC, he really wanted Tank. He really wanted Leo Santa Cruz. He even pulled up the Leo Santa Cruz dad when he was sick and did the video. Don't forget it. So,
sitting next to him.
Yeah. What did they do to him when time came?
The arm around him. Remember that, Pop? He had his arm around the nigga.
Arm around him.
Yeah.
So when time came and they said, you know what we're gonna do? We know you injured. We don't give a fuck. If you don't fight, we stripping you. And we know that even if you don't beat the shit out of homie or knock him out, we removing his belt from you. How long ago was that?
Yeah. And the bad thing about it was his family told him, don't take the fight. Go get the surgery done. Don't take the fight. And he was like, nah, I'm gonna take the fight. I'm gonna take it. They told him not to take the fight.
Yo, but listen. Gary was crazy. He would just be on interviews just screaming on Tank and Floyd like, yeah, yo, Daddy Floyd is out here protecting you because he know I'm gonna whip your ass if you ever get in the ring with me. Come on, shorty, let's get this going. You supposed to be all of this. He's like, tell your daddy to stop protecting you. Take them pampers off. I was like, wow.
I don't have no problem with Gary saying that, but the problem with Gary saying that and only fighting once a year, that's what was like, bro. Yeah. First of all, you talking shit about the motherfucker that you basically signed to, and you talking shit about the motherfucker that they damn pushing. That's one and two. Number three, you don't have no compromise in you. You only fight your mandatory. You ain't fighting nobody else we give you to fight. So, like I said, at first chance they got, they removed that belt from him, and he hasn't fought. It's going on 3-4 years, bro.
Yeah, he. I don't think Gary's coming back. I think he's gonna sit there and train his brothers. I don't think he's coming back. He said he was gonna come back at 35. I don't think he's coming back. I've been around and I don't think he's coming back. Right now they're getting ready for Antonio. Antonio got a fight coming up. Or did he fight? No, he has a fight. Yeah, I think his fight coming
got
up.
A fight coming up.
I think it's this weekend.
They blackballing their ass too. They blackballing their ass too. So they gonna feel the effects of Gary Russell. They gonna feel the effects too. They getting blackballed. They ain't gonna get no decisions. So they gonna have to knock out everybody they fight.
Yeah, Antonio hasn't fought since he lost to that dude.
Yeah,
that was like 3 years ago.
He shouldn't even been fighting. He shouldn't even been fighting, homie. Homie, he wasn't ready to be in the ring with homie.
The only reason why he fought him was because the dude ducked him the first time. They were supposed to fight prior to that, and the dude ducked him. And so that time he was able to get him in the ring. So Antonio was like, I got him. And Antonio was like, no, I'm gonna beat him. But I don't think Antonio was ready for that fight because he hadn't had a fight in a while. So, and I mean, he fought the wrong type of fight going in there anyway. But I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. You learn from your mistakes. Don't make the same ones again.
That sure is true. You don't learn your lesson from the second kick in the head by Mule.
Bro, I mean, like when it comes to the Russells, yeah, definitely. I think, to me, I've been saying it. They should leave PBC, maybe go to Matchroom, DAZN, whatever, Top Rank, whatever. You know, maybe they'll get some fights where they can be proven. I mean, not proven, but get the fights they need and keep them active, because they got them niggas fighting years in between fights just because they know how to fight. Like, and it's all because, hate to say it, you know, God bless his soul, the father passed away, who really had the respect, and now you're dealing with the brother who talk stupid shit about the guy that's carrying the guy that's carrying the logo, he was talking shit about him. So, like, to get your brother's fights now, or to get you a fight, bro, like, you know,
Pop,
is what it is. Yeah.
See, the
can I
thing
ask
is,
you?
I don't think they can leave PBC because I think Antoine and Antonio still on under contract.
Yeah,
They
but
still under
here's the
contract.
thing. I don't know if y'all remember this. Remember when the Zone America was, or the Zone the app was supposed to launch, and they had Demetrius Andrade and all of those other people, and Eddie Hearn was talking about other fighters they're sending, they would like to try to acquire. You feel what I'm saying? They reached out to Shakur way back then. They reached out to Devin Haney, and do you remember the other person they reached out to Gary Russell? So there was interest in pulling Gary Russell away from the Zone because Eddie Hearn wanted him, and he wanted him bad. But Gary Russell said some old, African shit that he was like he gonna only, fight for a black
No,
company, some shit like
Gary
that.
Gary didn't leave because of his brothers.
Look what that
He
got him.
didn't he didn't want them to have to
But you
suffer
remember,
because of
you remember
his
that though,
actions.
D3?
Yeah,
When Eddie Hearn was saying
I
he wanted Gary
know
Russell to come over to the Zone.
yeah, I know a lot about. Like I said, the Russells is my family. They're my
Oh,
family. I
okay.
know a lot about what goes on with the Russells. So I mean, he didn't leave because of his brothers. He didn't want them to hold that against his brothers. So he stayed around because of his brothers.
Okay.
He could have left. He could have left a long time ago.
I tell you what, Gary Russell is damn near Bret Hart when it comes to that family shit. Like, word. When it comes to that, like, he's the one, but like, just like you, like, no matter, like, if he leaves, they gonna hold that against him. I mean, like, look at what they do to his brothers now. Like Antoine, like Gary Antoine has to pull up the motherfuckers events and shit like that just to keep his name popping. When they name should always be popping.
Yeah.
Gary Antonio ain't fought, or we ain't heard of him fighting since the loss he took when he got in the ring with a motherfucker that he should have been in the ring with, and he hadn't been in the ring in a while. So I'll be real with
Oh,
you, man.
Antonio? I mean Antoine?
No, not Antoine. When Antonio got beat.
Oh yeah.
Remember when he got beat? He hadn't been in the ring in a while. They put him in the ring with somebody I didn't think he shouldn't have been in the ring with, and he hasn't fought since. So look how they treat them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just being real, like I think
mean,
they should leave.
Yeah, I mean, if they can, I think they should. I don't think they can. I think they still. Well, I know that Antonio and Antoine are still under contract. I don't think Gary cares about his contract. I think he'll go ahead and leave anyway. I think he'll say, "Man, I pay the money, I'll leave." But I don't think Gary's coming back. I don't believe Gary's coming back. I think Gary, and me personally, I don't think he should come back. I mean, you doing good training your brothers. Go ahead and continue training your brothers. You've been out of the ring for 2 years. You already 35, about to be 36 years old. You're gonna come back and go to a new division, and they're still not gonna give you the fights that you want. They're gonna use you as a gatekeeper.
At 130, they definitely is.
Yo,
At
but
130 or 135. 130
Yeah, I
or
think he was
135.
talking about coming back at 135.
hey, I think he should
Yeah,
sign
he
a
was talking.
top rank. If he signs a top rank, even if they use him as a gatekeeper, that's going to be a hard ass gatekeeper to beat.
Yeah, it would. It would. It just. I mean, me personally. I mean, and let me. I know how Gary is. He's not hungry for money, so he's like, man, I don't need this. I'm not hungry for money. I'm doing good with my investment. So it's not like he needs the money. But if he does come back, I don't think he should come back with under PBC
And
because they're
Gary and
not
them
going
be
to extend
going
it.
hunting, man. Stop acting like we don't know them. Gary be going hunting, and they can preserve his own food, so money is not an issue.
Yeah, that nigga go hunt, man. He was like, "Yo, we out here fishing."
No,
On the
that
video you
man
play.
that man is living comfortably. He hunt for a sport. He don't hunt because that's what he want to do. I mean, that's
No,
because
I'm
that's what he
saying,
got
I'm
to
like,
do.
if he wanted to, he could, but
Oh
like,
yeah, yeah.
Nah,
like,
the way he broke it down in that video, where he out in the wild and shit like that, talking about dudes need to stop worrying about they owe and shit like that. That video where he was screaming on all the fighters that's worrying about they owe.
that's
He
true.
like, yo, we out
No,
here, we out here hunting and fishing for our food. We
No,
don't
just
go to the
just just,
supermarket.
just think about this. Just think about this. Mr. Gary Russell had his title for 6 years, 11
7.
months. No, 6 years, 11 months, and 2 weeks. He was
That's
2
7
weeks
years
away
to me.
from. He was 2 weeks away from having that joint for exactly 7 years. He was 2 weeks away from having it for exactly 7 years. Ain't nobody holding on to their title for no goddamn 7 years. Not in the same division.
Yeah.
Not in the same division. And that
That's
at
after
no
losing the
point in
Loma
time.
too. That's after losing the Loma. That's crazy. That's after losing the Loma.
Yeah, that's after losing the Loma. And there's still no 126-pound linear champion. There's still no 126-pound linear champion. Gary should have been the linear champion. He should have been the linear champion.
Yeah. In a way, wasn't the 26-pound linear?
He ain't 26, he ain't fought at 26 yet.
The only weight class he fought at was 26. I think he moved up and fought Loma at 130. Oh no. He fought Loma at 26.
Yeah.
He fought Loma at 26. He
Yeah.
never fought in another weight class. He's only been at 26.
Yeah, but he in that same video I was talking about, I think he might have mentioned that, you know, if he did come back, he would come back at 35.
Yeah, he did. He said he'll come back at 35. If he comes back, he's gonna come back at 35. He got on the scale the other day because he was on IG and he was in the gym working out and in the gym boxing. I mean shadow boxing, and he got on the scale. He was like 137 pounds.
Well, here's the whole thing, man. Like, in my opinion, he's a preserved fighter. So 36 could be 28 for him. You feel what I'm saying? It could be where he just left off, or 30,
Hey,
35.
we said Tank. I mean, well, he said Tank avoided Gary Russell. You know who else avoided Gary Russell?
A lot of motherfuckers.
Shakur.
Yep. Dev too.
Shakur avoided
Dev
Gary
too.
Russell.
Devin avoided him too because he did say, listen, I'll fight Shakur, I'll fight Dev, I'll fight, I'll come up there and fight you guys. I'll come up to 130 and fight you guys, or 35.
The only thing I wouldn't say Dev avoided Gary because I was there for the whole contract talk.
Oh, okay.
The problem with that was, like, Bill, that first contract the first offer that he sent Gary, the man spelled his name wrong, and then he gonna sit there and lie and say he spelled his name wrong on purpose.
Yeah, I remember that.
Which was bullshit. Don't nobody spell their name wrong on purpose.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, don't nobody. He said he meant to do that. Like, he does that all the time. I'm like, dog, don't nobody forget how to spell their name. You know how to spell your goddamn name. You spelled that shit wrong. But the whole time that it broke down was after that initial offer, the father, Unc, said he didn't want to do business with Bill Haney. He said, I don't do business like that. I don't play these type of games. I don't want to do business with him. So they wanted to make the fight with Gary, but because Bill was sitting there playing around or whatever, and Gary took that as an insult. He was like, no, I don't want to do business with him. And he started talking bad about Gary while he was in the hospital, and he took offense to all of that.
Uh-huh.
He said, "Nah, I don't want to do business with him."
That's when a lot of people started really hating Bill Haney when he was talking shit about, the Russell's pops and shit like that while he was down in the hospital.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna say Devin avoided Gary. Devin wanted to fight, but it was just a whole bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, but
with
public
Bill.
perception is, even though I'm a Dev fan, that was one thing I try to always steer away from,
even when I talk about Gary Russell, is the fact that from public perception, it looked like, Dev dug Gary Russell.
No, I mean, they
Like
what
from a
they try to
casual,
do,
I'm saying from a
they try to
casual
make
perspective.
when they try to make it look like Gary ducked Dev, because they was talking to Batman. They was talking to Batman, and they said we'll give him 1.5, and Batman was like, nah, Gary want 2, and so Bill was like, well, we'll give him 1.5, and if he wins the fight, then we'll give him another 5 out of our pocket. And so he was like, take that to Gary and see if Gary take the offer. And like I said, the Pops was like, nah, I don't want to do business with him. So they dead the whole contract. They were like,
Oh,
no.
okay. All
So
right.
they try to make it seem like Gary ducked him, but he didn't duck him. It was just
that's the story.
Bill was doing bad business at the time.
I got the story. The story I got was that he avoided Devin because remember Gary was talking about wanting to fight Terrence Crawford, and then that's when Devin inserted himself in. It was like, how about you fight me? And then next thing you know, all I know is everything went silent from there. So the story came out saying that Gary ducked Devin.
Yeah. That's what I said. That's what they try to make it seem. But like I said, with that first
I was hearing it on a different. I was hearing it on a completely different end. Like the story I was hearing was, Bill and Dev was playing games with the contract and shit like that, and that's why the fight didn't get made because Bill and Dev were playing games with the contract.
Hold on. Something was just said not too long ago about who else ducked Gary, and it was Shakur. Trying to figure out why Blue Hustle ain't said nothing. I know he's somewhere, but I'm trying to figure out why he ain't said that.
But also with that contract, they wanted Gary to sign with DHP. That was another reason why Gary was like, nah, I'm not signing that contract. Have y'all read that contract? I'm not signing that contract. They wanted him to sign with DHP, so he would have been a fighter under Devin Haney. And I think it was I'm not sure, but it was like the way it was worded was basically Gary would be Devin Haney's fighter. And he was like, no, I'm not signing him. I'm a fighter for PBC.
Yeah, I remember Gary saying that, and that's where for me I kind of was like, okay, maybe the rumors are true because when I heard Gary speak, Gary was like, listen, man, they sent me a contract trying to put me in a position where I work for the person I'm trying to fight. He was like, why would I do something like that? That don't make sense, Shouty.
Now I will say this though, maybe I wouldn't have signed with Devin Haney, but I definitely would have left at PBC if I was Gary Russell.
Yeah, but you got to know that you don't go somewhere and get some fights, man. You got to go like, I ain't going to DHP. Them niggas didn't give me no fights.
At that time, by after that initial contract came out, by that time, the Pops didn't want to deal with him no more. He didn't want to deal with Bill no more. He's like, if we do it, we'll do it with we'll do it with Eddie. We're not dealing with Bill. But Eddie and Bill was partners because DHP was partners with Matchroom. They was partners with Matchroom.
And this is why Matchroom always, for what I was saying earlier was, in my opinion, it seemed why Matchroom always wanted Mr. Gary Russell in their stable.
Speaking about, since we sitting here talking about ducks, why is your boy Tio out here playing duck goose? The man Brian Norman said they sent him a contract to fight him on September 27th, I believe, and he turned that down.
But here's the thing though, they can't send. They're not the A side of Tio, so how they gonna send him the contract?
Tio said he wanted to fight.
So Tio should be the one sending the contract.
Well, Bob already said Tio don't send contracts.
Oh, okay.
Bob already said that Tio don't make no contracts. When he tried to tell that he was going to send a contract to Devin Haney, and they asked Bob about it, it was like, I don't know why he said that. He don't make contracts. I send the contract. So I mean, T.O. can't send no contract. But either way, they offered him a fight on the 27th, and he turned it down. But then I heard Top Rank gave him a two fight deal, and one of the fights was Devin Haney, and T.O. turned that down as well.
Stop.
Well, yeah, that one was popular because remember they had that face to face, and T.O. was mad. He was like, "What about sitting there with Bob? What about having a meeting with Bob?" Remember that shit when they was outside arguing and shit.
I didn't. Yo,
Yeah,
I
but no,
never
this is recently. This is recently, like the last couple of weeks.
What?
Oh wow!
All right,
This is like the
I
last
gotta
couple of weeks.
mute myself and let y'all talk because I gotta hear this because I didn't know none of this happened.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't know
this
about
is this.
last week either. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, this is like the last couple of weeks.
Yeah,
I'm find the receipts, and I'm gonna give it the smoke, and he'll show it to y'all. I'm gonna find the receipts, but yeah.
I can tell you this. I just asked not too long ago what's going on with 140 because 140 was on fire at one point, and then now it's kind of stagnated. I asked what's going on with T.O. And I can say this. He told me apple don't fall too far from the tree. So T.O. bugging out right now. So in other words, AKA, you want me to keep it like how it's supposed to be. The nigga getting high right now. He ain't really doing what he's supposed to be doing right now. They bugging the fuck out. So it is what it is. And maybe he'll get right in a few weeks or a few months. Maybe he won't. Maybe he'll go to 147. Maybe he won't. Maybe he'll defend his belt. Maybe he'll fight one of the champions. Maybe he won't.
So basically, what you're telling me is he's having one of those Cambosis moments.
Definitely.
Well,
speaking of, T.O. need to run that fade back with Cambosos.
Unless Cambosis is going to 140, I'll be real with you, bro. A lot of these kids is way bigger than they. Listen, Devin Haney needs to get out of 140. Listen, you had one good fight at 140 with that fight with Regis. Listen, your body's telling you go where you need to go to. Go on to 147, bro. That's
well,
what
Devin said he was coming
at.
back at 147. He was trying to get the Mario Barrio fight. He said he was coming back at 147.
You know what I'm saying? Like Teofimo, you saying that you're killing yourself to make this weight. That's why you can't knock nobody out. Then go ahead and move up. Prove you is what you say you is.
Shit, he was knocking people out at 135. I don't know why he's struggling to knock them out now.
Listen, a lot of these guys. Listen, when you're really young, it's a lot easier for you to make that weight, and then when you balloon back up, you got that strength. But the older you get, and you don't keep your body like you're supposed to, and you was living off explosion. That's why you see T.O. He has technical skill. He wins fights, but you see he gets hit too much. He's always swollen. He's always both eyes always swole up.
At 147, T.O. will be fighting around. T.O. be fighting around his natural weight because I think the dude walk around like 163.
You got him and Devin Haney, like them guys, like a lot of guys, man, that be fighting. They need to go ahead and move up. Frank Martin, like people talking about Frank Martin should be fight Abdullah Mason or he should fight this, fight that. Frank Martin said himself, time to move up. 135 was probably killing him. He probably should have been moved up. But that Tank Davis fight, you make that weight for that. But time to move up.
Yeah, well, Frank Martin coming back at 140. He's not fighting at 35 no more. He's coming back at 40.
I mean, some people could change their diet up because Tank used to struggle to make weight, and he was missing weight. But now he
was at 26, 30. That's when he was at 26 and midway into 30. But once he said, "I'm gonna get disciplined," he got disciplined.
Yeah, that's
what I'm saying is that all right. Remember when that kid? I don't know if you remember if anybody seen it, but remember when that kid that was on Pro Box, that guy that fought that you know, he took a little punch and then he just had like a seizure in the ring.
Uh-huh.
And come to find out, he was dehydrated. Like, and so I was going back and forth with niggas in the chat, and a couple of boxers was like, man, if I don't have enough power at my damn most comfortable weight. So if I lose 5 more pounds, I got more power. One nigga was like, I can make more money if I could do this. I was like, yo, listen, that shit fine and dandy till your ass fuck around and something happen to your ass in the ring. But motherfuckers
Yeah.
is really not fighting at their most comfortable weight because they a little bit afraid, like they they're gonna get knocked out or I mean it whatever it is. But listen, man, a lot of niggas is not fighting at their weight class. And we're not stupid. We can see it. Tank exposed Frank Martin. He exposed Ryan. Look what you look like when you really got to make this weight. You not really this damn in this weight class. Get the fuck out of here. So when Ryan come back, I want to see him at 147, 154. If you talking that shit,
Ryan could easily make 54. I don't know if I think I think by the time he come back, he won't even be able to make 47. Because that nigga look like he about 170 pounds right now. Because I seen him playing poker. He was damn near the biggest. He was definitely the tallest, but like his shoulder spread was like the widest nigga sitting at the table, and it was grown ass men there. So
so
I'm like,
I ain't
bro,
trying to see niggas trying like all this fighting at certain weight class. Like, listen, man, get to where you supposed to be at and fight. That's my whole shit.
yeah.
I mean, my thing is this though. I understand, you know what I'm saying? Like it might see like, hey, dude could be a weight bully, but I look at it like this: if you could make the weight, you sacrifice your body to make that weight, and if anything, it will look even worse on you if you get exposed. But you sacrifice to make that weight, so I really can't fault him for that.
Yeah, they signed the contract on both sides. So like your boy Shaw News be saying, listen, if to him it ain't no weight bullies because as long as they made the weight, the contracted weight, no matter what a nigga balloon up to, that's after the fact. You feel what I'm saying? I get both arguments, but I'm still like, I just think guys will look a lot more impressive and everything if they just fight at their around their not they're supposed to wait.
I mean, I put it like this. Now, the way you could combat that if they have like a rehydration clause, like the IBF, they got a 10-pound rehydration clause, and I think the WBA might have adopted something similar, made it a 12-pound rehydration clause. So that's how you could really adopt that and be like, okay, let's see, we can stop these people who's trying to take too much of an advantage. You
I
know what I'm
mean, that's
saying?
another reason why there's so many people that I was talking about earlier on the live. There's so many people that's undefeated in these weight classes that hasn't really fought nobody because a lot of these guys fighting at a smaller weight class so they can have an advantage. Because you hear guys that was fighting at a bigger weight class and then all of a sudden they go pro and they fighting at a smaller weight class. They want an advantage by fighting at a
Like
smaller weight class.
like Madrimov. He boxed at 165 in the amateurs, and he's fighting at 154.
Yeah. Like Sean Porter was another one. Sean Porter
Yeah.
was fighting at 160 in the amateurs. And now he fighting at 47. He was another one that was fighting because he fought Usyk.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you had
165,
Andrade.
165.
I mean, you had Andrade damn near fighting at 175 pounds in the amateurs, and then dropping all the way down to 54.
He fought at 152 in the amateurs. He fought with Keith Thurman and them.
No, but he went up. He went. I think I saw one report. I don't. I may have the fighter's name wrong. I may be thinking of somebody else, but I could have sworn it was Demetrius Andrade fought at 175 in the amateurs, and then he worked his way down. but he started at 175 or some shit like that. I
Nah,
could be wrong.
only person I knew that started their pro career, worked their way down, was B-Hop. B-Hop started at 175, worked his way down to 160, and then worked his way back up.
Okay, all right, maybe I'm conflating them, but if you know, but I'm maybe I'm conflating them. You know, I'll back down off of that one because I'm not 100% sure right now where I actually saw it and whose name was there. But I could have sworn it was Andrade too. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll give you that one. But at the end of the day, bro, I've just seen a lot of fighters fight, like y'all saying, like or heavier weights in the amateurs, and then turn pro and fight at these light ass weight classes. Like, wait a minute, you was just fighting in the 60s. How was you down in the 40s?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these fighters use that for their advantage. That's why I don't get mad at the rehydration clause, because if you fighting at your regular fight weight, you shouldn't care about a rehydration clause. It doesn't affect you.
Yeah.
It only affects people who wants to have an advantage by being the bigger fighter.
Mm-hmm.
You're not relying on your skills. You're relying on being bigger.
Yeah, bigger and more punch resistant, and being and hoping that this guy just trying to tire himself out. By the time it gets in later rounds, you can do something to him because he don't punch himself out instead of you fighting at a weight that's more comfortable for your ass. Let's see if you can actually do something instead of trying to wait around to ain't no damn threat before you fight. That's just me.
See, they should go back to same day weigh-ins with the fight. That should have killed that altogether.
Yeah, they did away with it because a lot of guys was getting dehydrated by trying to make weight, and so they was having a lot of knockouts. A lot of guys was getting knocked out because they were dehydrated coming into the fight by trying to make the weight. But they're also okay, if you're too big, then you might need to move up to another weight class,
Facts.
or you need to be more disciplined and live a fighter's lifestyle. One or the other. One or
Yeah,
the other.
and then also when you're trying to make weight, what they can do is they put in the where so they track your weight. You got to make this weight by a certain time within your training camp. Do it like that, just so they won't kill themselves at the last second.
Yeah, I mean, if you know you got a fight or you trying to work on a fight deal, why not losing weight right then and there? You know you're trying to work on a fight, so you're gonna have a training camp coming up. You're gonna have a fight camp. Why not start working on losing weight right then and there? You know you overweight. Why not start working on losing weight? If I'm 175 pounds and I fight at one or I fight at 160, and I know that my team is gonna get me a fight, I'm starting my daggone training camp then and there. I figure out my opponent scheming for that. On my training camp, as soon as they say, "Hey, we're looking to get you a fight." This nigga dropping passes and shit because these guys wait until they get in training camp to decide to start losing weight, and they were like,
Now
"Oh man, I had a bad training camp because I had a
because
fat camp."
at the end of the day, man, everything y'all saying so far, it would be great if fighters did that. If they all chose to live the fighters lifestyle and shit like that. Same day weigh-ins, to me, I get where the commission says it because it jeopardizes, the entertainment value of it. And back then, we did have a lot more upsets than we have today. You feel what I'm saying? Some
Yeah.
some no-name dude who's always been in the gym, you feel what I'm saying, but he don't got a name, knocks out a big name or a champ because the champ took shit lightly and wasn't living the fighter's lifestyle. that's what back then made boxing exciting, because you, now that we have social media, if you bring that same dynamic back, then you know who's really about this lifestyle and who isn't. When you give guys the opportunity to rehydrate, and to be perfectly honest, 24, 22 hours, whatever, really isn't a long time, but a lot can be accomplished. You feel what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, bro, it's just like, it's just, fighters need to just start living the fighter's lifestyle, and just make the fights, make the fights, especially when people are saying you to face a boxing and you the A side, then you got to work extra. In my opinion, you got to work extra hard to make the fight that you trying to make, especially if everybody's saying that the fight is the biggest fight in boxing. So that's kind of where I'll land my plane and shit like that, just on that topic.
Hey, I got a question. So what if um somebody like Canelo with this upcoming fight, what if he happens to pop dirty again? I wonder will people still give him a pass this time, and with this clenbuterol stuff.
Against Berlanga, he gonna get cooked. If he should pop dirty fighting Berlanga, he's gonna get cooked. That's just the way I feel. Because people just don't look at the situation like, why would you, if everybody feel you gonna stop this guy, why would you pop dirty to fight this guy? You feel me?
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, man. I think Belanga gonna get stopped, but I put money on Belanga
Yeah,
because
I did too, bro. I did.
I'm like anything can happen, but
Yep. And I just think, I he's one of those fighters. When I spoke earlier, when I said fight, there's a lot of fighters that are due, and to me, he's one of those fighters that is like kind of due, because all right, we get the political side of why the B-ball rematch couldn't happen and shit like that. You feel what I'm saying, and things like that, but you really can't explain away why you didn't fight Benavidez. You really can't explain away why you so adamant in turning down the Bud Crawford fight. So again, you you had opportunities to fight people that the fans wanted to see and shit like that. You constantly choose to go another way. So yeah, you might be due, bro. You might be due.
yeah, my thing what I was mainly upset is like with the Benavidez situation. At first, I never thought he ducked Bud Crawford until he asked for $150 million, and I'm like, all right, you, so now you really ducking Bud, because I was giving him a pass on that one. But once he asked for that money, I said, yeah, that shit don't make any sense whatsoever. And then on top of that, um, this the one thing I hate from him. He talking about he could do whatever he want, and it's like give up the belts so you could do whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? Don't hold up the division.
Yeah, because at this point, it's like with certain fighters, and they've accomplished so much. Getting another belt is cool, but you kind of ascended more than the belts right now. You feel what I'm saying? So it's not really, in my opinion, like, is Canelo's one of those fighters that, you know, to a certain degree, you could say, yo, a lot of what he did in his career, he's a little bit bigger than the belt, so the belts really ain't gonna matter to a nigga like Canelo. With Bud Crawford, you could easily make that argument. You know, okay, you could easily make that argument and say, he's above
you know, with all of his accomplishments, he's above belts right now. Belts really don't matter, but he just fights for them just because they're little trinkets. You feel what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it you know, if Bud chose to fight a dude who didn't have a belt but is a really good fighter and shit like that, nobody gonna be mad that that ain't no belt on the line for that. You feel what I'm saying? So, you know, they saying what's next for Bud at 54? Shit, he could fight Jamel Charlo for that lineal belt.
Fact. He could fight. Man, he could. You know what? Bud could fight a whole bunch of motherfuckers. Like his options are different than other options than the
Yeah,
guy that, like, because we've been on a little bit. We've been over 5 hours. I want everybody to land this one. Bud options is way more open and more profitable than the guy that name is in the title and is on the motherfucking thumbnail. So before I get up out of here, I want everybody to land their plane on what they think, Boots' options is, because what does he do? You want to talk about everybody else, but like Boots, is he like, if he's not being protected, who does he fight next?
Yeah, I go first. Like I said, he should go ahead and unify all the belts. Personally, um, if not, I will say fight Rashidi Ellis, Conor Ben, or Blair the Flair. Like that, that's it. But he definitely got to unify all the belts if he's talking all that shit. But other than that, man, if he's still acting like he's entitled, then I can't take him serious.
Mm, I appreciate
yeah,
that. That's a great take right there.
yeah. I'm a piggyback off that point because I have the same sentiments. Like, listen, the four fighters I mentioned, and two of those fighters had belts to unify. Stanionis, Norman, Rashidi Ellis, Blair the Fair, Blair Cobb. You feel what I'm saying? Um, at the end of the day, those are your four. Those are your four options. Run your own race, build up your name and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And show us you really that guy. You got Blair the Flair in your face right now. You got Blair Cobb in your face right now, and you got Brian Norman in your face right now. You also got this little back beef with Stanionis back there as well. So there's three motherfuckers in your face right now. Stop telling us people is ducking you because there's three people that are right there. So you you know that don't seem like a motherfucker that's ducked to me when a person can name three people within 3 seconds. So that's where I land my plane.
Yeah, and in the chat, I just dropped off. If anybody want to continue watching, any more boxing talk, Body Work is on right now. He got the link up. If you want to talk some shit, you want to go over there and you know talk that mean potatoes boxing. He's over there. But before we get up out of here, I'm gonna say this: you got to fight somebody, bro, and you might want to tighten up on your team, because if the lawyer can get back to you before he can check his own fucking email to see the counter, you might want to fall back, nigga, or at least talk to your daddy and see if your daddy heard anything before you go jumping on YouTube and a decent big platform and saying an offer was sent and they turned it down, and then your lawyer comes out and contradicts what you said. But that's just me. But we about to get up out of here, man. I appreciate everybody pulled up. We 5 hours in. Real boxing talk. Um, I'm gonna holler at y'all, man. It's about 8 o'clock. Time for me to go get something. Time for me to eat something. Um, Plus, if you just saw what I just showed you, I'm about to get right. I'm gonna holler at y'all, man. That was some wags about to be putting in some real good weed. I don't want to pass out and fall asleep on y'all again. Y'all don't even know how many times I went to sleep. But we up out of here, man. Y'all keep smoking, man.